$180 price target, which is notable. They argue that the recent downside pressure tied to OpenAI fears has gone too far. They also state that, the TikTok deal is not being, focused on enough by analysts. They also believe the market's over-penalized Oracle due to the uncertainty around the AI exposure. We've talked about their ridiculous RPO, remaining performance obligations, 300 some odd million. But when we looked at some of these hyperscalers report last week, I'm not trying to compare them to Oracle, but they also had ridiculous RPOs. They called it backlog, demand backlog, whatever they want to call it. So it seems to be like an industry standard when it comes to that.
Specifically around memory as well. Micron, we'll get to that coming up here in a second. But you mentioned ChatGPT and the OpenAI angle. CNBC actually just reporting ChatGPT still growing at a 10% monthly growth rate. I don't know what they're gauging that on, or if that's just something that the company itself is saying, but 10% monthly growth rate seems very, very high. With all we've had tons of conversations in the past couple of weeks about other options and how good other options at this point are. So they're still clearly doing something right. There was also an interesting note, speaking of ChatGPT, on 2026 IPO funnel that's coming, 160 billion worth, still potentially going to include OpenAI, SpaceX, Anthropic, and a few others.
Like a bit of a focus on this. Now, we've been seeing Microsoft really get hit hard. And I think one of the more underreported cases is the fact that the valuation for OpenAI could be moving down on the private markets. And that's being reflected in Microsoft's public stock, because we know a lot of their valuation, I think almost 270, 280 billion at the highs, was tied to their investment in OpenAI. If you assumed, of course, that OpenAI was still worth that $1 trillion. And I think that we've been getting a bit of a correction in that, Brendo. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see some of the commercials yesterday for the Super Bowl, but
did not.
Claude, Anthropic took all sorts of shots at OpenAI. They had this, kind of doofus-looking big dude answering questions back from this guy who was theoretically, obviously, typing questions into chat. And then, he'd throw in an advertised product along the way in case, the person was interested. It was an obvious shot that, their algorithm or their results could be skewed by advertisers and, a little bit less reliable.
They're going to have to find a really intricate way, I think, to roll that out and not annoy people, because it's been so long without any interruptions. Like, is it going to be on Google search, for example, the first few results that you get in Google search are paid results.
Exactly.
You're paying to actually be at the top of the list. Is it going to be that sort of format, or just, image type advertising pasted everywhere?
Well, Altman was clearly moved by this because it leaked before the actual Super Bowl. So he took to Twitter or to X to respond. He said, look, we're never ever going to include advertisements in the body of the response so as to suggest to you a certain product. It's going to be kind of like at the bottom there, maybe a little bit of just a little, it's going to be annoying, but it's going to be for non-paid tiers.
Yeah. Microsoft, another one, as you mentioned, actually a cautious note, a downgrade actually this morning for Microsoft, but even softies higher here this morning, guys, in the pre-market.
Softy.
Microsoft's been a little bit of a worry spot for sure, right? I mean, it's nice to see Oracle, back up to the upside on those double upgrades. I was just there on Oracle. So here's Oracle's trying to go right now. So that's nice, up 4.5%. I mean, I was actually thinking to myself, like, time to maybe buy some back. We had sold this thing over $300, now cut in half off that price. So we'll have to wait to see if that means anything. 17 forward, 20 something for P, current P 17, something like that for Oracle. So definitely one name that is underneath the market multiples right now. Yeah, it's actually interesting finally getting an up day, not upgrade, for Microsoft today. I mean, that's an interesting number there for ChatGPT growing 10%. It seems like it's not growing that fast, but if it is, that's great. We talked about some of those numbers being a little fake for Gemini, the 750 monthly users, because there's some free trials going on right now in big time countries like India and whatnot that may not get extended throughout, but if they do, that's a huge number. And I think for Microsoft, that's a big number as well, growing that kind of rate. If they can figure out the ad tier thing with a ChatGPT, I know that's going to be an OpenAI, but I think that's going to be working out for Microsoft. I see how you use it. There was actually a commercial yesterday that had the guy using Copilot, and he was using it to draft players, and it was like it was asking ChatGPT, sort the draft class by this, and then by that, and then by this, and then by that, and it was asking it all these questions, and eventually it kicked out a player for them to choose. So I feel like there's going to be some kind of a use case here for Microsoft, and the fact that it's been beat up this far seems like it's going to be a buy. I'm not trying to buy many tech names, man. I mean, as Sharif had mentioned there's many names that have been hitting 52-week highs, and often we look to pick up names that have been beat up so badly instead of looking at names, that maybe are in a space. FedEx was a good one to buy down when it was beat up. Same was Procter. I mean, Procter & Gamble didn't even have a great report. It went down there. This is on their report, and then it's been straight up for like a month straight. And then J&J is another name where I think you can buy strength that just continues to blast to the high side here instead of trying to pick up some value. J&J is a great name for value and, going like this as opposed to Microsoft that's going like that. So, some big time names to be had. And Microsoft eventually, it's in everybody's portfolio at some point anyways, right? A third of the S&P 500 is still the Mag 7. So we'll have to wait to see if Microsoft can get off the mat here. But I don't know, I feel like it's going to be a tough year for all the Mag 7 names, to be honest with you. There's just a lot of other opportunities to invest, and I really like Google better than this. So for me, Microsoft's kind of on the back burner for myself as an investment right now. Although I still own, not buying more.
Yeah, it'll have to. It's doing something pretty distinct. So I think at least from a trade aspect, I think there's a trade coming up here on Microsoft. If the bottom's right here and it never sees underneath 400 again, it might have been a missed opportunity. But when you go way back on Microsoft and see how much respect the stock has had for the 50, anytime it's gotten close to the 50 period on the monthly chart, like it'll just kind of hover. There might be little wicks that just immediately get bought up. So we're in the midst of a month, which is challenging testing down, like another break of that 400 level, and you would get that wick test of the 200 period moving average, 50 period moving average on the monthly. And I think that's where we close this month, and as long as you don't break it, this is the challenge month, and you get like a trade off of this level for Softy. So it's still early, like whatever, we're February 9th in here, so you can't pull up a monthly chart and then say, oh, it's bouncing off of this. Well, you have 3 weeks, and a lot can happen in 3 weeks, and if you don't close holding that 50-period moving average, it's obviously going to be the opposite in terms of momentum here for Softy. So there is like a bounce area, which historically has been very good when you do look at the chart here for Microsoft. And I know a lot of people are looking at these beleaguered names, but it's like we were just saying, if you're looking for opportunity, like intuitively when everything looks doom and gloom and the SPY is this close to the high and the Dow is making a high, there are all kinds of kernels of strength out there, and they just might be in other places, right? And we talked about, like, look at how strong FedEx has been. Like, Sharif brought this one and I was like, I hadn't looked at that chart in a week or two. Well, look at the last week on FedEx, and then look at the last couple of months. This is a ton of strength. So there's a lot of strengths elsewhere. It doesn't mean you can't find some dip buys. Just find some good levels, or maybe wait for things to become a little bit cheaper. But there's plenty running in this here market. And I'm glad Sharif pointed this one out to me, because I had noticed how strong FedEx was, and it could be making another breakout after a little bit of consolidation to end last week. So we'll see. It doesn't have a catalyst to particularly make it go today, but nice little consolidative end to the week for this stock, which has been a rocket ship. Yeah, FedEx transports have been crazy hot. That's been a great sector. Buy that 6 months ago. Now might be a little late. We should have Michael Noss coming through today. It should be exciting there. See what he has to say, talking about, last week he was talking about the RSP, of course, and so we're talking about some of the different opportunities that are going to be available. We've got Joe here with upgrades and downgrades soon, options plays as well. And then, as you mentioned, Peter Schiff coming during the midday. I believe it's around noonish. What topic do you think he wants to discuss?
Yeah, something about probably monetary policy, something like that, and maybe the Super Bowl. I don't know what he's going to talk about there. He was probably
if some bling.
Yeah, he was like, if any of the teams were wearing gold, I don't know, maybe he would have been all over that. But welcome to the new member here, Paul. How
do you say
Paul Wells? Paul Wells. Thank you so much. Becoming a member gets you access to Sharif's Morning Note, which today is huge. I was going, look, I'm all the way at the end here, trying to check out some SoFi action here. This is 15 pages of nothing but notes here today. Meta, Microsoft, any top Novo Nordisk, we talked about that earlier there. There's the copycat pill. If you're wondering why some of these stocks are moving around, hims and hers, Novo Nordisk today, grab the morning note with Sharif. And we want to thank, last week we got a bunch of new members. We want to thank all of you. Make sure you go check it out. Let us know in the chat if you like it. For $5 a month, I don't think you can go wrong there at all. Neither can you go wrong with Joe and his options plays. Let's go have a quick look at them.
All right, guys, happy Monday. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Yes, the market was going on a little bit of a rally on a Friday. Sharif, I mentioned that a little bit before, didn't I? But hey, let's get into some of this options activity, guys, and see what we got going on in the world of derivatives. We're going to take a look at MicroStrategy here, or strategy, I guess I should say, and that's going to be at that $135 mark. It climbed higher in the pre-market, and it touched around roughly a high of around $137. So let's get involved here and see what we got going on from an open interest and a volume standpoint. We're going to be sitting around 17,600 contracts that are going to be expiring this Friday. Also, volume sitting around 16,200. Once again, sitting at that $135 mark. Now, as for the bid and the ask, guys, we're sitting at $25. That's not horrible, but I expect that to tighten up here within the intraday session. Now, looking at the 52 delta, considering it was out the money at the close, climbed in the money after the close, very interesting stuff with your gamma exposure relatively light. But you know that your at the money IV is going to be slightly increased. But we'll look at it from a broader perspective. Considering we had those aggressive selling days, you're starting to see some cooling in that. And when you typically go to have a nice strong rally like we experienced, that volatility is most definitely going to cool down. Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at Walmart. We mentioned that it hit the $1 trillion club before. But once again, hitting an additional all-time high, we're going to take a look at that $130 mark on WMT. Open interest sitting around 7,870 with volume around 1,220 and 10. Sorry, but we're sitting at approximately a $20 spread. That's definitely going to tighten up after the open, if not, understandably so, because it's not the most liquid of contracts. Once again, expiring 2 weeks from now, sitting at a 57 delta, guys, with your gamma exposure starting to slowly increase as you get closer to ITM. Now, as for the at the money IV, 38.3%, nothing substantial considering we've had some big time up moves throughout the past couple of sessions and last week. So an increase there, but I don't think it's anything to be worried about. And you might see somewhat of a pullback in this name considering the trajectory that has been currently on. Now, taking a step back here, guys, I just want to pull this up here. We're going to take a look at the 4-hour chart on MSTR. This is going to be this Friday's expiration cycle. And Jose and I were just talking briefly over the weekend, and I said, you know what? I was talking with someone a while ago who actually sells options and works for a fund. And I'm like, hey, man, what is there to do with it? And he's like, yeah, all I strictly do is essentially sell and write options. So 84% of of this contract has lost its value in the span of a month, a little bit less. So that is interesting. And once the volume really kicks in, this contract will never recover to its previous all-time high. So that's an 84% decrease in a contract that expires this Friday within a month. So you can capture theta decay and volatility decay within these underlyings. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yes, we shall. And 78 million more in Bitcoin bought by our good friend,
Oh, really?
Mr. Sailor.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
78 million more. Okay.
Dollars worth of it.
Small
amount.
drop.
Small drop in the bucket. It was, but the recovery,
100 Bitcoin.
the recovery in MSTR is intense. If you saw on Friday, well, okay, fine. It was intense on Friday on the daily chart, on the chart, but obviously on the daily chart, it's not going to look that crazy. But what's interesting to me is that usually when you get like a relief rally in something that has been that bad, like you would expect, if we've been down for a bajillion days in a row, and there's a few up days sprinkled in, but we had an entire week down after consolidating an MSTR. If you look at how distinct this trend has been, if there's some relief rally, you'd expect to see at least a multiple days of strength. I didn't like what I saw over the weekend for Bitcoin. Like it just, like when we looked at the move down to 60K, the level before support around that 70 area where it kind of accelerated down, that just turned into like a chop fest. And it was like, oh, we're over, we're holding, and then no, we're not. And then we're over and we're holding, and then no, we're not. Like we were holding support for a good portion of the day on Sunday, and then we just lose it. So I'm not a fan at all of the price action on Bitcoin. As much as I look to the left and to the right and see some solid bounce plays here and there, and you mentioned Oracle's a good example, and there's a few chip names, not named Micron, that has bad news that are looking a little better. The Nasdaq's trying to go green. Bitcoin doesn't feel like it's at that spot so far. So if you're looking at MSTR, it's hard to feel continuation for MSTR when we spent the weekend not really catching that bid that you were expecting. There was no weekend buy. There was also no weekend dump off either. So I guess that's a good sign. So I'd be a little bit skittish that this weakness is done specifically for crypto. You didn't get the signs that you wanted over the weekend.
Yeah, this is Thursday here for MSTR, right? Like we opened at 121, we closed at 104. Then Thursday night, I was like, if there's going to be a rebound in Bitcoin, definitely want to look at MSTR for that extended gain. And then people just piled into MSTR all day on Friday. So I really like MicroStrategy down here, to be honest with you. Like if you like Bitcoin, this guy's buying more. He's doing the diamond hand work for you here. I don't know if my thing is, no, it's not open. My stream deck, let me get it open for you here. I don't know if we have the Stone Cold 3. There it is, okay. Joe's stream deck is always working, but there he goes, it's over with. Now we'll just go diamond hands. Because yeah, Michael Saylor, I guess, buying more here. So I think, you gotta appreciate the strategy with strategy, but you still gotta watch out for the falling knife, which has been Bitcoin, as Neil said. It hasn't really got off the mat yet. It is obviously a nice bounce back from 60 to 70. Would have liked to see more continuation there today, but I think MSTR is still the one to look for. And any dips into here, man, 120 to 121. I think this is worth a look. That's where sort of that get up spot there from Friday. It's probably about 66,000 or so. So if Bitcoin does get back into the downside here, why not try to buy a little bit of MSTR if you're a Bitcoin bull? It trades perfect. If the market's going to bounce back, like if Bitcoin gets back to 80,000, why sit in Bitcoin? Honestly, just sit in MS. If you think Bitcoin's going back up, sit in MSTR. The amount of money that you'll make on MSTR is ridiculous as opposed to what you'll make in Bitcoin. So reward yourself. If you're a Bitcoin bull, I just don't see why not to buy this. If you're a bull, that's it. So I'm almost thinking about.
Well, one reason is it hasn't always had the up moves that Bitcoin has had. So it has in the past had stretches where it will not appreciate as much as Bitcoin is. I'm not saying it won't now. Wipeout bottoms tend to be different, but sometimes that has actually been the case.
But it must grow that must be sometimes, but I think historically, MSTR, like if you're expecting a 20% move up in Bitcoin, which I think a lot of traders are, you're gonna get way more than 20% in MSTR. At this point. So this is what I'm saying. I think it's a short-term play. You want to buy some MSTR right here. Bitcoin jumps 20%, man. I don't know how far this thing's going to go, but it's going to go a hell of a lot more than that. So just make sure that you guys, follow those kind of things. Different than like a Mara or Hut 8 or somebody that's mining. These guys are physically just holding Bitcoin. So you got to be careful with that. Or even a Robinhood continues to get, hit. And If you like the space, I don't know if Robinhood would be a sort of good one-to-one there with crypto, but again, you're gaining a lot of traction if Bitcoin gets back upside, man. Robinhood's going to go, MSTR is going to go. All these things are trying to go. Yeah, BITI, 200, 300, 400 times the moves there. There's so many different ways to play this, but yeah, pure play would be IBIT, and so if you're looking for some crypto exposure, grab IBIT or grab the coin itself and trade off exchange. Coinbase had a pretty good, I have Coinbase written down today as a sell if we do break 161, so that's going to be on the stick. Coinbase had a pretty good commercial yesterday as well, so maybe there's something going on there. Watch out for Coinbase today and MSTR. They're all on watch with this kind of a day here today. All right, Michael is ready.
He's locked and loaded.
He's locked and loaded. Let's go find out if he watched the Super Bowl and how many charts he looked at this weekend. It's the Big Desk with Michael Noss.
I was just checking here. Coin coming up Thursday as well after the close for earnings. So if you in the crypto space going to report this week. Yeah, let's bring in Michael Noss. We'll have a conversation a little bit on something we've talked about in depth in the past. Mr. Noss, happy Monday, by the way. When it comes to seasonality and specifically the election cycle that we're in right now, and how, I mean, we talked about this going back to the beginning of January and the beginning of the year. This type of, or this portion of seasonality that we're in right now typically tends to be a little bit choppy and sideways, but here we are back at all-time highs once again. What say you?
Well, and it's two reasons I wanted to recover this today. One is I got a question from a viewer, and I love those. And then the other is just how well things have been tracking. So the first couple slides I have are just what we talked about. Again, it was either end of last year or very early this year. And this is, again, not huge seasonality person, but elections and taxes, anything around those make perfect sense to me. So I like to follow them. And what I brought was this very chart right here. So, it ended at the end of 2025. Again, we're focusing on the black line. The red line was the market last year. And just note, we will always be more volatile than the black line because the black line's an average. It's an average of the last 126 years of what happens to the market over this election cycle. So the first 2 years are the election year, and then you have the kind of honeymoon period, they say, the next year after, which is 2025. Then we have the midterm year, and that's what we're in right now. And then the following kind of quartile there is just what happens after, which is normally pretty bullish. But again, most years are normally pretty bullish. But just what really stands out is this midterm year and how kind of choppy and volatile it is. And then it's funny because the next chart is, I was joking with myself, this was what I drew earlier in the year and just kind of, hand drew, this is what I think based off the seasonality it could happen. And then the next chart is what's happening so far, which is following pretty closely, right? We are back at near all-time highs, and we talked about this last week, so I won't go over it again. But if you're following anything but the S&P 500 and the Qs, we're at all-time highs. The RSP, the average large cap stock, rocketed yesterday, broke out to new all-time highs, just soaring. So the average large cap stock's doing just fine. But the question and what I wanted to look at was a more zoomed in look at potentially what this year could look at, because 126 years of data, that's a lot of data. There's a lot of things that kind of say we might be headed for a new all-time high real soon, but it's not an all-time high that I'm potentially going to chase like I did in 2024 and 2025. It's going to be potentially a different one here. So the next chart is just a zoomed in version of kind of what we see, right? Going all the way back to this one's particularly 1950 and potentially what we're going to see. And we see late January, early February, so that far left-hand side of the screen, generally a little bit of a pullback and a chop around, not a huge pullback, right? The boxes are percentage range, so it's usually like a 2 to 3%, I believe, pullback, if that. Then end of February, which we're nearing, into March, generally a pretty decent move higher. And this might be because of tax reasons or whatever it usually ends up happening. And then we start to see the sell right back down, right? We only get about 2% higher on the year. And then generally we start to see the sell back down. Now, again, I want to reiterate, actual reality is always going to be more volatile than the average. It's the way it works. If you're averaging something out, think of a moving average on a chart. It's always going to be, just by math, less volatile than the actual price action. It's like the whole thing of the average person has 1.9 arms, because there's never anyone with more than 2 arms, but there's people with less. So you're never the average. So I just want to say that, right? So we could break out much higher. We could, break down much lower. But historically, this March, April, May push ends up being one that gets us to new highs. And we're starting to potentially see that. So we could have a nice little breakout of this base that I was showing in the SP 500. Again, followed by a little bit of a pullback. And I don't think it's too crazy that pullback goes all the way into October, because that's probably when people are starting to get some sort of feel about what the election's going to happen. And then into the end of the year, October, November, December, those are really strong months. So the next chart, just quickly, I just wanted to show, it kind of looks like that other chart. So this is a year-to-date line chart of the S&P 500. We had that, January, February weakness, and now it looks like we're potentially pushing back out. So just to, the last chart is just that prior chart again, just to remind people, that kind of looks, again, not exactly more volatile, what we saw here. That early weakness that might be resolving into later strength, pushing us up into potentially new highs. And then for me, I'm just looking at that and saying, well, at least historically, those new highs didn't create this very long sustained trend the way they do it near the end of the year. So I need to keep in mind when I'm buying stocks that are moving higher that this potentially could happen. I could have this time frame of if I start to see weakness in April and May, probably time to take some more off the table, spend some time in cash doing some more day trading or short-term trading, and then wait until this volatility clears itself, and then off until the end of the year. So just a more zoomed-in version of what the seasonality is going to expect. It's not going to be exactly that, but it could be close.
Yeah, so we're not saying, sit on your hands, do nothing for, the next 6 months, and then come back in October and see what's, setting up nicely. We're just saying this is what, on average, in this year of a 4-year election cycle typically happens. And as you said, and very worth pointing out, I think, what in reality takes place is never going to be the same as the average or as calm as the average. It'll always be far more volatile. To that point, I think it's also worth noting, if somebody's looking at whatever, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, the same could be said on an individual stock basis compared to the average, which is the index.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a really important note is that if you are having a choppy index average, it generally doesn't mean that every stock and every sector in the market is also being choppy with the average. Actually, quite the opposite. And that's what we're seeing right now is that the averages, the Qs and the SPY, haven't gone anywhere in months and are experiencing this choppy behavior. But you're seeing, industrials making new all-time highs. And this is what I brought on Friday is that industrials were soaring and the average large cap stock is doing great. And there's some sectors like software that are just getting killed. So if you have some sectors pulling us up and other sectors pulling us down, that's what creates a choppy average. So it becomes, and it's kind of a lame saying, I guess, but it becomes a stock picker's market, I think, in this particular time when the market is choppy, because I think what's happening under the hood is people are going to be looking at what they think the future of the political landscape in the States is, and then trying to make bets on what sectors are going to be favored and what sectors are going to be out of favor or under pressure based off of what's going to happen there. So that just creates, for us, all we care about is trends. So, you're going to see trends up in certain sectors and down in other sectors. But if you look at the average, again, the average is going to be much choppier than the two. So might be a time to ignore the S&P 500 a little bit more and focus just a little bit more on stocks making all new highs and stocks making new lows.
It'd be interesting to also zoom out a little bit to years specifically in which the rest of the world is outperforming U.S. stocks. Haven't had that for a long, long, long time. So does this exact format, does this exact model carry out on years where we still see the rest of the world doing a little bit better? Yeah, fascinating stuff. Great stuff. Michael Noss, we'll see you again.
Awesome. I'll take a look at that and I'll bring it to you Friday.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, fantastic stuff as always by Mr. Michael Noss and Brendo. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to start some things off with the downgrade side. We're going to go with Li Auto at the top of the list here, guys. JP Morgan lowering that price target to $14 and going from a neutral to an underweight. And then we also have Marathon Digital, an $8 price target here, guys, initiating a sell rating by Morgan Stanley. Once again, you're down 2.9% here this morning. Hims and Hers just getting beaten to a pulp at this point, guys. $26 to $21 and an underperform by Bank of America. And then we have a Zillow Group as well, too, by Keefe & Wood, getting that price target lowered from $80 to $65. But Hims and Hers not looking good whatsoever this morning, guys, down 21.3%. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. At the top of the list, we have Robinhood, guys, going from a peer perform to an outperform with a price target of $125 by Wolf Research. And then we have Oracle also getting the nod as well, too, by D.A. Davidson going from a neutral to a buy with a price target of around $180. You're up 2.85% here this morning. And then SoFi also getting the nod, guys. Market perform to market outperform. So you're getting that price target raised to $30. Once again, 2.9% by Citizens there. And then Stellantis also getting the nod, guys. You're up 1.5% this morning, going from an underperform to a peer performed by Wolf Research, and once again up 1.5%.
So we're literally hearing right now, and thank you, Joe, a note on HIMS.
Yeah.
Looks like HIMS saying they're going to continue to fight to provide alternatives and options for the consumer. Obviously, the headline here last week, they launched their Wegovy copy, knockoff, whatever word, option, whatever word you want to use at a much cheaper price point. There was a brief spike. There's a lawsuit from Novo ensues. They decide to pull it, and now they're 21% to the downside. But what's interesting about this is even when they were getting the pop on the news last week, HIMS was getting sold. Like it was 2 days in a row where we were sitting here in the morning right around 8:30. And actually, it was the open the day before, but it was actually at 8:30 when we got that huge spike all the way up to $30. Spent the entire day not just selling off, but then going red, and then still holding underneath some of those levels on Friday. So to say they've been beaten up goes without saying here. But to their point, they're fighting this and looking like they don't want it to be completely over, but that's to be expected. Still, not going to be looking that constructive. It's underneath the VWAP here. That's going to be the first place to look. I mean, when you sit down and the stock is closer to that 19 area, that seems realistic, things like the pre-market high, but now really just have to look at VWAP in the last consolidation and maybe even 18.5 for fade on HIMS today. But, response, the story's not done by a long stretch of the imagination, even if the stock on the chart does look like it.
Yeah, I was looking at, I really like the upgrade there in Oracle. We sort of talked about that a little bit here as D.A. Davidson just upgrading the stock to a 180 price target. So that's still not like huge move back, but I think you want to respect about a 20% move back to the upside there. And just saying that the AI sort of blown up build out here is a little overblown. They secured financing last week, Oracle did. So potentially here, overly discounted this OpenAI relationship. And if Oracle can get the data centers built and, sort of fulfill their requirement, then yeah, OpenAI has got to run somewhere. Remember Oracle and TikTok, like there is some data use here for everything that they're building out. So this is a core software and cloud upside play as well for Oracle. So let's not forget that they were sort of a real big darling here early on. After that tariff move, we went from that 110 area all the way to 350. So it went 3x. Up to the upside. So yeah, obviously there is going to have to be a little bit of a move to the downside once people start feeling some kind of ways about, the AI bubble. And this was one of the prime examples of something up there that got a little bubblicious on remaining performance obligations. So we're hearing a lot of companies talk like that. So if you're going to hit Oracle, you're going to have to hit the others. And I just like the fact that Oracle is starting to be upgraded now off of a decent key level here. So I want to be looking long at some point here today. Although I'm trying to look short on the market, I have a feeling of maybe more bearishness today than bullishness. So I'm not looking long early on Oracle, but if we can fall back into this 146 to 147 area, I think that's going to be a decent long there. So I really do like that upgrade on Oracle here today. Really flatlined on Friday, broke through, and now today you're hovering near the high side. So let's see if we get some support, sort of where we did earlier on the pre-market here around 146 to 147. So yeah, I really like the Oracle play. This is on our watch list today, so it's going to be a top name. You can get our watch list right here at Trader TV Live. Go in to get the link in description. It's fantastic. Emailed right into your inbox every single day. So go grab that and enjoy the watch list brought to you by Trader TV Live as Bitcoin's still hovering around that 69,000. So thanks, Michael. Thanks, Joe, with those options and whatnot. But I'm so excited for Peter Schiff to come around noon.
Yeah.
I think that should be a really fun, exciting thing to listen to. I think I'll probably be at the gym, but I'm going to have it on YouTube, watching it there on YouTube. as we, I don't know, maybe we'll go.
For us, you can go for a walk.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. Listen to it all.
It's too cold. I do walks.
It's very, very
When it's
cold.
nicer out, I'll go for a walk in the middle of the
Though
day.
I think
but
it's supposed to be getting a
is it
lot
getting
better.
better?
Yes, a lot.
It was like
better.
minus 20 something this morning.
No, it still is. It's right now. It feels right now. It's minus 19 right here, but we're supposed to be getting tomorrow minus 9 with 0. Yeah, and then it goes minus 5. So we're getting back there out of this. If you guys are part of the Northeast, you would definitely understand.
Yeah, you guys know
what's going on here right now, and minus 19 Celsius, which is quite extreme. There, it's been a pretty prolonged bit of coldness.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It feels pretty good though. We don't have too much snow as of now. Lots of snow outside, but it's sort of calmed down the last couple of weeks, thankfully. Give the city workers and everything an ability to clear that snow. It's been wild.
Like they're clearing it in New York.
Do they have problems in New York with the snow? Do they? Oh yeah.
I think the stuff that you see online is suggested it's not just the.
I don't know where you put it all.
Not just the snow. There's like garbage piling up.
Oh, I bet.
Collected as well.
I bet.
No, what we do here, if you guys have seen the videos,
I mean, there's cycling's at the side of my house.
They don't play around in like Montreal. Like
no?
We're pretty good here too, but like Montreal, they're really good at like
get it done quick.
Just getting the snow and getting it out, and it's out on trucks, and they're removing it. But and ultimately, it doesn't really affect.
If your car breaks down, you die. That's funny. It's all
What?
pipes. No, just saying, like, if you're stuck somewhere and your car breaks down, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a cold one.
I mean, you're not gonna.
But hopefully, you're not like in the middle of nowhere.
No, we're not in Siberia.
Yeah. And if you are, just open up your Apple phone, as Sharif was mentioning there. Even my kid right now, he's hitting the satellite feeds on his phone. He's just like, he's doing it with his iPhone 14. He's like, Dad, look, I have a satellite option now. I'm like, well, I think that's just for emergencies. I don't know if you can actually call out on those things.
Worst case scenarios.
Oh, you can now, yeah. So because he was at the snowboarding, and he was talking about that. So he was talking about getting satellite connections. So I don't know. Anyways. All right, man, 69,000 Bitcoin, oil moving around, silver, gold. Peter Schiff coming at noon, the US dollar moving around. You guys mentioned the Japanese yen there as they had the election over the weekend. And I think it probably went as expected, but maybe not as dominating there by a majority vote there. So
it wasn't as big.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to go back over the desk, figure out what they're talking about.
A couple things. This one, first off, you mentioned FedEx. And I hadn't zoomed out on this thing for quite some time, and wow, what a monster. Back to all-time highs on a weekly chart. That's a weekly chart right now of FTX. A couple of notes on this one this morning, and also a new purchase that they have made over in Europe.
Yeah, this is interesting. I didn't peg this one for such a move like that. I was looking at it, I told Neo, I'm like, have a look at the weekly, and that was one good-looking weekly candle. Let's talk about this. So a consortium led by private equity firm Advent, as well as FedEx, they've agreed to acquire parcel locker operator InPost for more than $9 billion. The deal values InPost at about 7.8 billion euros. It represents about a 50% premium to where they closed out on Friday. They are listed primarily in Amsterdam. InPost is what I'm talking about. They operate in they have about 61,000 automated parcel lockers across Europe. The locker model is kind of marketed as a cheaper, kind of final mile destination sort of thing for delivery. So, obviously margin's an issue here with FTX. So that's what they're looking at doing something like this. They've expanded rapidly, both organically and through acquisitions. I'm talking about InPost. And FedEx is going to hold 37%, Brendo, as well as Advent. The CEO of InPost, he's going to hold about 16%. Then there's a different Czech investor called PPF. They're going to hold on to 10. They're the main investor right now in InPost. So let's see how this does. They're not going to integrate operations, but they will use that last little
the physical
for the locker.
I 100% am all about this. If this completely eliminates trying to physically chase running down the street after FedEx trucks because they just refuse to even
I feel like
stop
there's a story
on
there, Brendo.
Oh my God, there's so many stories. It's so bad. If you live in a condo in the city, it's a daily occurrence. You get you either get the sticker on the door that said "We tried, sorry," or they don't even do that. They just they drive by and say "Oops." I'm just reading this Workday note as well. Workday, W-Day, not really moving on this, but I mean, this thing needs some sort of positive catalyst here. Workday saying co-founder Basuri is returning as CEO effective immediately, replacing the current CEO. So new CEO just announced here for Day, guys.
And you noticed it?
No, I was just telling Sean, like there was one day, it was a U.S. holiday, so I'm home. Obviously, the expectation is maybe there'd be no one home, and they come to the door. So I kind of hear, and then there wasn't a knock. I'm like, oh, I thought I heard like something pulling up, whatever. So I'm like, it must have just not been me. I'm like, let me just go down and check. And dude, like the sticker was there, and they were already leaving. And I'm like, you didn't even try. Like, I'm home.
That's why I need a dog.
I didn't even get here in time.
My dog. Anybody comes within like
ah.
meters of the house, and she's just like,
As it should.
like, oh, someone's delivering something. Whereby I have to select now Amazon not to deliver before 4 a.m. Amazon they'll deliver in my neighborhood. Yeah. So like if I ordered something now, they'll be like, deliver it tomorrow. It's like, do you want it before 4 a.m. or after 4? I'm like, before 4 a.m. Like, I'll take it after 7, man. Let me wake up so my dog's not barking at the guy walking up and down the stairs. But,
plus, like the package would just be frozen overnight, like which is depending on what you get.
But
FedEx, we're talking about how strong in certain sectors of the market are, and things making 52-week highs and all of that, or all-time highs, and lots of things doing so. FedEx is. It's not a huge divvy, but you're still getting 1.5% there. You're also going to get, a sub. You're not going to. It's not a ridiculously good P. Like I think it's only like 17 or something. Like you're not sitting there at like 10 or 11 ultimately. But they've distinguished themselves. And what's crazy is how. And obviously, when you watch the show, we're going to be looking at things that you're going to that you're going to trade and you're going to move on that day. So I get it. Most days, you're not thinking about FedEx in that realm. That being said, it has put in a couple of sessions where right away, off the open, it does like these breakouts, and then that's your trade. So it's like these little consolidative areas. When it gets in a bit of a consolidative phase and it's an upward trend, you get a few of those in a row, 2 or 3, and then you get these breakouts. So it's done the whole consolidation a couple times here. And when that happens, you can find some breakout trades along the way. So it's not always about, and we've moved to looking at things like silver, which we don't always, or some of the memory names, which we don't usually look. But yes, certainly FedEx deserves to be on some radars here, whether you like how they deliver or not. That's a different story.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, whether or not you like Jim Cramer or not, man, this guy all summer, when I was listening to him, and I never got into it because I was like, I didn't really believe in it, but he was talking about FedEx and how it's been beat up and how there's a great, this was a great opportunity there on FedEx. So I know there's a lot of people that, won't follow him or inverse Cramer these, because this is just a huge move right here, breaking from 250. And this is a Cramer play, man. I'm going to give it to him when it's necessary. Broke through that 250 right there, and it's just upside since. So, shout out to all of that. I'm not in it, but that was just another sort of a look there on a beat up stock. Was also all over Procter & Gamble and J&J, which is why we're talking about that. You can also look at UPS. If you're looking for one that's maybe not as, egregiously pumping to the upside, this one is obviously doing the same thing, but just to get a different name under your portfolio, maybe UPS still has a little bit of room to grow to the upside. But I'm not in this space, so I don't know enough about one versus the other. But yeah, the shippers continue to be, really appreciating on some of the. We saw Walmart last week. We've seen Target's taken off too. The Target's become a beast too. Walmart hitting the 1 trillion, Target going back up to the upside, Costco continued going higher there as well over the last couple of weeks. So a lot of the retail space continues to get bumped up, and there's a lot of consumers that continue to use the shipping option and don't want to go out of their houses, and don't blame them, especially with this kind of a weather situation either. And then just everything, just the hangover from COVID. A lot of people are still using that, sit at home and buy everything and get it all delivered. So, that's gonna need some delivery services logistically. And I like FedEx, man. I like UPS. I like all those names. So I just think they're a little bit too hot. Might want to slow down a bit. Let's figure out what's going on here with Costco, with FedEx, and with UPS, all the retail space, a big one. Did AEO, that bet was settled, wasn't it? because it got over 26. Yeah, like, so yeah, Sharif already won that bet, I think, right? For that one, because I know it had a huge run up. It's not about the bet. I just wanted to see what was going on here with some of these names. Trying to hold out as well. AEO, ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch, another name that's starting to go. We saw Lululemon make a huge move up. We got out of a little bit. Now it's all the way back down again. So I don't know, but here's ANF. Also making the move lower here as we've come back in on some of the retail. The retail is a big space yet still to report. So we're going to see a lot of these names coming through over the next couple of weeks. So Macy's, another name for a real estate piece as well, possibly moving to the high side here. Gap. So many names to look at as we head into retail earnings. I mean, they're sort of the next round to come through here. Not this week. I think it's next week.
Yeah, next week should have dropped next week.
But anyways, okay. Yeah, that's it. We're going to go through the rundown very, very soon. The market seems to be a little flat here off the open, if anything, coming back in just a bit, but not doing too much. We had a nice little bump up. Now we're trying to hover around this 25,000 mark, which is all the way down here. We'll see if we can breach 25,000. I do have it written on my note today for the TQQ trade, so we'll see if we can get going on that a little
Did you
early.
just see this headline? Is that what you say to AEO?
AEO? No, I didn't. I was only talking about it because of all the shippers and all the retail. What was it?
No, there's literally a headline just hit NYSE content update, American Eagle Outfitters and Sydney Sweeney to ring the opening bell.
She has a lingerie.
But that literally just hit the wire.
Though? I don't know what day is it today.
It hit it 1 minute ago. that hit the wire just now. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if it says, is that
That's
today
nice.
they're ringing the bell? I don't know.
Anyway, Sydney Sweeney's obviously gave them a little bit of a boost. There is also a new lingerie, or I think it's lingerie line. I think sleepwear. I don't know. Sydney Sweeney. So I don't know if that is in deal with AEO or not. Maybe it is. That would make some sense. Okay, let's go back over the desk. Do you know if that's true, Sharif? Because I know she's releasing. I know you're a fan. If she's releasing, there's a new collab or something, or you're releasing her own line.
Yes.
Because she got in trouble hanging everything over the Hollywood sign, apparently last week.
She's got her own brand new. Can you take a guess what, Brendo? Lingerie line.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right down
Obviously.
Sydney Sweeney's alley. It's all over her Instagram account. Just saying.
I have so many comments. I was telling you I watched that movie Housemaid.
Good movie, though.
It was a good movie.
Can I say one thing?
It was well written, I'll say.
What's wrong with Joe over there?
Joe, have you seen Housemaid? It's a good movie.
The book is better, eh?
Is Sydney Sweeney in the book? Who cares about the book?
We're having a good time.
All right. Tesla, just real quick here. On the way back down, it did pop up there a little bit, back about 412. There's a story this morning on the solar business for Tesla. It did try to bounce there a little bit into the weekend, but another one that has a long way to go if it wants to.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and we saw this with their earnings report, Brendo. Remember, their energy segment is like one of the fastest growing ones. It's not the most profitable, obviously. We're talking about battery packs, solar, etc. A lot was made this weekend by YouTube review artists, let's just call them that, about kind of the feasibility of SpaceX putting some of these data centers in space, at least in the next 2 to 3 year window. They're saying, yeah, they were in China apparently looking at solar panels with a lot of these large-scale solar panel producers in China, which is not a good look if you're definitely looking to kind of Americanize your supply chain. Right. But it shows you how really, intently he is looking at this kind of thing.
Is it the panels? Set that aside. I mean, he's talked about the storage aspect of this, and I mean, from what I've read, as far as the Tesla roof is concerned, the major cost is not necessarily the panels, it's the storage unit to keep the power, once not only you've powered your home, but the extra somewhere. And that's where the actual, major cost comes.
And there was some people speculating, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of these Chinese phone makers, like your Honor, Oppo, Huawei, except Samsung, in the Android side, I know they're not Chinese, they're using silicon, what was it
I was
called?
reading that, yeah.
Silicon,
a different type of
carbon.
it's a different type of battery
Yeah, so
material.
I forget the name of it specifically, but it carries a lot more energy than your normal lithium-ion batteries,
Yeah.
right? And so you're getting like 7,500 milliamp hours in the same size that iPhone is putting out 4,900 and 5,000. So I was doing a little digging, and looks like Tesla's investigating that as well, so they can carry more in their battery packs. However, there's an industry concern that says that they expand, Brendo, because a lot of the heat and cold has a lot of expansion and contraction, and so that some people are saying gets a little bit deformed, which is why you're not seeing the big names throw their hat into that ring.
Maybe at some point they venture down that road, but not yet. MKBHD had a great video on that, explaining that technology, if anybody wants to go check that out. Let's talk about the market here, and then we'll get into everything that's moving around this morning.
A marked recovery, guys, from where we closed out on Thursday. Friday's closing print, a lot closer to the high, 690.5. That's where we closed out. We're below it right now. In fact, we're below 690, 689.75. We're down 0.13, but it's still very, very early. So here's the deal. We're going to look to that Friday high, $692 on the SPY. If we get above that 692, we're definitely looking at that sell zone between 694 and 695. You can see we topped out there a few days last week. If we start selling off, Brendo, we're looking to that overnight low at around 688 as a first level of support.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, there it is. The watch list comes absolutely free every single morning right to your inbox. Link is below in the description. Top link, in fact, in the description will get you to the sign-up page. Lots to know this morning. I mean, keep in mind as well, it's going to be an interesting week on the economic side of things. We'll get that delayed non-farms payrolls number from Friday that we didn't get because of the kind of government shutdown, I guess. Coming up on Wednesday. So Wednesday morning, 8:30, we'll get non-farm payrolls, CPI this week as well. So lots to look forward to. Let's talk Bitcoin here. We are trying ever so slightly to hold on to some key levels here after a decent bounce into the weekend, but not much follow through here yet for BTC.
No, I was keeping an eye on it on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday to see, because we know it has outsized days on the weekend because the liquidity is a little bit weaker or a little bit less. And I think it got to 71 and change, guys, but really feeling like a bit of a top there, down below 70 here to start the morning. It's an interesting article on the morning note. It's basically talking about institutional skepticism in Bitcoin. They're saying, you know, a certain veteran Wall Street investor, he's arguing that Bitcoin continues to struggle, you know, the institutional allocators, because there's still that clear lack of absence of that durable investment narrative. He says, you know, large pools of capital still view Bitcoin as a speculative rather than core asset. And that makes it hard for these pension funds, these sovereign wealth funds, to really get into it as opposed to gold, which, you know, has a clear upside narrative. So, you know, if you're reporting back to your shareholders or your pension holders, in this case, Brendo, you got to be able to explain away your decision, and at the moment they can't.
And the volatility aspect still clearly in play as well. There was a period of time where people were saying, oh, the volatility's gone because of institutional involvement. Yeah, look at the chart. Not the case, guys. What do we do here?
Yeah, it's, you know, I'm going to still be bearish on it right now. It's ultimately a drop in the bucket bounce because you had that wipeout bottom in the 60K. But as long as we're sort of respecting the technicals here, the prior support has not been retested. That's just like a hair over the 70 level, like 74. So until we break that out, it's hard to look at this. And here's that 74, just looking at it on like a 1 hour chart. Like there was no threatening of that over the weekend. You got into the 71, just underneath 72 range. And then it was really about how we had support at 70,000 all day Sunday, and then we just sort of lost it very, very cleanly, no retesting, and we're just getting a lower high. So 74 resistance, lower high underneath that 72, then we lose the 70 level. That just tells me you're still in this, like, you can short the pops mode. And I think if we start closing above 74, then you get pretty excited that this dip has some legs to maybe retest some other highs. Otherwise, you know, it's a kind of like an improve it moment. And I felt the same way when we dipped into 80,000. I'm like, okay, prove it back above this trend line from 2023. And it just couldn't do it. Like you'd get up to the top and it would just sell off again when it got to the top resistance. So when when we lost 90,000, I felt the same way. It's just that was a trend line resistance. In this case, it's going to be this resistance at about 74,000. So short the pops, looking specifically at IBIT here, you've got the prior close area, which is like 39.7, and then of course like the $40 like even level. But I'm shorting pops into that going into Monday's session. And that's the good thing is, hey, you've made a bottom. I don't want to sound all doom and gloom. Like you did make a temporary bottom. It was a wipeout bottom on volume. So there's still a chance you could put in the higher low and maybe break out. I'm just not seeing it happen in the weekend and not seeing it happen today. But it certainly could later on. For today, still looking short.
Yeah, you're underneath this. This is a 5-minute chart. This is 200-period moving average. The trend has been very much to the downside. Obviously, we've been following this thing the whole time. We only broke above it once, and that was back on the 30th. And then, obviously on Friday we had a pretty epic play right there back to the upside, but we're unable to hold this 200-period moving average. So, obviously this is on IBIT. It's not on Bitcoin. So if you put a Bitcoin 200-period moving average on a 5-minute chart, it's a continuous trade, right? So IBIT doesn't necessarily have that strength to it. But if you're just going to look here and we'll zoom in just a little bit here, this is going to be an interesting level to break through, 3880. So, depending on what we're thinking here, I should have put this on the note. It's not on the sticky note today, but a breakdown right around this area, this pre-market level is fine. You got the VWAP underneath, that's 39.15, 39.50 up top. So you want to give this thing about $1 if it breaks lower, and I think that you could, retrace back into that 64, 65 area on IBIT, which gives you everything you need for this trade. So yeah, would like to see it kind of hang out and not make the move immediately, but I just do think that if we break below that, what did I say, 38.80 there, then thinking that, it's probably going to do that before the open happens. But there it is right here. There's the 200 period right here on the 5 minutes. So if we can break right around there, 38.80, 38.60, this level I think is a short. So let's wait to see if that hits. That's where we sort of got going there on Friday, leveled out and then ripped, and now you're back in. So let's see if we hold some of these levels. But I'm sort of with Neil here. I'm looking more short than long, unfortunately, on Bitcoin there today. We're about to get into our TQQs. I'm not going to do it in the pre-market, but this is about to break $50, which has been the level that I'm looking at there on the NASDAQ. I do have it all written right here. The sticky note is now out. SoFi, TQs, SLV, and Coinbase. Go find it right now. I'll put it in the chat, but up on Twitter. Go find the note. So we'll talk about that as we go. Next one on HIMS. Let's go find out the story over there with HIMS.
Yeah, still leaking to the downside here. Fresh lows right now for HIMS, 20 plus now for HIMS on the day. You made a good point. When it comes to what's actually happening here early on this morning from a trademark standpoint, I'm not too sure what they thought was going to happen.
I don't get it, Brendo. They're just really trying to test their luck. I was telling Brendo about a Canadian guy, his modus operandi was, I'm going to try to steal your drug, I'm going to copy it, put it into the market, and your job is to stop me in court. And that was his modus operandi. He made some money, he lost some money, but that's how he did business, Brendo. And it
ended up getting disappeared.
Yeah, he's no longer with us.
It's a side story, but
he's no longer with us anymore. Him and his wife. If you know, you know. All right, HIMS and hers scrap plans to sell the knockoff Wegovy pill after mounting pressure from U.S. regulators. We're talking about the FDA. We're talking about the Department of Justice. We're talking about civil suits from Novo Nordisk. It was priced quite aggressively at $49 a month, far below brand alternatives. Just by way of comparison, Wegovy was being sold, or semaglutide was being sold by Novo Nordisk, the oral version, at $150 a month. This was selling at $49, be it a one-off special, and then it would move up to $100. The decision came after the FDA signaled it would crack down on compound weight loss drugs that are not FDA approved, and regulators really want to emphasize that patient safety, drug efficacy, and misleading direct-to-consumer advertising is the reason they're being so difficult on this, and the regulatory stance effectively closes the loophole. So we'll have to see if they find a new one. They did successfully have a loophole exploitation earlier last year when there was a backlog of this drug. They couldn't put it to market, so there was a one-off exception that compounding pharmacies could put it together as long as there was a shortage. Shortage is no longer there, Brendo. They can't sell it.
I was just checking. From the high when they announced this, going back to Thursday last week, to where we are today, it's 40%.
Novo? Or
No,
HIMS?
HIMS, 40%. From that high that it made on the announcement to the low right now, guys. Just unreal for HIMS here.
Yeah, it's unreal, but it's happening, and it's now down 23%, making fresh lows. You got to go back to 2024 for the next significant level. In here in September is like 13 and change. That's a big, because you're blowing through all this support from the end of the year. So you're really just kind of left with this $13 level. I'm not saying it gets to 13 today. Like, that's insanely extreme. But if there's, and we're keep accelerating, like, and look at our rides away from VWAP. We were saying maybe 30 minutes ago, hey, look for like open pops in the VWAP in 18.5 for a continuation short. I'd still stick with that. The volatility is going to be here. It's obviously going to be SSR, so the short sell restriction, or say that and it gets misleading. The uptick rule is going to be in effect, so you can't hit the bid to go short unless the last tick was green and was an uptick. So that's going to be in effect. Sometimes you get these bounces off the open with that. So I would look for that 18.5 VWAP area for a fade on HIMS. And I think it looks like it's head toward 13. You keep your ears to the ground, obviously, in a situation like this. Throughout the week, they did come out with a response saying that they will continue to fight for the consumer to have options. What else are they going to say? They understand that a good portion of their business model is under threat, so they're going to have to come up with some kind of a fight. But right now, they're losing that fight. And the other aspect of this that I think can get lost is even when it seemed there was the chance that this was positive, the market was still selling it off on bumps. Like, it wasn't even lasting 30, 40 minutes at the open when it was spiking before the sell-off came in. So in that kind of an environment, it's hard to look bullish.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think this is just not looking great. I mean, someone said maybe they'll get delisted. I don't know about that, but we'll have to wait. I mean, and I know Brendan said like down 40%, and then she was like, what, Novo? I mean, this is part of the problem, is it's also happening in the space as well. Novo Nordisk, 65% down, $65, sorry, down to $45, and trying to find a base here as well. Maybe we did find one in and around this $45 mark for NVO. They're up 5% here as well today. So it kind of affects both of these names, Novo Nordisk and and HIMS. But Eli Lilly continues to be on a roller coaster over the last little while as well, trying now to get back up to all-time highs. So we made that move up, then we made that move back down, and now we're trying to regain some strength here. Eli Lilly, I'm really looking for this name to break through this 1120 mark. It's not going to happen today, I wouldn't imagine, but something to watch out for. Eli Lilly on strength in the GLP-1 space, especially with the pill form coming through. There was another commercial, I guess it was Wegovy, so I guess that's Novo Nordisk, but about the pill version again yesterday on the Super Bowl. So just looking to see if that continues to get a little bit higher here, as it's going to matter, the ability to produce as many of these pills as possible, all of the production, all the plants and everything. Eli Lilly should have a better cost basis on all of this. So this is what's exciting. And we do know that there's Trump RX. I mean, it's sort of inflating or deflating, some of the pricing here of the health insurers. So we'll see how that affects pill formation, not, the reception of various, prescriptions and whatnot for GLP-1s. So we're going to see what happens, but I like Eli Lilly in their pipeline. We've talked about XBI, IBB, some of those biotech ETFs. So Eli Lilly is something to look forward to trading if it breaks this 1120 marker. But yeah, HIMS doesn't seem like I just wait for areas to fade. I mean, whenever there's a gap, we always hear play to some sort of VWAP, and that's right now is at 1850. So a bump back there for HIMS at 1850. Let me try with 100 shares here. Free to short. So here at Real Trading, we can get them for free. So if you are going to look short for HIMS, make sure you double check your broker that they do have some shares for you before you try to get those shares short. Probably worth paying a few cents if you're looking to trade it. It's going to be a volatile one. 8 million shares on its way to 9 early. And because it's on New York, we can actually have a quick little look here at the imbalance locator and see if there's anything here on HIMS now early. So it's there right there for 600,000 shares to sell here. So Stellantis, we had that story last week and again here today as well. So HIMS with a quick little sell, pretty mixed buys and sells here today. Normally you'd see like a name like FedEx. There's Oracle with a bid down there as well. So Carnival with a sell. But yeah, Stellantis, Oracle was just on here, down here, and so is HIMS. So, GM with a little bit of a sell there as well. So, okay, let's go back over the desk and talk. There's Oracle. Oracle on an upgrade. Let's go talk about the story, and we'll see if we can hit it long today.
I was just reading this note on XAI here. We were touching on this going back to when that deal was announced, SpaceX and XAI combining. the information reporting XAI on its own burned $1 billion a month through last fall, according to the information. They just did a deal with Apollo, $3 billion funding deal with Apollo for chips.
And look, this is what I was reading as well, that it's such a competitive space, competing with Llama, you're competing obviously with Copilot, ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity. So you're having to spend up the wazoo.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be an unprofitable business for a little while. So that's why they teamed it with a profitable business. At least that's my understanding.
Let's see. Here's Oracle, meanwhile, this morning. That's 150, almost to the number at the top here this morning. We're coming back in a little bit, but nice upgrade here for Oracle.
Yeah, D.A. Davidson with the nod today for Oracle, upgrading them from a neutral to buy, but most importantly, guys, keeping that same $180 price target. The analyst there, Gil Luria, he believes the market has overpenalized Oracle due to the uncertainty around, we've talked about this, AI exposure. The call frames the current setup as a sentiment reset rather than a fundamental deterioration of their long-term positioning. He said, look, a revamped OpenAI is expected to reemerge after major challenges, for example, Google, and it's going to meet its major commitments, much of which is with OpenAI. He also noted that OpenAI has got about $40 billion in cash and could raise about $100 billion more. Again, that could go ahead and fund the big deal that they have with Oracle. The market is currently pricing, though, OpenAI's relationship as negative, which D.A. Davidson views as a mispricing by the market. And they also push back that Oracle's software business is kind of behind it. He says just based upon the current revenue that they're bringing in for their software business, that justifies the 18 times multiple. You'll have to kind of form your own opinions there. And the company carries, Brendo, $130 billion in debt and $248 billion in operating lease commitments. That is a heavy cross the
a bottoming tail here on the weekly chart from last week coming into play. But I mean, this 150 may be a very, very key level. It's a bit of a pivot if you go back far enough into the beginning of last year, really end of 2024, beginning of 2025. But I mean, if it's going to hold anywhere, guys, hopefully we get some sort of support coming into play here.
Yeah, like it's chart. I know you were looking at the weekly, but like I've been looking at the monthly, just like I was for Microsoft. And I think when you do that, you do see that the place that this has bounced time and time again on a monthly time basis has been that 50-period moving average. It's failed to break it. I mean, this goes as far back as 2010. So I mean, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty much good enough here for Oracle. But this is it's distinctly different from some of the other pullbacks that it's had in terms of scope. Like this is the first time it's pulled back more than 50%, I believe, from some of those highs in here. That said, you're going to close this month. It'll take a while to close this month, but I do like I'm looking at names like this or Softy at the end of this month, and it's like, okay, on the monthly chart, which one do I want to pick up? Oracle does fit firmly there. On the day trade, though, it's the 152 and the 156 that I kind of had my eyeballs on, because that was a big dump zone out there on Wednesday. And then we retested, and then support held clean at 152 the day before, and then held clean as resistance the day after. So I think that's going to be the big line to watch this week for a breakout trade, just on the shorter term. But that monthly chart starting to look pretty good for Oracle. At some point, you've just priced in all the OpenAI risk and the debt risk. And I'm not going to be sitting here saying that I know when that's fundamentally true, but that monthly chart I do like. So I think it's going to be a buy near toward the end of the month, so long as nothing disastrous happens.
Yeah, I still, even just for today, I mean, it's upgraded. But I'm looking short on the market, so I don't know exactly where we're going to be rolling through here. But 146 to 147 or so for an area. But this is coming in real quick, right? Like, this is something that we talked to. I didn't even write it on the note today, but yeah, I thought that this sort of AI build, I mean, I like the upgrade. It's nice to hear it. I don't necessarily want to buy a stock or sell a stock just because it's been upgraded or downgraded. I mean, we've seen the most ridiculous upgrades and downgrades come through. So that's not necessarily a thing. But this 147 has tried to hold. So I'd say you have to look for a 146 dip buy opportunity here for Oracle. Yeah, the cloud build out has been expensive, but they're through it. They also got the financing raise last week. So yeah, I think if you're using other people's money here, especially shareholders, you have to be careful with it, but not that careful. The market's already taken it down. So you're down half from where we had sort of dumped our shares. I feel like it is time to look at buying some Oracle. We talked about the cheap PE, 17 on the current, I think 24 on the forward, or the other way around, look it up. But it's pretty cheap considering any of the AI plays you're looking at. So for me, between 146 to 147, let's let it get down there, and then we'll watch it and potentially run it from there. So that's kind of the stuff that I'm looking at. The market's coming down a little bit. Like I had written down short on the TQs here and short on Coinbase, but everything is falling apart right in front of our face right now. Not right in front, but if we lose this bid right here, then I do think that we do have a march back in. Or we can talk about Coinbase soon? No. So Coinbase, I already had this written down as breaking 161 here. Obviously, we write it down earlier. There's the 161 break right now on Coinbase. So it looks like now we're dealing with a 160 break as everything pointing southbound right now. So we did have the good levels there, but we're not going to take it in the pre-market. Coinbase now down $1 from there, and it's not even crypto's not even moving yet, man. It's only at 68.5. So we'll see if Bitcoin does want to break lower, and there goes Coinbase now as well. So with only 10 minutes to go, be careful. We have these imbalances coming out in 5 minutes on the NASDAQ, but everything's losing a bid pretty fast. And there goes, like, I'm not even in the TQs here, and there it goes. So there's breaking the level that I want short, but for now, we might as well just wait. My orders don't trigger in the pre-market. So we'll just take a small little piece here at 98, I guess, and we'll start the short here on the TQs. But waiting for this market to open up is the preferred mode of entry for me. So we'll start a very, very small short, looking for this 50 and a quarter or so to hold right off the open. We're going to start short the market.
Another one with a positive note here this morning. SoFi with a nice gap higher, almost got above 22 there and failed. We're sliding down here once again for SoFi with the overall market, but an upgrade today.
Yeah, Citizens analyst Devin Ryan, Brendo giving them the nod, upgrading it to an outperform from a market perform and assigning a $30 price target. The upgrade comes after SoFi sold off to about $21, which is about 20% year to date down, following that peak $30 in late 25. They view the analyst agency, that is, they view the pullback as an opportunity rather than a structural breakdown in the story. And they're arguing that SoFi has been kind of caught in this risk-off style of rotation, which has penalized the higher growth financial names. He believes that the sell-off is driven more by multiple compression and technicals rather than any fundamental reason. He's described them as compounding at scale with accelerating diversification away from lending towards that fee-based and capital-light revenue streams. And we talked about this. They added about 1 million new users after, or they call them members, I believe, after the earnings report, bringing the total to about 13.7. Analysts at the time of that earnings were saying, look, the new member acquisition is the best forward guide we have to how they're going to monetize these people. So let's see.
Coming back into basically Friday highs here for SoFi currently, guys. But yeah, market weak here.
Yeah, the market looking a little bit weak, and we'll get to, just one quick little segment. We'll get to SoFi. I just want to throw up a super chat that we just got from Nick, and as always, Nick, appreciate the super chat. That's how we roll. You're asking for thoughts on Shop. You're looking to go long at 90. Too greedy. I'm assuming you mean you're asking too greedy because you think you're waiting for it to go down too far. This is a stock I used to own. And obviously, when I hear to give financial advice and just look at the chart, I see exactly what you would be looking at $90. On the monthly chart, that is the support. And it was a significant level. It was support back in 2020. It was resistance back in, kind of early 2024. And then it was support here. So that is the significant price level. So and I'm looking at the same thing you are. It's not something I'm trying to dip by. I feel like there's going to be lots of opportunities to pick stocks up on what we think might be relatively cheap prices, but that seems to be like the right price area. And look at what it's doing on this monthly chart. That is heavy selling for a couple months in a row. It hasn't shown signs of a turn. Oftentimes when you see levels on a monthly chart that start to form and start to look good, you realize when you dig deeper and you find these bottoms, you don't need to have had the low. When a level gets cheap on a monthly chart, it tends to be down there for a little bit, or at least give you time within the month to be able to get there. So still looks like it's weak and heading down to me on that Shopify. Hopefully that kind of helps. But you seem to already have a good handle on where it is that you want to look to buy. SoFi was doing a little bit better this morning. It was about 4 or 5% at one point on this gap up. But I do like the head and shoulders. Reverse head, I guess inverse head and shoulders is the term you're supposed to use. So like there's your wipeout bottom, there's a shoulder, there's a shoulder. You just need to hold on to this. If there's one stock that had a positive note that actually looked like something for me today alongside it is actually SoFi. And it's simply going back in and holding this close area just underneath 21. So as we dip, look for a mean reversion. I always say I need to have an entry setup down there as well, bottoming tail candle, trend break, like that type of a thing, because we're underneath the volume weighted average price, like very clearly, and trending down. So as it come into the prior day, prior day highs, prior day close area, I would like to see it break trend. VWAP's going to be a little bit too far away. So I'll be looking trend break on SoFi, and if it never does, which usually at some point there's a trend break, that's when I like to take my shot.
All right, so I have SoFi written down here as a $21 long right here, but again, it's coming in pretty decently. I'm short the market to start, so we do want this to sort of settle down a little bit. Nice upgrade today. Obviously, I've been thinking it's been beat up a little bit too much. We did buy some last week at $22. We'll see if it wants to wind up holding that level. That's sort of where we were earlier. I could easily see us, come right back in, and it's not that 21 is like the be-all, end-all level, but right into here, obviously, we got to move down, and it's very, very capable of breaking it. But I wrote down that we had lost too much money trying to go long SoFi, but trying to catch tops of it. So it's been up. It's a great earnings report. Wow, SoFi, and try to buy dips. So I'm just going to wait to see if the dip winds up holding. But 21 looked pretty good there on Friday. So let's see if it winds up holding that area. And if it does, then we can use that as our launching spot for SoFi. It's on the sticky note. It is my #1 idea today. So if we can get SoFi back down into that 21 marker, then let's just do that. Like we said, we're trying to go small here on the TQ, so we'll take a fill as it comes right back up into basically the 50-period moving average. Trying to use like 50 and a quarter or so as our out. I'd hate, the imbalances just came out, right? So you're going to get a little bit of up and down. We don't want to get layered into the short right now ahead of all this. But there's IBIT with a bid, so Bitcoin shouldn't be affected by IBIT, but there it goes a little bit right now for IBIT upside, Ethereum with an upside bid, Amazon with upside. So right here to start the day, we may get taken out of this futures trade because there are some nice buy side action here in the overall NASDAQ, it seems like, with a little bit of a bump up there. So let's just respect that and see what's going on here with our TQ position. In it early, on purpose. It broke our level, but we're not going to trade it too heavy there. 50 and a quarter or so as our out if this market gets going early. All right, one more to talk about Kroger.
Not a volume behind this move, but ex-Walmart CEO coming in to take over KR. Back to 71 here again. Not a lot of volume behind it, but a nice pop.
Yeah, Greg Foran. Yeah, the appointment comes in nearly a year after the board ousted former CEO Rodney McMullen following that investigation into personal conduct. The announcement could come as early as Monday, meaning, well, at least at the time of the writing of this article, they hadn't announced it officially. He's a seasoned retail executive, this article states, most recently serving as the CEO to Air New Zealand for about 5 years. Prior to that, as Breno mentioned, he was the president and CEO of the Walmart USA, and Analyst sees background as a strong fit for Kroger. The market appears to be pricing in improved execution, discipline, and strategic clarity under the new leadership.
On the back of 2 or 3 days to the upside here for the stock, guys, KR looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it fits in that category of, hey, look where there's elsewhere where there is strength. And it broke. This is not making any fresh highs right now in the moment, but it's very, very close to catching like one more bid, and then you're through 75-ish area, and you're going to get a big breakout. But it is certainly a trend break. The thing about it breaking the trend today on this report is you need to confirm it. And it's very light volume for Kroger. The 200 period sits here at 67. So it's a very wide range, but it's just a huge gap up with almost no volume for follow through. So this is one of those give it a couple of sessions. Don't know if it's going to be an obvious trade in here. And I would feel the same way. One to the downside, which we didn't talk about Monday. Everyone's asking like, why is Monday to the downside? They reported, and they actually beat. I know they're down 21%, but believe it or not, they actually beat on the top and bottom. It was the guide that was poor for them. So just the guidance and down 21%. It was a pretty decent miss on the guide from MNDY. And this is a polar opposite here, where it's like flat bottom breaking and doing like a HIMSS moment where they're absolutely getting smashed. So a couple of earnings games, not going to be on the list for me per se, but certainly going to be on watch, I think, at least KR to the upside for a potential breakout. So 90 seconds to go. I know Sean was showing you guys the imbalance locator. Nothing has changed in the last little bit. You're getting Success as a small buy in there. HIMS has decreased a little bit down to 400,000 to the sell side.
All right, so just real quick, I'm going to be looking at silver. It's all on the note. You can go find it at Trader TV. Sean, we are looking at silver longs around $70 to $71. We'll see if that winds up kicking out for us here. $71 or so long for SLV. We're already short the Qs, so that should be interesting. There, we're looking for the SoFi long. We talked about that a little bit. That's coming in into 21. I'd rather wait for that. And then we did have the Coinbase short written down at 161. That's broken here as well, but we'll want to watch out for that action. Again, there's a gap. If we can get up to VWAP, then we can look to short that and then maybe play 161 on the way back in. So yeah, my out on this, this is the same fill. We took like a unit there, another unit here. We're not layering into this trade here off the open. That was it. We were just going to let it go to see if it gets into that 50-25 area. If it breaks it, it breaks it. So we didn't average in anything there at the 50 period moving average, which we could have done, but we're trying to be a little more responsible and not just get layered into this thing right off the jump. We've seen the market rip and then absolutely tank. I mean, the first half hour can sometimes be that little bit of fake and all that kind of stuff. So watch out for any sort of a blast higher here with only 10 seconds left. We're going to watch out for some Palantir as well. PLTZ you can trade. 136 here for Palantir. All right, here we go. 2 and 1. Let's go. The market's now open. We want to thank everybody for watching with us here today as we just watch out for the S&P 500 dancing around just a bit here and the NASDAQ as well. Here's a little bit of a move lower as there goes the TQs back downside a bit. Very, very choppy to start with here early, but we've got it. Might as well take a piece out here at 88s. Nice move to the low side here for the TQs, bidding 81s. Neil, we did it again right there, and there's a nice move to start the day. Now 30 cents in the money, now 40 cents in the money on the downside for the NASDAQ. And oh boy, yes sir, there it is. It's 2 times your daily goal right there off the open. We got to increase our goal there. We only have 2 units here. We should have had a little bit more on that initial break, but there it goes, man. As it was written down, we ain't Nas, but we got the trades right here as it was written. Bye-bye TQQs. Nice move to start the day.
Yeah, great move to start the day, and it's only the NASDAQ really going. But NVIDIA in the other direction. We didn't talk at all about the chips. There's a negative story on Micron you want to pay attention to, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But NVIDIA actually spiked up on this market weakness and is pressing higher, which does lead me to one chip name, which I'm looking the other direction in. But yeah, Intel just dropped $1.50 right away off the open, and it's already down 4%. So that whole 50 fail break, this day they didn't actually break the 50 at any point. It just instantly dropped 3% here on Intel. Actually, check that, 3%. 6%, because this was actually up a little bit. So nasty move here for INTC. I will look to short the pop if we even get one at this point. Yikes. That was a nasty drop. And not much happening in IBIT, but the big thing I noted was NVIDIA going to the upside. As the Qs spiked down, for some reason, NVIDIA is strong.
So I don't know what that HI stock is there, but that's another stock there we can see. Neil's in HI there. I'm in TQQs, so watch out for that. We did cover a little bit there. Obviously, it went down into the 60s. It went down into the 40s as well. So we're going to watch out there for the TQQs, potentially trying to push just a little bit lower. Yes, sir, the sticky note does deliver one more time, so thank you so much for that. And we'll hope you guys, just keep on checking that out. Thank you so much to Trader. This is the man or woman last week that was reminding me to always, stick with it. So we did do that. We did it early there as well. But yeah, we just made, like I was saying, just a couple hundred. We didn't make that much there. But as you guys know, we could always lose that real quick right now. So let's wait to see what happens now with the Qs. We'll have to watch out for it. SoFi does fall right into 21 bucks. I mean, if that winds up holding, then that would be a mistrade for me right now. It was a little too aggressive. We did have this one as our #1 trade, so potentially looking there to see if we do wind up holding. Coinbase is see you later. Right now, as you can see, the market's trying to go down, but back. Oh no, Coinbase upside. I was watching. Yeah, I was watching out for crypto there because that was 69.1 when we opened. Then it was 68.8. So I was like, Coinbase is probably getting hit to the downside, but it is not. Coinbase making a move higher there, so maybe moving a little opposite of what I had thought there for Coinbase. All right, here's the market move right back up there for TQQs. So let's go figure out where this move wants to happen. Potentially a reload in and around here, $50.14 if we get going there on the TQQs upside. We'll figure that all out. But yeah, keep your names pumping, man. We're going to look at the chat very, very soon.
No, absolutely blasting still is NVIDIA. NVIDIA. It's now up a couple of bucks off of the open here, catching 86. It just went green. IBIT, on the other hand, going in the other directions. We still like Bitcoin short. It doesn't really press. Obviously, it doesn't get anywhere close to 40, doesn't get anywhere close to the prior close. So you're looking at only the pre-market highs to be able to work off of. So if that's it, then that's where I'm going to try to go. It'll be 39. On IBIT, it's 39.3. You're just underneath 69,000 at this point. Uh-oh, what happened to my... there we go. No. All right, I'll have to I'll get that one back up. We were just under 69,000. I just lost my iPad to show you. And we're right at 2K on ETH as well. So we're going to look to short some pops here in IBIT as we stay bearish on crypto. And make a tweet for it. It's a stretch. Let's say I'm not anything. Is it a bit of a stretch? I'm assuming that one's Sean's.
All right, yeah, thank you. We got reloaded here on the TQ. Thanks, Randy. I'll have to look at you in a couple of seconds. But here we go. So we're just going to get out a little piece here. The market is coming back up to the upside now. So yeah, just be careful. Like we've gotten out, as we said there, we just got it at the 50-period moving average. So yeah, just a little antsy here because our stop is only 12 cents away, and I'm trying to take like, 1-to-1 type of stuff here early on this so that we don't wind up getting completely blown out of some of these trades. So if we do get an opportunity to take the one out, then we will do that right there. So here we go, man. TQQ's moving around. There it is. Yeah, let's go, man. Props it up. Let's get to the downside on a reloaded position right now on the NASDAQ short. So we'll see if it still wants to work out. I mean, there's a lot of stories happening today in the market. So an interesting one here. Needless to say, short so far, so good on this. We could double check out on silver, see what that, oops, where's SLV? There it is, SLV. Let's go have a quick look there. Yeah, that was going to be another name that we were going to look at, but it's downside right here for the NASDAQ early. And yeah, silver kind of got a little bit of a bump up there into 73.50. We're still looking for a lower take here, but let's just see if we can, get a little more aggressive on the sell-off here with the NASDAQ. That's sort of what I'm going to set my day with right now, and just give it a couple minutes here. We don't want to just stop out and get out so fast, even though we see that we have the P&L to do that. We're looking for a little bit of a bigger move here early. Maybe it's a sideways action. I mean, a lot of the earnings had come last week. So
tell that to NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA's probably ripping, right?
NVIDIA is still going. I did get in under VWAP on IBIT, so IBIT lost of VWAP, whatever, lost the volume weighted average price here. So we're looking to add specifically at the volume weighted average price, right at about 39, but it is still an NVIDIA story as it's now up 2% and still flying higher. Super strong, at least relative to, obviously relative to the market. And I said there was a negative story on Micron. Micron at the lows, down 5%. So they're getting smashed a little bit here, along with HIMS, which, well, yeah, the end is nigh for HIMS. That didn't even try to bounce back into that 18.5. It just dropped $1.50. So much like IBIT, I'm going to look for VWAP here. If this one can pull back, if you don't get the pop and drop, the next place I look is the bounce into the volume weighted average price to continue the short. 26% down on HIMS. Their Novo knockoff, they pulled it, and the rug just got pulled on them.
Okay, good. All right, so anybody in the chat, let us know what you guys are thinking. We also do have, of course, if you type into the chat, a symbol, right? So right now, DVLT, so we can definitely go over, look at that as a name. Yeah, wow, good job for going with NVIDIA, man. That was a monster trade there, whoever went with that one. Okay, so DVLT, yeah, below 80 cents right now. We'll have a quick look, down 7%. Amazon, here goes the futures back up to the upside. We are not reloading it. We've already sort of talked about that. AMD with a nice move today, right? There it is. It's trying to make it move higher. AMD to 210 there. Bitcoin falling a little bit there. SNDK Core Weave. SoFi at 21 and change. That might be a play that we need to look at because that was on our radar. All right, so we only have about half of this position left. Hopefully this can work out. Our stop is at $50.30. It looks like it does want to come right back up here one more time. We can reload this, maybe very, very small up here. Just, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we'll try it one more time. Again, a breakthrough of 50.30, and that'll be the end of that. Well, here, 50, a little bit higher than that. Now that I see where this is. So $50.30. Yeah, so we're fine with that stop. $50.33 or so. Blast us out. It looks like it's trying to go back up to the upside. We had seen last week, right, with the futures, when one day it was like, it just blasted and kept on going and going and going. And that's why I want to try to hold the short in case it's a downside day, but it looks like we may be trying to turn red. But I mean, if NVIDIA doesn't turn around, that's up $5 straight fire right now to the upside for NVDA. So we'll have to wait to see if that one can calm down right now. But nice downside take here. Let's just see if it continues for the TQQs.
Yeah, and as the market goes back up, SoFi did go clean almost exactly to the prior close.
Yeah,
it is what it is, like
right?
2080. So it closed at 20, I mean, it's just underneath 21. So like 2086 is what the prior close was. It bounced right off of 2080. Clearly, this is looking, it's not as strong as NVIDIA at this moment, but clearly it's looking like a bit of a bottoming tail. If it can get above VWAP, that's another place to look for the long if it doesn't double bottom at that 2080 level. I'm looking up and I'm seeing silver. There's no chance it's silver dipping at this point. So if we're not going to get into the prior high on SLV, I got to at least start thinking about VWAP if I like this to the long side. You're consolidating. There's your dip. You just held the volume weighted average price. So if there's going to be a long in SLV, it's going to be different from the rest. All last week was trend breaks. This time I'm going to look at this trend it has going into the open and take the long. And my out is if it breaks the trend. So my out on silver is going to be if it breaks VWAP down and breaks the trend, which is different from what we were doing last week. It was always the opposite. I was always trying to short, which meant going long ZLS, actually. So we actually, well, you know what? IBIT's about to break the high as well, so I'm about to get out of that as we go long in silver and probably not going to want to be short in crypto as well going into it. The market's blasting. NVIDIA wants 190. I'm going to cancel my Intel short because I don't want to do that going into a freight train.
Yeah. All right. So we went into SoFi finally. So we got stopped out of our TQQs. But as we had mentioned, the number one trade of the day for me was going to be SoFi. So we got to get into that. But there goes the TQQs. We weren't in SoFi early because we were trying to protect that long, that short in the futures. Not protect it, but just watch out for it because if the market did crack lower, then did not mind, getting some out there, obviously, on the TQs, but we had to watch out for SoFi. So it does come in. It was going to be a trade at 21 even. Now let's just wait to see if it can come back in. It just was nice. It just bounced off $30, 21.30. If we can get up to 21.30 again there for SoFi, we could take a little bit of profit. But let's just see where this name goes from here. Yeah, crypto and Coinbase, man. I mean, that was going to be a look for me early as well. 163, so no look there yet. DVLT was one of the top names there. Wisa Technologies and this name moving around again down 7%. I'm not sure exactly what everybody wants to look at with this, but it's been a bottom of 64 cents for for DVLT there. I don't know, like the 50 period is still above $1, so we'll have to get above $1 before we're actually looking to make sure that that's trying to do something.
There was news last week on that.
Yeah, okay, maybe
it was news last week, and it was trying to press the dollar, but it just couldn't get there. So I think maybe it's like the hangover
could be something
effect, because there's no DVLT doesn't have a catalyst this morning, everybody, and for penny stock, let's be real, you want a penny stock to actually have something happening or going on if you're going to get into it. But that's just me. It's not. Everyone, do your own thing. Oh, you got to be kidding me, HIMS. So HIMS, just going to cancel. That is right back into the lows on HIMS. Now 27% to the downside. It just continues to fall like a rock. Every single time, like this looks like it's strong heading into VWAP, the sellers came in and just took it 2% right quick on that bad boy. So I am trying to get that one short, but I might have to chase it a little further away from the volume weighted average price. I'm just going to try to put this trend line back in so you can see it. There on silver. As it continues to get higher, the trend line will move away from the volume weighted average price on SLV. That's just the nature of the beast and how it goes. If it loses trend, I am out. So still nothing yet in HIMS for myself. I did cancel an order on Intel as the market started blasting, but it ended up not mattering because Intel didn't bounce anyways. Intel's now down 6%. NVIDIA up 3, Intel down 6 into a blasting market. Intel just it's just doing its own thing. I'm going to look for a catalyst here as to why it's so weak, relatively speaking. But I don't, like Adara, I just heard Adara say she couldn't find anything either. So there might actually not be anything on Intel. It could just be doing its own dance. So stay away from the long there. The market's clearly strong. Silver's getting back into the upside. That's up 5%. But along with gold, you're getting a nice recovery here, both of them looking pretty strong. Something we'll talk about with our guest Peter Schiff in just a couple of hours. So Peter Schiff going to be on the program. You know he's got to be liking this move.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go, man. We'll props it up for this one because at least we made back plus what we wind up. We'll wind up basically flat on the TQs, just paying a couple fees, but definitely not the runner that we had hoped it would be. We're now out of about 25% of SoFi, hoping that we can break out this high. Right now, I'm waiting for one more offer here at 21.35. If we can get that, then that will be the high, and then we can see if SoFi wants to run the rest of the day up to this 21.60 would be a nice little top side there for SOFI. This is going to be on here. My number one trade idea today was long 21 there on SoFi. So I know it's been a little bit of a rough day just with the futures going to the upside. Still looking for a short over there. Google did, blast higher and now is trying to get back a little bit into 323. Google had a really interesting move, went down to 317 and it was like, oh gosh, that sort of helped crack that lower bid that we took on the TQs. And then it just went to the upside, almost straight line. And now you're fading again here on Google. So not sure exactly what's wrong with this name because the futures are starting to go higher. Google's coming back in. So you see Google, you see names like Broadcom pumping to the high side as well. Obviously on good news here in the whole space. I mean, NVIDIA, AVGO starting to go higher. Wow, this is starting to really get good on SoFi right now, man. I'm glad that we had a look over there. AMD, let's have a quick check. This will be the one that I'd short of any of them in the space. So, looking at a 210, 211, we've really done well shorting AMD today or over the last week, so that would be a good one. One more offer here at 34. There we go. We grabbed that, or 33s. We grabbed that on SoFi, and now we'll wait. Those are just two top ticks there. We're able to get out of a little bit. We still have more than half of this trade as it tries to go a little bit higher. The other name that we had written on our board here was Oracle. We can have a quick look at Oracle, but boom, there it goes. We actually said 146 to 147 area. The low of the day, 147. So that was a good little look there. But Oracle upside now. And other than that, like Tesla, we can check out that at $400. That's at 412. I guess as that's had a nice little move recently upside. Yeah, so things are starting to go now. We don't have any numbers.
NVIDIA
right?
is just flying.
Yeah, NVIDIA's a beast, man. Yeah, we say that hold, don't trade that one. Never get out of your NVIDIA shares. I don't think that's.
No, I mean, it's like they're just, the king is finally doing king-like activities here to the upside. So 3% on NVIDIA. There doesn't seem to be any end in sight. If you are looking, zoom out and you will see there is resistance at 90. The 90 to 92 area on a 15-minute is going to provide you with a little bit of resistance, but a gap fill here on SLV is happening. There is 74 to 75 is kind of a prior resistance area here and a support level there. So as we press into the top, I'm looking to find my way out, reload off the volume weighted average price, because the other side of this coin is usually I am taking the break of the trend if and when it does happen on SLV. So we're running into some resistance at 74, but I respect the trend line at least as long as it holds. But I do see like a curl coming. If we lose this trend line, I'll probably do the standard like ZLS, I keep saying the wrong thing. ZSL, which is trending down. I like it when this breaks the trend and just go long this for the silver play. But for now, the long is working just fine and no complaints. As long as this Intel move continues to be under VWAP while NVIDIA and the market are doing this, I'm going to look for VWAP here for short, but I'm not automatically taking this. Like I said, the market is screaming to the upside. Some of the other chip names are super strong, but it's under $50. And for me, Intel under 50 has been like a good fail spot for a short. So as it comes into VWAP here, we'll take one look to see if we get a topping tail or a hold underneath. I'm not just going to stand out in front of it.
Let's have a quick little look at we can definitely look at some SMR. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We can take a little bit more out as SoFi came back up to 30 there. We're still looking at SoFi. There's the name that we've been talking about a lot today is with NVIDIA making the move higher. Amazon continues to be weak, man. Not a great quarter for Amazon, getting hit, obviously, on that CapEx spend. So down another 1.7% there for Amazon. Let's go Eli Lilly. A pick that I made, but, obviously I still think there's a lot more to go on Eli Lilly to the upside. We'll see if that keeps on going. Yeah, up 3%. We really, really like that name. Some of the utilities we've been talking about, well, we can even go over to energy names. They've been sort of blasting higher. Another recent purchase, XLE, for myself there, we added to it. So we'll have to wait to see if some of these energy names can keep on going with potentially, hopefully some better news coming from Ukraine and Russia. I don't know. I mean, Iran is more the issue there with oil. We can try to figure that out. JP Morgan nicely up 1%. The insurance space still getting hit a little bit. Berkshire downside. MasterCard, some of the credit names down today. MasterCard and Visa with Wells Fargo. Their Capital One somewhere. There's Robinhood, so that's nice. Like, despite crypto kind of flattening out here this morning, Robinhood up 5%. That's going to be nice. We had the upgrade there with Hood. I think Hood got an upgrade, but it's more SoFi was the one that we were looking at there today. So some of the bank stocks, KKR, BlackRock on some of the worries, of course, of private equity. And the SaaS names getting hit, so we worry about them just a little bit moving forward. And then just to talk about, the consumer non-durables, I always have been highlighting Procter because the run that they've been on lately. So we look at that. Pepsi and Coke, both last week names, both getting hit today to the downside here. So this is just a little look at some of the different space that we have out there. And this morning we talked about the transports. I don't know. Uber's not the transport the same way that UPS or FedEx or Union Pacific, like any of these names really. DoorDash and Uber, I could definitely see connecting the dots there, but also the airlines getting hit today a little bit. Southwest, Delta, downside, United Air, everything downside on that spot. So it looks like today we're going to be getting a lot of the wins from the tech space. So that's going to be an interesting, because generally it hasn't been that way. So maybe this is a turn this week. We'll go back to growth, a little bit out of some value. But again, like, I would think that some of these tech names are starting to become value names at some of the pricing and some of those PEs. But Texas Instruments down. Obviously, we couldn't find a story for Intel. Micron downside today as well. So this is what's been flying around here in the overall market as I just continue to watch out for SoFi. Looks like we do have the wrong call in the TQs, which is fine. We got out of it real quick, man. We actually just lost a couple cups of coffee on that and making a couple cups now on SoFi. So relatively flat open for me here today so far. It'll be a pretty green day, but definitely not the same way it was early when we had that first move here. Like, if that had continued, then it was an oh boy day. But for right now, it'll just be a up green day, which we like. We were green every day last week, but SMR definitely one to look at here today as it's trying to go upside there up to 1750 back into 1680. So SoFi holding in and around right now $17. We'll have a look at this, but for now I'm only in SoFi. So yeah, SLV and SoFi it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, silver is doing its thing right now, but obviously I want to get to this Micron story because I don't think we talked too much about it. They're shut out of NVIDIA's HBM4 plan, and it was weak. I know we're saying Micron had a negative story, but it has a chance to turn green here. So you're actually getting this blasting along with the rest of the market here as it tried to get to 390. But there was a negative story kind of out of the game with NVIDIA temporarily. But obviously it's been a pretty strong move to the upside here. And now, like, I'm looking at this Intel, okay, now it's starting to give a little bit of a turn. There was nobody selling this at VWAP. It just kind of pushed right through, but I'm starting to see some signs that it wants to turn around here. So this is the one that I'm eyeballing. Silver, still gonna go with the same plan of action. It's still trending up. If it can hold here, hold the trend line. It already wicked it once, but if it closes above the trend line a second time, then I'm adding to this right in front of this trend on the 3-minute, and my stop is already underneath this bar. Like, if we close the prior bar, I'm out, and I'll wait for VWAP. But if we can hold, then it's a nice little reload spot for SLV. But it is this relative weakness in Intel as the market reaches a little bit of an apex. Not much, but a little bit of one. Just looking at the overnight highs on the NQ, that's where we're tagging right now and starting a bit of a dip. If we lose the volume weighted average price, I'd rather short a weak stock than a strong one. So that's going to be the plan of action. And Intel, for reasons unknown to me, is one of the weakest stocks out there this morning. Not really seeing anything that's tech related that is seemingly worthy of a short. Everything seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I would think that seems right.
But if you look at like FedEx, we were talking about how strong FedEx was.
Yeah.
That's like straight down off the open. So the rotation does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying, that today it looks like the NASDAQ has the strength as ES and NASDAQ both hovering around the same, 0.23, even 0.17. So here's the NASDAQ is actually down lower than the S&P 5, down more than the S&P 500. But just wait. I still feel like I want to go short the NASDAQ, but.
Oh, him?
Okay, so here we go, man. This is new updates for March. So, you know, last week we checked it was 16 or 17% chance of a rate cut. It looks like it's getting upped just a little bit here as we get ready for new Fed chair to take effect in May. So May, June, and that's where we saw that maybe June would be the first chance, a real chance of that rate cut. So we're going to wait to see if that winds up happening. Of course, 350 to 375, the current overnight lending rate. So it doesn't look like that will happen in March. Doesn't look like it will happen in April, although we have a third chance by April to get that. And then it looks like 50% of this poll, or I guess this is a Wall Street poll, 50% right now, figuring the future funds rate there to be 325. So getting that quarter point cut by June the 17th. So that should be interesting to see if that winds up kicking out there. So we have to watch different names. You know, like we said, some of the names that could be interest rate sensitive, some of the mega cap names there, looking at the US dollar, but then the IWM had a very, very violent move over the last couple of weeks. There were some days where this thing was up 3% and then days where it was down, and like just back and forth here on the IWM, like aggressive move right into the 50 and then bounced again, like it was up 2 or 3% there on Friday, upside again into 265. So we'll see if they're going to take out some of those.
The Russell over the last calendar year beating
probably
the S&P 500.
Yeah. Most things are beating the S&P 500, over the last year, including gold, silver, and all of that.
Stock Ed in the chat is asking about Oracle. Someone said Oracle's up 15%. It's up 8%. I don't know where the 15% is coming from. And maybe it's because it's at 150, I don't know. It's up 8%, but there was an upgrade for Oracle. So the only, I believe that was the only catalyst that we saw. We did the rundown. Adara? Thank you. So Adara just confirming price target raise and an upgrade, price target. Well, they held it to 180, which is obviously higher from here. So yeah, 8%. But it's a relief rally, I think, is going to be the story. Like if you're getting tech names that were beaten up, catching a bit of a bid, I mean, none more, I guess, needing of one than Oracle, right? So if we're getting this secondary play, then it's got to be Oracle here. So there was an upgrade. They maintained their price target at 180. That's what Adara was trying to get to us. It was about 5 minutes, and then she'll be back for happening out. By the way, as we were talking about names that are strong, have a quick look at NVIDIA starting to show a little bit of a pullback here in NVDA. So if we got led here from NVIDIA, I would think if you pull back into VWAP, your secondary bounce is going to want to hold the volume weighted average price. If you happen to be long something that you think is related to tech and is going to move with tech, then keep an eye on NVIDIA. It was leading the charge for most of the time here. Silver is really teetering on this trend line. It's just threatening every single time that it wants to break. Intel doesn't even care at this point. Continues to go higher. But HIMS, well, I wish I could give you good news about HIMS. The good news is it's not at the low of the day, but it's just lost VWAP. I'm going to look at this here. So it was trending down going into the open. Makes this lower high. If it doesn't break above now the form trend line, that's going to be the short level for me on HMS. So instead of 18.5, well, it never went up there. So now I'm looking at 17.5 as HIMS continues to get the Novo knockoff dump off.
I like that. Okay, so we'll have to watch out for that. I'm going to watch out for NVIDIA. It's funny you just mentioned it because if we do pull back a little bit here, I'm going to watch out for this 190 area. Look to get a little bit of love into there, and then just try to sort of play off this 189.50 or so area if we do get a dump in NVIDIA. So I know that it's a relatively strong name, needless to say, up 3%, but we do want to play a little bit of a pullback if that does exist here for NVIDIA. We'll try that one as a long if that does come back up to the upside. Just looking for some other names. The PanW and sort of the cybersecurity space has really been clobbered, since this sort of SaaS and everybody worried about software and where do we go from here. I think it's wrongfully beat up some of this sector. So, looking to pick some CrowdStrike, looking to pick something up here on Palo Alto, just falling right into your lap down here at 157. Like I remember Sharif was telling me like, oh boy, here we go through 200. And that stopped real quick, man, up here 220. So this was just at 220 back in November, So this is at 160. Well beat up right now is Palo Alto to the downside as well as CrowdStrike. I think, again, like in this world of uncertainty, and we're getting more and more technical, and we talked about, sort of how important just looking at streaming and looking at protecting, we talk about Starlink and you know, where people are streaming from, and just sort of the protection of these data centers and making sure that nobody's, you know, hacking into any of these products. I just, you know, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, PanW, you know, getting into the cyber, SIPR.
The only issue is I think Fortinet had some issues. They didn't have the best quarter relative to the others.
No. Yeah, I mean,
they'd give me a little pause, but I'm 100% with you. I just know they reported last week, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, these are all going to be, you know, pick your poison, which is why I sort of went right over to the cyber ETF here. If you are interested, CIBR gets you involved. And you can double check the weightings on all of these. I'm pretty sure it's very heavily Zscaler and Palo Alto and all these names in the right space right now for you. So you know, this would be a good buy for me, man. Like $80 down to 67. If you're just kind of say, you know what, I like the space, but I'm not sure of the specific name. Why not try to take out some CIBR, cyber? And then Rivian, only because I was looking at Tesla, so I wanted to see. Tesla's not giving me the vibes right now for a trade, but Rivian down 3%, just bouncing, and this is what I noticed right here, off the 200 period moving average. So 1430, maybe a look there for Rivian. I keep on not getting this bid here at 01s, so I'm just going to put a bid at 05 and take it instead of 01 here on SoFi. It just keeps bouncing around. I was waiting for O's. There we go. We'll get 5s as it runs us over, so no big deal here. If this loses 2080, though, we want to stop out. A little bit of a buy coming for me again if we do make our downside here into 2080. 2090 or so. Let's make that our buy and then our stop out there. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go to Adair, I just want to quickly show something I did. This was in my prep. The blue ocean overnight for SLV, if you look at, there was a chop zone right in here about 74.2 to 74.4. So when I was referencing 74.5, obviously, you know, like the market never sleeps. So you want to be able to look at key price levels everywhere that they might lie. So as you get in, and some of these dark pool wicks will reflect that, by the way. So you'll see the dark pool wicks represent those highs, but it's breaking trend right in that top. So if you see me jump out, it's not a random level that silver is at. It was at an overnight congestion level. And if it's breaking trend here, then I'm going to jump out of it very quickly. So there's the trail out, and I wait for the volume weighted average price to get back in. As we will, we have a super chat, but we'll get to that in just a quick second.
Yeah, but actually, before we go over to Adara, we have to tell you about PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ, symbol PDSB. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please go over and learn more at pdsbiotech.com. All right, we'll go over to Adara, then we'll address the super chats. Keep them coming there in the chat, and we'll get to the most recent one right after this.
Here's the market, S&P 500 coming back into this pre-market level from Wednesday of last week. Again, this level is going to be around that 692, kind of butting our heads up against it, but unable to break above this level as of right now for the SPY. No economic data coming out here at 9:45 or 10 a.m., or we would have had it, but it is worth noting 11 a.m. we're going to get the New York Fed one-year inflation expectations. This number kind of tends to be a nothing burger, but if there is any kind of move in the market, I'll let you guys know what transpired. Later in the day, we are going to have Fed speak, and that's certainly going to be on watch. Fed's Waller at 1:30, followed by Fed's Myron at 2:30, Fed's Bostic at 3:15, and Fed's Myron again at 5. Now, as I've mentioned a couple times now, Bostic and Myron are kind of out of the picture in terms of Fed meetings because neither are going to be at the next meeting, with Myron's term already done and Bostic's ending by his choice at the end of February. But commentary, interesting and market moving nonetheless. Let's talk about ORCL. Oracle having a great day today with a kind of backhanded upgrade from D.A. Davidson. They upgraded the stock to a buy, but they did not move their $180 price target, and they said that there are still a lot of concerns when it comes to Oracle's debt practices. KR having a really nice push to the upside. This company has been without a CEO for almost 1 calendar year, but now appointing Greg Foran, former Walmart U.S., so not all of Walmart U.S. specifically, CEO. He's now going to be the new CEO of KR, effective immediately. Monday.com, this is our first Major earnings report of the week that we got CLF, Cleveland Cliffs this morning as well. Monday.com posting an EPS and sales beat, though its guidance for Q1 and fiscal 2026 sales going to be a little bit below estimate. So make sure to like, subscribe if you're enjoying the content you're seeing. And again, for some of these bigger earnings, specifically Tuesday and Thursday after the bell, we are going to have recap shows right here to cover those at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go back over to Sean and Neil.
That's right. Don't forget, we are also here, not just when the markets are open, but also when we have major earnings after the bell. We will always cover them for you because that's how we roll here at Trader TV Live. We also roll with letting you know what's going on in the broad market. You're getting a pretty good bounce back into, it's just the overnight highs, but also the NASDAQ trying to go green, which the ES is just a fraction closer to going green than the NASDAQ. It's like a couple of like 0.03 versus 0.01 most of the times. Last time I looked at it here. I am into HIMS on trend. I'm trying to reload at VWAP. There's a buyer. Okay, so there's a buyer at 16.75, like 16.75. Don't even why I say it there. So I might jump out of this. I have a bad price. I'm way too far from this VWAP in here, which I should be able to get on that trend if we catch a bounce. And as I said, I jumped out of silver, which broke the trend, waiting for it to retest VWAP. We liked silver long into the prior day, into Friday's highs, not resistance. We're not going to get that. So when it broke the trend, that's just to jump out of the long and look for the next opportunity. I'm thinking back at VWAP at our original entry price here for SLV. Intel's already at 50. Well, that didn't take very long.
Oh, did it already retrace?
So
back?
Intel 50 to 47.5 to 50 in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Light work for Intel, apparently. Nick W., there's a super chat. I almost forgot that we had that one. Well, it's actually addressed to you, Sean. You've traded, so they say they traded A-Lab at this level, 183.5. Long-term resistance seems like a good short. Insider selling.
Oh, someone also had a question about, and I meant to get to it and did not. By the way, yeah, let's go, man. It's a hot dog, kind of a cannon right here as we reloaded on SoFi and just bang that out as our #1 trade idea. We're sticking with it. So shout out to Trader on the chat there telling me to always make sure we look at the sticky note. You guys want to know the short float on HIMS and hers, 39% on HIMS. So that was a question that came earlier. It was not a super chat, but it was directed at one of us, but it was anyways asking about it. I know we didn't get to it. So HIMS was 39% short float on our, the Benzinga platform. So you double check it. Generally that's, within a 5-10% or so. So if it's 39, it could be 45, it could be 30. But anyways, HIMS definitely a high short float there. Look, when we talk about A-Lab and Astera Labs, I mean, we do know that this is another name that goes and, ups, goes with the ebbs and flow of this space, right? I mean, this is Astera Labs right here, as we're gonna look at it on Benzinga. And I just wanna bring this up to you because tomorrow's report is at 4:30. Right? Market cap of only 30 billion. It's not huge. Does have a PE, so they are making a little bit of money. Revenue growth, obviously we like to see that 240% space or number there. But this is good. This makes a lot of sense. Delivers semiconductors, solutions for cloud and AI infrastructure there. So this is what we talk about. As it goes with the market, you're gonna have to be careful with a name like Astera because it's not as, here it is right here, not as developed as the rest, but still breaking out, had a great opportunity to dip by those down in here into 140. And we always say it's kind of like NVIDIA. NVIDIA came into that 170 area and really found some support. So this looks like a real legitimate spot. 140 looks like a good take. If you're asking me what do I think about the name ahead of earnings, I would say you've matured up quite nicely. You're up $40, $50 in 2 days. So I would say do not hold this one into earnings, your whole part. If you think it's going to blow upside, which it could, watch out for that. But we've seen some good earnings reports come through, and the market's gotten hit to the downside. So I would say take a little bit off here. Just like you're at support there, you're probably at resistance right now. So good look here. ALAB, Astera Labs. Taking out levels. I think you got yourself a good one right there. There is no doubt about that. And we've got a good one right here as well. So it's going to be bull riding right now on SoFi as that just dip buys it right into our level. And I'm glad we took that 05 because we were waiting for 01s and we didn't get our full reload spot, but we did get enough. So let's take a little bit out there. And again, not super confident that this is actually going to rip to the high heavens here. But look at the market. The NASDAQ just turned green. The ES just turned green. So right now we're finally starting to get some of those feels that, hey man, this should be a decent long day. I mean, we've seen the NASDAQ really retrace back. We've seen the ES have like 3 or 4% turnaround days. Maybe today's one of those days. Starting off nice on a Monday, it's always nice to see that. So it's nice to see that as we see there, tech is back in favor. So we're gonna wait to see what happens here with SoFi, hoping that it gets going, breaking through the 200 period moving average. But I'm just in scalp mode now for this. Like, if we can get another piece there, fine. And then we'll let the rest ride. Now I've got a decent position on at what I think is a decent price. So let's see if SoFi can, mature up into a level that will allow us to take a decent profit. So, 2130s right there, I think is a spot for my next out.
And look at as you say, with the market breaking out, I know we looked at NVIDIA and Intel, and we have not had a look at AMD. You shouldn't be that surprised to see AMD up 3% with NVIDIA doing this, but it looks like it just took the reins. NVIDIA pulls back, AMD breaks out. Intel doesn't have.
But NVIDIA pullback.
I don't. This is a chart I've never seen. Well, I shouldn't say never. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this at the open. It was just insane. $2.50 downside here on Intel, all red, and then all green back into the upside. So I almost feel like put in a red candle, just take a shot, hopefully like a nice consolidative candle, take a shot at that short trade. But I did reload on HIMS and I did try to reload on HIMS and it didn't push back up into the trend line. So this is still working downside. Obviously, this stock is not gonna have to follow the market. They're gonna do their own thing. And the flip side of this story, of course, would be Novo, which is gapped up, but doing absolutely nothing. So HIM's moving a little bit more than Novo. You'd think Novo might be breaking out with the market strength and obviously the positive headline here, but not so much. It's a weird one to me that Novo doesn't really continue when they get good news. Makes you a little bit wary because this should be a good headline for them that the HIM's knockoff pill has got pulled back, but the legal battle not over yet, unfortunately. For either of these names. Volatility is good, but I think if you're long those stocks, you'd like to see a resolution to this promptly. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. So I'll wait for a red candle on Intel. If it at least gives me some kind of a sign that this is a top, I just look for the scalp trade into VWAP. Like enter, give to the prior high, because this is a beast. It is right at that 50 level. That's the other thing. We do like the Intel over under at 50. If it was at 50.5 or closer to 51, I'd probably wait for that 51 test.
All right, just setting up some bids in case the market comes back in. I mean, I still want to buy some NVIDIA on any weakness. I want to buy some TQQs on any weakness. Even though we started our day short, we were actually able to take out some profit on this one and then just putting ourselves just basically slightly negative on the name because it did rip back up and took out that 50 period, or sorry, that 200 period. So maybe that last reload was not something that we could have done, but on and move down in, we're still green. It's still doing quite well today, actually, on that side, on the P&L side, but that's just because SoFi is trying to go, but it's not. NVIDIA, so it's not been a huge day. If we get any pullbacks into 190, we want to buy that dip. We sort of said that, and then try to protect it with VWAP and the 50-period moving average in and around 189. So that would be a pretty good look if the market does come back in a bit, and then just, okay, go. Finally, SoFi is trying to go upside a little bit here. So we're back into like our daily goal being met, but SoFi is not doing anything. So Meta, good level for Meta, right? 660. We've seen this bounce around. You're now getting the quarter for free plus more. So if you liked Meta's quarter, you're now getting it for free and a discount on that quarter. So this could be a level here of 660.50 where we see if Meta wants to hold. Like this has come right back in, right here on the daily chart, right into the 50-period moving average. So this was Meta before the number. People were like, oh my God, we missed it. It got all the way to 740, but now you're pulling all the way back down to 660. So you're taking about an $80 haircut. That's little less than what it cost me, and considering I have no hair, that seems a little expensive. But 660 right back into there, so that's $80 chopped off for Meta. So maybe get 2-for-1 haircuts next time, because if you buy some Meta now and expect it to go back up, free haircuts for all. But this is, I don't really want to buy any of these kind of names right now, man. I'm looking different. I'm looking energy, I'm looking financials to start buying. I'm not looking Mag 7, but Meta downside today as well. Considering the market's up, interesting to have a look there on Meta. Microsoft up 2.5, right? I'm going to assume Apple's up today as well with the NASDAQ.
Well,
this is
I
maybe
wouldn't
wrong.
make that assumption for
yeah,
Apple.
maybe. No, it's down. So Apple, so today we got Microsoft up, Apple down, Meta down, Google was down the last time we checked it. So this is what a difference some of these Mag 7 names are, right? With NVIDIA up 3 or 4% today, exactly. Google down, Microsoft up, Apple down, Meta down. The only other name, I don't want to conclude Tesla in that anymore.
No, I think the problem with Apple, and it's not a problem for Apple, is remember when, like Apple was that one Mag 7 name that was not part of the AI, not part of the AI spend, so they're not seen as part of the AI risk as well. So they were relatively strong when we were getting some of that weakness. Look at the nice bounce almost to the highs that Apple had put in. So I think what you're getting here is if we're rotating, it's weird. It's like Apple and NVIDIA have been doing this, it seems like, for a while, where you get a lot of strength in Apple when NVIDIA is selling off, and it's this back and forth. Like if you're just picking one Mag 7 against the other, but we're right at a support spot here for Apple. So this is pretty key. Like if we start accelerating through, even in a strong market, that feels a bit much to me. If we break this trend on a 15, like it's a good support level on Apple, 273. So if you're looking to pick some up like today, this is at that spot. Like the market's breaking through the highs. So if we're able to hold this bottom, I don't think that correlation or negative correlation holds forever. I did get Intel. I said if it puts in a red on the on a 3-minute chart, we jump in. Didn't like the chase. I'd rather get some in the body. So I am sitting at 49, just in the 90s in here. That's where I'll add so I get my price into the 80s. That way the risk is about 25 cents, which is what I like to risk on Intel here. So looking for the VWAP retracement if we can get it. HIMS is still trending down. Tried to get this reload in front of the trend line. Didn't quite fill it, but if we get it, we're just waiting for this trend. If it breaks, I'd get out. I'm not thinking about reversing into it, but looking for the short to go into low of the day. So yeah, ultimately, the market's breaking out, and I think a lot of these beaten up names, and it's not just big caps, are catching great bids here. I see in the chat ONDS. Hey, good for them. That one's headed to the upside. That got, like a lot of things got beat down. This almost got cut in half from the high. Very close to it, like 15 down to about $8 here for ONDS. And this is now a couple of blast off days in a row. Oh, I never like seeing this. I always have to slap a fail on myself because I pull up the ONDS chart, and the second I pulled it up, I then remembered the 980 level last week. Resistance, resistance, resistance. But yeah, did I take the breakout trade? No. And look at it go. So ONDS up 10%, breaking out a pretty clear resistance line. But you know what? You got to look at the stock. Like sometimes it's not on my iPad, and that's the names I go over, all the ones on the iPad and the watch list. So that's on me for not adding to the iPad. Good luck on anyone that's on this one or some of these other beaten up small to mid cap names that are catching bids.
Yeah, good look there. That's why we want to keep notes, keep your iPads, keep your sticky notes, keep all your notes together, because you never know what name you're going to look at here. I was actually thinking about Google. Like, this market is really, it's funny because we're long SoFi. It's not doing anything today with this market sort of blasting higher. So that's going to be a wrong look at any potential longs there for SoFi. So we're just going to wait and be patient on that one. But, a name that I was looking at here too was going to be Google. I mean, Google looks like it just wants to hang out at the top side. This is almost thinking, it's giving me feels for a short, but I don't necessarily want it yet. If you guys are into Google, it's like, look at this market. We've seen Google really take off on good days when it wants to, and just today it doesn't look like it wants to. So I'd be very, very cautious here of Google at these levels, but 323 could look back and it's just blasting higher because it's just needed a minute to go. But I would think about this short against this 323.50 area for Google. It just doesn't look like it wants to go to the upside. So I am debating potentially looking short here against that level. So let's just make sure that that's going to be right, because the TQs came right in to $50, right where we said let's smacky, and we did that, and it does go to the downside right away, but then it got going upside right now. So if we're going to look to short anything in the NASDAQ, pick weak names, because it looks like this one has a little bit of room to go higher here. This is that 51 mark, so we'll wait to see if it does take this level out. But the next level is up here into 52, 52.50, and we continue to get going here on the NASDAQ. So I'm going to be a little careful on what we decide to do here, but looks like it's trying to go higher on the TQs and maybe potentially a little bit lower here on Google. So it's not moving around yet, but this is not a horrible short if you can get something in and around this 323.20 area or so using this high. So if this can bump up, I don't necessarily hate what I'm seeing here for Google on that kind of a look. And then the other name I didn't get a chance to look at was Tesla, when we sort of did through that big mega cap look at what the tech space is doing. And Tesla, much more, appreciating more than the NASDAQ today, up 0.7, so this is 3-1. This looks like a decent long break actually right here into Friday's past resistance levels. So that's looking like a decent break high. Yeah, 414.50 for Tesla. Why not, man? Maybe we get a little bit of running going on there for TSLA. This could be a nice break, man. 414.50? Why don't we maybe look at taking that, especially if this market wants to keep going? That's not a horrible look here for Tesla, looking to break long on TSLA. So if you're in that one, giddy up. Another piece for me out. Let's take 5% at 18s if we can get that. We got a little piece, but then it bounced off the rest. We're using like dark pools or so to get out, or sitting on BAT Y or something that gives you the fill a little bit quicker than the rest of them. So we'll watch out for SoFi. There it goes, finally breaking some 18s and giving us that fill as we get that into the back end for SoFi. But yeah, maybe that was a long break there on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's starting to look good. So I finally got into the ZSL. And I sort of waited for it to make a move off this consolidation. I know it broke the trend line a while ago, but it did this the other day, and the other day meaning Friday. Like, it broke the trend. I was in the long almost instantly. This time I actually wait for it to break this little consolidation to put in. It's not a huge difference, but it's enough. So I'm giving it about 5 pennies into the low here, which is at that 232 level. But HIM's actually blasting up. So, by the way, Intel's coming back in, but I'll get to HIM's first because it just broke the trend. I'm not going reverse on HIMs. It was a play off the volume weighted average price, looking for an absolute flush into the lows. You see, wasn't even really scalping it. That's either a flush or not. Like, I want low of the day kind of nonsense. Because when you're looking at a stock like this, I feel like it's either going to fall all over itself or it's going to be a nothing burger. Intel, that reversion starting to come back, but I'm looking for the volume weighted average price. I've only taken a third out. Next stop will be at the 49.5, and then the volume weighted average price for INTC. And as I said, ZSL reversal play on that silver with the trend break. It is 10:20. We've talked about a few small cappers, not many. Time to get a few more names on that list with Adara.
First one of these is one I know we talked about last week. Couldn't find any news on this, nor could I find much information on the company, but CCH Holdings, CCHH, on the move once again. This stock is near intraday highs, but fair warning, it is a penny stock. Just coming into that $1 level now. CCHH has roughly a $19 million market cap. Smaller market cap here for UOKA. That is MDJM Limited. This company was actually featured on our watch list this morning. No news on this one either. $3 million market cap, but a notably small float, around 650,000 shares. Roughly 4% of those shares will be sold short. This last small cap actually does have a catalyst. That's RITR Logitech signing a strategic cooperation framework agreement with Optimized Integration Group. So deal signing here for RITR. So again, RITR, CCHH, and UOKA are our small caps for the day. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, so Neil's in ZSL, but I know there's some talk about silver. I just, for me, I'd written down silver down. That's too bad because I'd written down at between 70 to 71. And it does dip down there, in the pre-market. Doesn't really give me any reason to buy it down there other than the 200 period, which is kind of what we were trying to do. So I'll let Neil discuss his ZSL. I know he's already done that. But for me, it's like VWAP right into there, something like that. So we need a move lower in order to get it. But the long ZSL would be a short in silver. So you're up to some of these levels. So for me, I'm going to look long, but I'm going to be patient, wait for 73. If that comes in, yippee-ki-yay. But if not, then I think we got to wait a little bit for me on that. And you are welcome. So there's a nice little chat there. There's someone in the chat there. What's up, Bartan here? We'll send that through and talk about it. And let me just call up Tesla right here to have a quick little look to see what you're talking about. Thanks for the Tesla call. Bumped over 1K for the day. Nice trade there. Take my computer away from me. Yeah, that's what do it. I mean, that's what I try to say. And that's why I try to say to you guys, like, if 1K is your goal there, sometimes there are trades that, you can hit it in one trade. Sometimes it takes a minute to get to that. But I do really, really like that strategy that if the longer you sit at your keys, it's great for learning and training. But once you see something, it is great idea to hit it and sort of quit it. So what's up to Bart J. Natoli? Congratulations on that one. It looks like you've got the money storm going on your Tesla trade. And yeah, good for you guys, man. I mean, look, no matter what Neil and I look at or say, I mean, we got to give a big congratulations to you guys. I mean, you guys are the ones obviously sitting there hitting the keys and taking that profit and knowing when to exit your trade too. Often it's not just getting in, that's part of it. It's also, looking to see when you get out. So it looks like you were able to do well there, making that $1,000. So yeah, take a vacation, go to my house and shovel or whatever you want to do. But it's well worth a vacation today, I think.
Any
on
snow that's
on a Monday, man.
Any snow that's still on the ground is like frozen.
It's too frozen.
It's
now.
like ice.
And that's why Bart can go shovel it. I mean, he can try to shovel it.
Yeah, it's intense. When you get that little lip that freezes at the bottom, it's like, yeah, well, I'm just living with it for the next couple of days. That's just par for the course.
Watch out now.
No, but shout out to a lot of names in the chat. I just want to remind everybody, use the $ in front of any tickers that you put into the chat. It just sort of helps us keep track here. Obviously, we've talked about as many names as we can, but I do see a couple every now, like AMD just got put in there and no $ in front. NVIDIA, Oracle, Palantir, we haven't talked about. ONDS, we did. It's Palantir, and then NCBE as well. Bloom Energy, big earnings breakout last week, but it is Palantir. I saw someone say, don't short CARP. And I'm assuming that was a reference to Palantir. If it was not, then I have no idea what you're getting at. But certainly Palantir up 4% with the market going higher. This chart looks exactly like ONDS, which is weird, but not really, because lots of stocks have this head and shoulders and potential breakout. So this level here going Wednesday and Thursday was about $140. I think a pullback into that. You need to hold the 140 on a 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart. That's one, because I missed ONDS. If we do dip back into 140, I have my eyeballs on it. Intel still holding the lower high, but it's not doing what it did at the open, which was ridiculous down and then ridiculous up. Like, this is now consolidating up here. So I don't have to, but I do want to respect the strength. If I see it catch a bid at 60 instead of 50 again, then I'm just going to get some out at that 60 level instead. But yeah, super strong day for the market, and obviously Palantir's part of that. Someone just asked, what about NVIDIA? It's been hanging out above 190, led the way early. It's just into this chop zone on the daily that we've been in for, quite some time, really. Like, it just hasn't been able, the buyers haven't been able to have any control up here above $190. Come on, 15-minute chart. Obviously, NVIDIA has traded before the 29th there. It'll load up. But you can see all the consolidation and chop it's had above the 190 level. Just has trouble punching through the top, unfortunately. Doesn't mean it can't, though.
All right, we have a new trade alert. It's already 30 cents in the money. We mentioned, potentially getting some Google down there. So let's just do that, man. There's 40 cents. So it sucks to go bearish on one name and bullish on the other. So we are going to have to watch out here for SoFi. It just hasn't gone. So we'll wait. I'm actually going to now cancel. Actually, I don't even have a bid at O's anymore. We actually got that bid right there. So we're going to wait for lower into the 90s. If SoFi wants to go, fine. But here it is, man. It is a brand new position. That's why we hit the alert. It's an idea that we'd given a little while ago. So now let's go over and see what Google wants to do here today. Falling, all the way down. Here comes Google, almost a dollar club right now. We're bidding right here at 322.20. See if we can get it. Nice little take to the downside. I'm going to actually start to get out a little bit more of SoFi now. Even though we just lost, I'm going to take a flat fill here at 08. Get another piece out there on SoFi because the market's coming in quite nicely, and we're just obviously banking out right now as we turn a little bearish. I'll take another. Let me take some pieces here at 50. Okay, so we'll take another piece out on our bid here of Google at 50, waiting to see if this name wants to fall back in. Here we go again, man. It's a new position. It's a short on Google. We had talked. Let's go. There it is. It's a dollar club right there, as quick as you like on that move. There goes Google right back into the downside. So hey, we can sit around and scalp out pennies, just showing you guys, what's good here with different names. Sometimes, you get sort of that feel for one thing, and we talked about Google. If it was, I hope you guys are on this short with me, but we talked about it being a little weaker than the market and had a nice high there, so it came in. So now we are $1 plus now in the money on the south side here for Google, and that's still going through. So yeah, SoFi, man, we sort of sniffed that one out. We have less than half of our position, but I still would like to look at a 2090 or so area right there. There it is, man. Google absolutely falling all over itself. So this is going to be a big trade here. And yeah, $1.20 now in the money. Down goes Google pretty aggressively here to the downside.
Yeah, it's the same thing happening over here. Obviously, 50 versus $325 stock. Like Intel is 1/6 of the price of Google, so it moves $1. It's like you're talking 15, 20 cents here in Intel. Does exactly the same thing, but now I can look for a reload. And the only reason I say that is you have a lower high to work off of. So if I trend in, I'm always gonna trend out. So inside the range, if I can get the top again here just underneath 50, we're gonna reload this, work for that bottom, and over to, if the market's coming back in, time to watch out for Palantir to see if it's gonna hold on to this volume weighted average price. So Palantir, it's about the 140 level, and then VWAP is right here at 139 and a third. So super strong most of the morning. Can we continue to put in these higher lows is gonna be the question. The other thing to watch for PLTR is it has broken trend line, which usually means I wanna wait for the volume weighted average price. So I'm gonna reload on Intel in a second. I just saw in the chat, apparently UUU is halted, but this is not UUUU, which most of you are probably familiar with. UUU has done 150,000 shares. Do not mix this up with Energy Fuels Inc., which is an extra U and does 3 million shares worth of volume. So very, very different names. One has almost no liquidity and happens to be halted. UUUU, strong day for them, but up 3 million, or they're done 3 million in volume. This is an actual tradable stock. The other's not really. Sometimes you will get these randos kind of catching a sympathy play. I don't know if that's the case, but just watch out for it.
Yeah, so we did our own thing here, man. I mean, we did, like we said, we did cover a little bit of Google down there at O's, so let's let that see if it matures back up. Fine on me if that winds up happening. All right, quick little look at the broader market one more time here. As we've taken a minute to do that, we'll have what's for lunch in about 20 minutes. Wow, this day's going by quite nicely and quickly. Apple catching a little bit of a bid now, but only down 1.79, but not great. Microsoft catching that bid today. We talked about that. You know, in the retail space, we didn't look too much at this, but we had seen Costco and Walmart starting to make some new moves higher over the last couple of weeks, so that's been nice to see. Target as well. Home Depot, I still really like that name, and I think that will continue to work, even though they didn't have the greatest report there, Walmart. We had that Kroger story there and a new CEO today, so there you go. That's TJX, sorry, there's Target right there, 0.41, and Kroger 0.6. So we wait for some of the retail names to come through in the upcoming weeks, all right? Financials today. Maybe we'll have to have a better look at these as well. By the way, Google's now only 50 cents in the money, nicely coming back into some of those high side trades there. JP Morgan, Bank of America. Let's go have a quick look at Robinhood. I saw Robinhood in there, 4% today, so off nicely trading now. I mean, you see crypto, we just point to it down there on that downside for Bitcoin, but actually holding out okay.
It's weak now. It's back under VWAP.
It's back under VWAP right now, barely. So we'll wait. Hopefully it makes a turnaround move higher for those of you that are looking for that long. We did like a Coinbase short today if crypto ever failed, but right now, it's not really doing that. I still really like a break of 162. Like, take this out and go short. I like the Coinbase short, but obviously it needs to dance properly here. So that would be another trade. And then I said we look at Robinhood just to see what that has, those feels are here on Robinhood. And yeah, today it's nicely back up to the upside, man. I don't know if you would have been able to pick that 70 as a bottom, but that is what it was. $72 right into there. That high of 65 or so was something to look at. Maybe still is. So something to consider down to there. And then, 50 is too low. But yeah, Robinhood almost was chopped in half. Now starting to get back up to the upside, hoping for the same kind of feels for SoFi. That just came in into $21 again. It looks like it wanted to hold. So maybe you know what, let's just buy a little bit more than at 04, see if we're able to do that. And there's Google right back to the upside. So we only got out of half down there on Google as it comes back up. Watch out for this break of 323.60. So it goes top of the day all the way back into the 50, doesn't get to the 200, which we were waiting for. That would have been like a $2 winner. So we'll wait. If it does give us a little bit more short, we'll average back, we'll average a little bit into this, and then just give it to the top, right? If it breaks now the top, we can get out 323.60. So we'll give Google a little bit of love here, give SoFi some room as well. So just one short, one long, and not really going too much else right now. NASDAQ kind of just hovering, man. Just give us a great dip buy opportunity there. Maybe we should look at the NASDAQ dip buy.
It is slightly trending here, but here comes Bitcoin. So it came back into the trend line. So I said someone in the chat's like, look at Bitcoin, and my response was, I'm waiting for it to try to break the trend. But in either direction, it was a downtrend, it broke up. I'm not going short unless it breaks these higher lows. I was in the short to this low and then reloaded at the pre-market high. It broke it out. It never got to my 40 level. I wrote down 40 as a level I liked. So outside of that, I'm looking at VWAP and trends. So we hold this line, then we're looking push back into the higher, maybe even to that 40. And if we close under and break this trend line down, this is a reversal for me in IBIT. I was originally looking, obviously, for the short. Intel came back in for a reload. I was able to get the reload on Intel into this prior high. If we take it out, I jump out, but we're still looking for the VWAP retrace here on INTC, as it's almost green. Like, this is a crazy move for Intel. I know it's a crazy move in terms of percentage, that it went down 5-6 points and then came right back up, but it's just last week's range, which has been 50 to 47 the entirety of the week. So this is a relatively volatile, well, more volatile than it used to be is the best way to put it here on Intel. We're trying to get this one into the downside for sure. Gold apparently broke out, but that also means that SLV, we were originally long. Now remember, ZSL long is a short, right? So I was long SLV, initially reversed into the short. We'll still be slightly up, one on one, lost on the other, but it was just a trend break, which I've been taking pretty much every single day. But they're not, it worked 6 days in a row, and then the last 2 haven't. So I'll probably back away from this until these trend breaks down. When it breaks the downtrend, start to work. But the second it breaks underneath, I'll give it like 1 cent underneath. But it's a trend break, clean. I already know where my stop goes in the second I get into position. But it's a couple of days in a row where this hasn't worked after working 6 days pretty clean. So I'm not going to jump over and just automatically say I'm going to go long into silver again. That was a pretty specific setup. It never got back to the volume weighted average price. It has to show me a reason to get in. So IBIT long, Intel still in that short, obviously. And we're still tracking Palantir. Well, at least I'm still tracking Palantir. Hasn't really gotten into the volume weighted average price yet, but still up 4%, still looking strong with the market.
Okay, good. Nice to see Palantir up. Boy. You know, people asking you what's up to Iltech Surgeon and a few of you else, Sunisai Patel, wanting to have just a little wee look at Amazon. So let's have a quick look at Amazon and have a go at this. By the way, SoFi. Let's go SoFi. Yes. Good dip buy opportunity there on SoFi. We executed it. We took some out here at 11s. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher into 15 and take some out. And we'll worry about our Google trade if and when it gets up to those levels. So for Google. But here we go. All right. So just looking out now at Amazon. So yeah, look, it's still down that 1%. So I got to favor the short here. But we really did well at 206. This kind of reminds me of that Google level that we saw last week at 316, where it made a move down and then it sort of leveled off and then started to rip basically all afternoon and closed at its highs and, you know, even took out some of those levels. So I would just be very, very careful here with an Amazon. And the only reason I say that is it's obviously on day 2 or day 3 of earnings. So what was really beat up there could make that move higher. And then now we're starting to see Google feel a little bit weak against earnings. It might take a couple days for that to sort of settle out as we have that huge CapEx number for Amazon. But if you are trading it, I mean, you're right into that 200 period moving average. So I can't say there's anything wrong with this little look right there on Amazon. Trying to think about a short into pre-market lows. So that's a good level there. If you're going to go short 208, just get out maybe at 209 by when, you know, as I look at that right now for a potential play. But, you know, this 200 period bouncing off there, that's kind of the look. But back into 200, those look like great longs. I had a buy of Amazon at 200 there on Friday, and then I sort of was thinking about it, let's let the tech trade sort of settle down a little bit. We did have a monster move on Friday in the broader market. The NASDAQ was up over 2%, and Amazon didn't really get going. So not in love with this name down here at these low ends. And again, with this major CapEx spend, I really do think that, you know, the belle of the ball will continue to most likely be NVIDIA. So ahead of when their report is, and we always say it's like later on this month, but I actually hadn't looked up exactly. Let me have a look at here, NVIDIA. So this is what they're looking like right now. Current PE in the 40s, I believe. Yeah, for NVIDIA. So current PE 45, forward PE 24. If we're gonna look to see when they report, we're gonna go over here to calendar and we'll see its next confirmed date is right here, the 25th. So near the end of the month there, February the 25th, for NVDA. So for me, that would be the stock to look for, the date to look for NVIDIA. But I would say, as far as Amazon is concerned, I would rather take an NVIDIA long or even a AMD long, considering how much AMD's been beat up after their report as well. So.
Well, the other thing about Amazon to consider is like everyone's looking at Microsoft as a value and Google is better. So if Alphabet's doing better in cloud, and Microsoft is looking like a dip buy, that just leaves money, like where's the money gonna go into? Into Amazon. I always look at it that way. It's like a competition thing, ultimately. And Control-Alt-Escape.
Yeah.
Still, I guess I don't know Windows well enough to know what that actually does. Control-Alt-Escape. Thank you for the super chat. 2 weeks ago, I told you told me you love JPM. I said I liked JPM at 300, but I said I liked the financials on the dip. I said JPM at 300 looked really good, but I also absolutely love Morgan Stanley, the one that I own as well. Today you sold the remaining of your swing position. Congrats. You're still going to hold in your long-term account. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for tuning in, Control-Alt-Escape. And it is... Apparently it's a great name. I think it's a great name as well. And I'm not just gonna, someone just said, try it, Neil. No, I'm not gonna just go Control-Alt-Escape in the middle of nowhere when I don't know what that does. Although as long as it's not sticky keys, it can't be all that bad. That's the worst. I have no idea, nothing against you, Windows. Why is sticky keys being active a thing? Like if I want it, let me turn it on. Like why does it have to be a default? Because like, that always comes in, you gotta remember to turn it off. Anyways, it's just a pain in the butt. Just very quickly, and Joe Schmo, I get it. There's enough money to go into all three of those names. I just think sometimes you will get relative strength and weakness within the group, and so you can get it right now. Let's just say Google's favored because of their better earnings and a better trend. And then anyone looking for the dip buy on weakness has the option of Microsoft over Amazon. So I'm not saying people won't dip buy into Amazon either. I just wonder if there's not as much interest when you have an alternative. But again, that's just conjecture. Let's go see what other sectors are strong, because I'd like to know how RNG is doing. We just talked about the banks and JPM. Let's find out specifically with Adara.
Finance is kind of mixed here, Neil. I mean, JPM, Goldman Sachs, both up more than 1%, along with Citigroup and Schwab. But we also have MasterCard and Berkshire, as well as Visa to the downside. So kind of a mixed performance if you're looking at the sector as a whole. Health tech really weak here. Merck down 2.5%. I could not find a story. J&J and Amgen lightly red as well, though Eli Lilly pretty flat on the day. Consumer non-durables weak. Consumer services weak, with booking holdings down about 4%. Retail trade to the downside as a group. Now let's talk about what's strong here. Producer manufacturing to the upside, led by a 3% move in GEV. Then we've got non-energy minerals. So a lot of these gold and copper plays like Newmont and FCX are moving to the upside. Industrial services also strong, and consumer durables trying to be held up by Tesla, though a lot of the other names in the sector are to the downside. Electronic tech and tech services, as they have been lately, continue to be really, really mixed. So in electronic tech, you've got strength in NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, Cisco, APH, Informal. But then if you go to tech services, you've got some strength in Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle up 8% with an upgrade, and AAPL up a whopping 12% ahead of its earnings report on Wednesday. That being said, across both sectors, you have some weakness, including MU and Apple, as well as Intel to the downside in electronic tech and tech services, Accenture, IBM, and Netflix a little bit weaker. So these tech services continue to kind of be a sub-sectors moving together rather than the groups as a whole. Back to you.
All right, guys, let's go over and find out who's making all the money here at Real Trading. Of course, we're trading on a prop floor here, so you can go double check what your nets are and compare or not. But this is prop floors, over 2,000 traders here at Real Trading. So these are the top 10 traders, not from today. This is from Friday. So again, this Canada continues to be an absolute monster, up 29,000 there. So someone trading over on the TSX has figured something out, and that's a big day there. TSX and TSX Venture, excuse me, Again, 12,000, 11,500. These are all in US dollars, okay? So Amex and NASDAQ coming through, NASDAQ. And then overnight, I guess last night, because Blue Ocean will be closed there on Fridays. So Blue Ocean, nice trading there, NASDAQ in New York. So that sort of winds up. But we have many different, Milan, someone took 3,500, Australia, 2,500, Turkey, 2,500, the LSE, $2,000. So, lots of different markets, over 60 markets worldwide here over at Real Trading. So you guys can go find out how you're doing there. If you're part of Real Trading, you can go get that in your trader information portal. All right, man, this did go down into the dollar club again there for Google. So we did not reload it up at the top. We had sort of talked about that, which was, I guess, a mistake. But we're going to wait for a little higher to reload. But let's take it back in, man. We'll take out 65s, and we take a bunch here for $1 at the 50-period moving average down there at 25. So now we'll wait. Again, the dollar is just a fun thing that we do. These are all getting out at the 50-period moving averages. So good trade there. I still want to wait for the 200 and then VWAP and then a break lower, and we'll see what's going on over there on that particular setup. And then just looking to see if SoFi gets going. We're taking out some more levels here on SoFi, but again, might not be that huge trade. Like now I'm going to try to wait for some better outs. But for right now, take some outs at 11s, and if we get VWAP, which is only at 15s, then that would be nice. And then up here in the 20s, late 20s, would be the next little bit of a trade there. Oracle just continues to sort of, be a nice one today, bouncing off VWAP, up 8%. Wow, this name continues its extension. I didn't even realize it was 8%. I guess it was almost 10%, or more than 10% at one point there. So yeah, good job there for anybody sort of on that train here with Oracle. That just seems to be, moving higher right now for that. And again, an upgrade, and just a note that potentially a little too beat up on the downside, according to that report. Just saying that, now that they're funded, they did a raise last week, and they could see some more upside traction here for ORCL, Oracle. And then
the key was that they were able to raise money.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't seem to have trouble there. So, yeah, good on whoever donated money to Oracle. But right there, Micron as well, getting an upside play over the last couple of weeks, but downside there today. So we'll see if Micron, is this the next one? We've had an upside down move in Oracle. Will the same sort of thing happen to Micron as we worry about now shortages in DRAM or a glut potentially now? Whenever there's not enough of something, the market corrects itself and starts making more of that one thing. So watch out here for Micron. It might have had its move up for now. Let's just see if it can settle down here, potentially back into VWAP. No, not VWAP. Potentially back into the 50-period moving average, 310 or so there. But now we're really starting to cook. We've got SoFi trying to go and Google trying to go. So be patient, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at today, but we're not at the highest spot we were at all day unrealized. My best trade was early. To have cashed out all the way there, we had our goal plus more, but that gave back once it started to blow to the high side. So right now we're just sort of sitting on what's been a good position in SoFi and what's been a good position in Google. Just 3 trades for me today: Google, SoFi, and the Qs. And we'll basically go 2 for 2. I mean, this one will be an in and then an out, so a flat trade. And then SoFi, so far so good. We don't have any outs below our ins, and Google obviously continues to be a good trade here as well. So let's just sit on these. We'll see if it can wind up working. I like the Intel short. I like the NVIDIA long.
And by the way, I know you mentioned Micron. There was that negative story on Micron. And they don't report, basically the negative stories that were shut out of NVIDIA's, where is it? Let me find it here. Shut out of NVIDIA's HBM4 plan as specs are getting tougher for them. It doesn't mean that they're not bouncing, actually getting a little bit of a bounce there. And they don't report, we talk about waiting till NVIDIA on the February 25th. Micron doesn't report till mid-March. So we got SNDK, and then we got WDC as well, Western Digital, but unfortunately, we're really waiting on that Micron story. It looks like you're stalling out here. You're stalling out here on IBIT. It can't seem to get that press right into the highs. So we took the trend reversal, but if we lose this consolidation, I'm going to jump out Just going to move my stop, which means I have to cancel the other one. So if we lose this consolidation, I'm going to get out, maybe look for a retread back into that 39 area. We had to flip. I was bearish on this. I actually liked the short way more than I liked the long, but the long ends up setting up, so we'll take one. And then I just saw someone in the chat saying LIMN halt band. I don't see it at the bands. We have the bands on our level 2. So like when I pull it up here, oh, there it is. I'm just going to move this over, it'll be faster. Upside 313, downside 208. So it's nowhere near the bands. And if you're here at Real Trading, and if you are, I mean, there's other places that have the halt bands as well, so congratulations. If your broker added them, they're pretty useful. But it's nowhere near the halt band. This is an orderly move to the upside on LIMN. There's no crazy parabolic candles. The biggest candle's like 10 cents on a 3-minute, and you've got to go like 10% in like within like a 5-minute span. So it could. It's not saying the stock couldn't halt, but it's nowhere close to it in either direction there. And remember, the halt bands are different based on price. So I think it's between like $1 and $5. It's one thing, and then above it'll be different. But it is within a certain time frame. So just because something goes 10, 15, 20% during the day, it doesn't mean it's going to go into one of those halts. So hopefully that helps you. So like I said, I trail out of IBIT, wait for it to retest this bottom at 39, because there's also this potential trend break. There's the low in the pre-market, there's the low at the open, there's the low where we reverse long. That gives me 3 spots on trend. Now if we break under it, I look short on IBIT. So just waiting for the next potential setup there. And yeah, LIMN rolling, actually 43%. I'm assuming Sharif will be all over that one. I don't even know the story there.
I have no idea. Yeah, we can look at some of those. I mean, what's been hitting here for you guys so far today is right here. So these are the names that you guys want us to look at so far. NVIDIA, obviously we've had a little bit of a take there. Oracle, I just discussed that. We discussed AMD. I'd prefer the short, but it doesn't look like that's happening here today, as finally SoFi is going. SoFi, I'm in. It's like one of the trades we've been in today. HIMS has been, I don't know if it's been good or not, but HIMS has been traded today. DVLT, Amazon, Palantir. Wow, that's nice to see that finally. Okay, let's go. Finally, you're starting to go here. Palantir starting to get going a little bit there as well. Amazon, we just sort of covered that. I still like the stock, but like it down more near that $200 ONDS. Finally, SoFi, as we said. CoreWeave, let's have a look at CoreWeave. Silver up 6%. So we did have the right look on silver. We don't have the price because we're not in, but at least we did talk about that long there in silver and just don't have it. All right, here's CoreWeave right now approaching. All right, go silver. Or go silver, go SoFi. I'll take another out at 18. I know, I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to try it there. But yeah, CoreWeave taking out the highs of the day right there as well. So this has been a nice little name. They got a couple upgrades there last week, and on better ideas for Oracle, you know, potentially that's a good opportunity there for CoreWeave to come through at some point as well, up 8+%. Here we go. Now we're getting close to being at the highest spot we've been at all day, because now we get going here for SoFi. So far so good. Then as we go on SoFi. So, all right, it's 10:50. It's Money Talks. It's with Adara. When we get that, we'll figure out what's for lunch when we get back. But for now, over to Adara and Money Talks.
Let's discuss the U.S. dollar here. This coming into some technical levels. We talked last week about that resistance around 97.7 at the end of last week. Or at the end of December, sorry. Last week we briefly broke above this level. Right now rejecting it once again. Currently trading around 96.9 for that DXY and continuing to drop. Now with the U.S. dollar, let's talk about some economic data that's coming up this week. Nothing major today, though, again at 11 a.m. So in roughly 9 minutes, we're going to be getting the 1-year inflation expectations from the New York Fed. Likely not going to be a supermarket moving event, though if the market does move, I'll definitely cover that for you guys. Later in the day, we're going to get a slew of Fed speakers, Fed's Waller, Fed's Myron, Fed's Bostic, and then Fed's Myron again over a 4-hour period starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, nothing massive here for economic data. We're going to get some retail sales data at 8:30 a.m. But then on Wednesday, we get really the biggest, I think, report of the week, and that's going to be unemployment and non-farm payrolls. We were supposed to get last week, but due to that very brief government shutdown, this ended up being delayed. So again, unemployment and NFPs coming through on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to be getting your standard fare for Thursday, those existing home sales. Jobless claims as well as existing home sales. And then Friday, we're going to get CPI. So some interesting economic data in the back half of the week for the market and for the U.S. dollar. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And want to remind everybody, coming up in just over 1 hour, we will have Peter Schiff. Look, you know everyone's been talking about the metals. Everyone's been talking about gold and silver. Well, no better person to have on to talk a little bit about monetary policy, to talk about the metals. Probably also gonna be talking a little bit about what's going on in the crypto land, because you know he has some opinions on Bitcoin. So tune in just over 1 hour during the midday. We'll pop over to the desk. Adara's gonna do a fantastic job with it. Not the first time we've had Peter on, and it's always entertaining and informative when we do. So we look forward to having that in just about an hour. So make sure you stick around for sure. It's going to be another fun one. I'll be listening in as well. And you know, keep in mind, it's all about learning. Whether you're into metals or not, you can always learn something new. Whether you trade it, whether you're invested, doesn't really make a difference. At the end of the day, information is always power. At least I like to think so. That's just my opinion.
All right, let's go over and figure out what's for lunch. All right, let me get that up right here as finally SoFi is starting to go, so that's a good one. All right, February 9th to the 13th, we're on the right week over here. Let's get past breakfast, which today was sausage and scrambled eggs, was pretty good. Not bad. All right, today's a U.S. flag for what's for lunch. So we know that's, sometimes that could be barbecue chicken, there could be lots of different things happening with that one. But today's what's for lunch is close. Yesterday, man, I baked some crazy ribs, man. They were so good yesterday. For Super Bowl there, herb-crusted grilled chicken. So it is a little bit of a chicken dinner winner. Oh, by the way, Google just took out the highs. So there goes Google right there, back into the upside there. Herb roasted, so nothing made or lost on that last little reload there. With roasted seasoned veg, roasted potatoes, a lot of roasting happening here. Herb crusted grilled chicken, roasted veg, roasted potatoes, and of course chef's choice salad. That is what's happening up in here for lunch. So not bad. That sounds like it should be a good one there. They don't, besides the chicken sometimes being a little
undercooked,
al dente, we will hope that will be better this time around. But okay, so yeah, obviously gave some back there on Google, so be it. But look what's happening right now for SoFi. We are finally getting it right here. It is your number one trade of the day. And if you're only gonna have one trade of the day, basically like I do, the whole day right now is just chilling out right here on SoFi. It's a $21 long. It's basically the low of the day. We have it. It's the biggest trade for me today. It's probably the best trade for me today. It's the cleanest. We've reloaded it numerous times. We did have TQQ short in and out of that one, in and out of the Google short. So we'll go flat on those two and up on SoFi. So yeah, very, very positive day, and just obviously wish we had a little bit more. But there goes SoFi, really kicking it out right now. Big trade alert right there. We've hit our daily goal, obviously alone there on SoFi. So yeah, it's a good day today, a nice positive green one. And if you're green, shout out to you guys there in the chat. I'll see you guys back at 2 p.m. Make sure you do enjoy it with Adara and the boys on the midday show as well. It should be a great look, as it usually is.
Exactly, and a great green start to the month for sure, and to the year, everybody. It's been a good one. I'll be down this morning, but you know what? I always look at it this way. Not a single losing trade. Actually, I could add up all of my losing trades, 1/4 of my best day or last week. And I think that's one thing that you got to keep in mind, because I came in looking bearish on IBIT. And ultimately, this was going to be one of the ones that I liked for the short side. It hasn't set up the perfect trade, but I'm not done taking shots at it. Either it's going to be 40 or it's going to be trend break. You just have to wait for the appropriate setup when it does come. Silver, we like to long, but I got away from it because it broke the trend. Like, that's been a rule of mine. I'll take the long in silver on the dip, but it never got anywhere near the price we want. And you always hear me say this. If I'm doing a pullback into the prior high, if it doesn't give that to me, the next place I'm going to look is for the VWAP hold. So it holds VWAP, you get in, but it broke the trend, and when it breaks the trend, I get out because I'm usually looking in the other direction at that point. But silver, 7% today. Gold. Well, gold's never going to move as much. GLD's never going to move as much as silver, but up 2% for sure, looking pretty strong. But do not ignore what is going on. We talked about Palantir already in VWAP. NVIDIA's up 3%. It just can't seem to do anything with these 90s. We get past 90, we hold consolidation, and we just don't want to go any further for whatever reason on NVIDIA. That's just how it's been. And when you look at the passing of the baton, AMD still breaking out. So we're back into this mode where, for whatever reason, it just is what it is. On an up day, you're not getting continuation necessarily in NVIDIA, but you are seeing continuation over there in advanced micro devices. Just seems like it's been a better vehicle for momentum if you happen to be looking at some of those chips. As I said, Palantir, volume weighted average price, but it's still going local breakout at the get VWAP. Unfortunately, it's kind of allergic to VWAP. Palantir's on one of those days. Accelerated, we are on session here and looking very, very good. And ooh, I like that. Newsbot. I'm just going to pull it up here so you guys can see. Not get pullback today. It's in the blue sky zone. Blue sky zone. Interesting. I usually reserve blue sky zone for when you're making all-time highs, but I see what you're getting at. We're bouncing at 50. We're in a little bit of a gap, but I just think we're in this gap right now. We were pointing this out before, like in SLV into 75, and those are prior support levels. Like that's a good spot for a potential pullback where I would look to try and buy the dip on the trend. As long as it trends, I think it's going to be good to go to set upside. But I can't call it blue sky when these levels existed on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's hard to call it a blue sky setup if it's not making all-time highs, but that's just me.
All right, and what's just me is trying to put together some winners for everybody. So we'll just go Dollar Club. We're not there. We'll go Cash Register. We'll go slap. It's SoFi. We just put that out. So again, really a big trade. We're have more than half, which is not normal for me at this time of day on this trade. Anyways, so we're really trying to hold out, trying to copy our best idea, and we just put it out. I was actually looking to see where that I don't even think I have to retweet that Peter Schiff thing. But here it is right here, man. Our number one trade of the day is SoFi, $21 long. So as you can see right here, came in, we bought 21s a bunch of times. So it's nice that finally, as we go out here into the midday show, that we do have SoFi on that long as it continues to go up side big time, as well as other bank names continue. Yes, 326, man, that is another one right there as we ride the bull on JP Morgan and everybody else, man. Really enjoy these bank stocks, and what a good spot of the portfolio for that. All right, only 10 minutes left. Thank you to everybody for being here today. Ramin, Andre, Fabian, in the back there, Adara. We want to say shout out to Sharif for his morning, and Sharif for what's about to happen here on the midday show. Good show, Neil. Good show, Joe. Thank you so much. It's going to be lunchtime. It's chicken. Enjoy your lunch too. We're back at 2 p.m. Enjoy Peter Schiff in just an hour. Ciao till then.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Opsh. I'm Sharif. And we got to say hello to everybody, but we got to wait for YouTube to let everybody in because, well, YouTube's taking its sweet time today. So I'm going to take the opportunity to add more of my watch list to the side over here while everybody weasels on in. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everybody. Benton, come on, you Gunners. What an epic disaster Liverpool FC is. Get your act together, man. Come on now. More on that later. Let's shout out to Pete Zapai. Shout out to Trading Nurse, Mr. E and Easy Street. We got Rainmaker. We got Sana Tova, whatever, bro. Andrea 5071. We got Nihuya, a proper dang paradox. Ozza and Miami Dragon. We got the OG Gorev. We got Loft Jr. We got NorCal Granger. I don't text. I like that one. I like that. We got Daniel Coma something or another. Zippers Binder. Belly Hardy. Sure. Hardy boys. Medical Marinara always makes me chuckle. Pyro Fireworks. Anil buys low and then he sells freaking high. So make sure to look out for his levels. OG Wisdom. We got Andreas Ramirez and Dean Allen. Mr. Puka. Craig. We got Yummy Thai Foods, the OG as well, John Del Segno, Real Jack Wagon, The Real Dangerous. Shout out to JRJGN, I should say. And then Danes Escobar. Good morning to everybody. Happy Monday, brother.
Yeah, happy Monday, everyone. Let's get right into things here and stop messing around. We took 2 attempts, only 2 trades here this morning, and that is going to be on HIMS to the short side, looking for the continuation. But right out of the gate, guys, only a couple minutes after the open, you get that clean flush, and you haven't been able to breach these lows. So attempt number 1. Right here on HIMS, looking for that move lower. And I'm like, all right, if we break this previous pivot high, we'll get out, and I believe we'll be able to get ourselves a little bit better of a price. So sure enough, we do breach through that. We get out of it. Patience is key. Approximately 4 minutes later, we see some more signals to re-engage to the downside. And sure enough, we go short, and we add 40% more to what we had right here. And then I was looking for 16. If we broke that pivot, I'm like, all right, we're going to rock and roll. We can head into 16 on HIMS. You're down 20% or so, now down 22%. You're down significantly more at this point. And then sure enough, we got this bounce and this rebound. I'm like, okay, let's get out. Failed to establish a new low of the day. If it comes back to my break even, considering I'm already at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I'm like, let's get out of this trade and then just kind of regroup and get involved into something else. So sure enough, that's what happened here. Give back a lot of unrealized profits, but that's neither here nor there. And then we haven't re-engaged since. There was another opportunity. I was kicking myself on that front to get involved. Didn't take it, but now you can see you're starting to get a slight squeeze on HIMS. One thing that really grinded my gears this morning was this here. I posted up, so I'm like, all right, SLV, it's like, literally, when this thing is trading, where are we at over here, Assassino? When this thing is trading, you just go with the flow. So I'm like, all right, nice consolidation and pullback. The overall market is strong. Let me get involved here. And then as soon as we started to climb higher, I'm like, let me post up at 73.70s. And then I never got this pullback right off of this. You breach this, but then immediately buyers step right back in, and then you start to climb a little bit higher. I post up at 70s waiting for any form of a pullback, and I didn't get it. And then sure enough, I wasn't going to chase it, and a nice steady climb to the top side. But aside from that, let's go over a couple of the names that we are looking at. We already did 2 of them. That is going to be HIMS and silver. The TQQQ is a nice steady grind to the top side. And then Robinhood with the upgrade, as you're now up to $87. We were looking around 75, 70s the other day, and a nice rebound in Robinhood, Shreve.
All right, guys, here's what we're looking at. Here are the 8. There's a lot of good ones today. There's BRLS, which is a multiple halter. From what I can observe, it's already a triple-digit winner, up 130%. I think it just printed the day's high at $1.54. It is holding up technically well. Now, that's if you're looking at the higher highs and higher lows. If you're looking at some of these moving averages and or the volume-weighted average price, you need to stop looking, because these are more lines of best fit rather than any key areas of technical support and resistance. In fact, one can make the argument that the white line there, which will always be the volume-weighted average price on my black charts, fits right in the middle of the price action. So maybe, look for, use it as basically a standard deviation line. Keep a lookout for that. UOKA is losing in a hurry. It's below the pre-market high. It's lost VWAP. It was very strong right from the get-go. It was very strong in the aftermarket on Friday. Continues in the pre-market on Friday. But, a lot of these ones, they do have their best trades in the pre and the post-market, as for many reasons. We've talked about one of them, which is, of course, the lack of the volatility halt parameter. But this is the one that I was pointing to Joseph. I'm like, basically from 9:30, that implied that basically inverse hammer candle right at 9:30 on the 5. There was one red candle at 10:05. Everything else was green. Alas, of course, when we start the show, that's when the biggest red candle of the day comes in. How come that is? Well, a lot of the, the speculation, we never really know, but the buy programs, they don't just stay on the entire day from 9:30 to 4. They need to go out to lunch as well. These buy programs get hungry. So, when 11 o'clock comes along, they do get shut off, and there we go. We get a big red candle there. But it is possibly setting up into that 250 area, which is happening, I should say, to overlap with the 10 EMA on the 5. Alas, it will still be the second lower high candle in a row on the 5. So this one's up 42%. It's not a bad look, but going to keep my eye out on this one. LIMN is the ticker. It's a holdover. We've seen this multiple times last week. A lot of the small cap traders in the stream, I should say, we're looking at this, and they did quite well on it. CCHH. Remember that that channel from Hamilton back in the day, CHCHTV,
No.
Channel 11?
No.
I'm leaving. All right, so
I never watched that.
CCHH, you're killing me, bro. Come on, man. Well, I'm horrible too with the movies, so it's not just you.
Yeah.
CCHH dropping into that 80 penny area, 87.5 penny area. That's the volume weighted average price. This one had all sorts of trouble clearing the dollar. So just because it's at $1.05 as the high, that means very little to me. All the closing prints and the majority of the wicks are actually all south of that dollar. So this has had a whole turbulent time trying to clear that dollar level. Let's see if we can pick it up here off the volume weighted average price, maybe a little bit lower for the money fills, and then hold this bad boy to see if we can clear that dollar and then make some decent trades here. Playboy as well in focus, PLBY. Neil pointed this one out bright and early when it started making the move. It is up about 10% higher than when Neil pointed it out. It's about 25% and change. I think he pulled this one up at 12 or 13%. It has got a great looking pattern over here. It's got that ascending wedge flat top break candidate. And I would submit to you it's a 210 flat top break. Nary a candle. That wall, zero. In fact, zero candles on the 5-minute chart. Close above that 210. It has had trouble with 2. It's at it right now. So I'm going to pick this up for a possible accumulation through that 210, 215 if we get really lucky. So that's in focus as well, Playboy. And then VAL, not the biggest mover on the day, a lot more expensive, trading at around $79 and a third. But a great looking pattern as well. Looks like it had resistance at 78. That seller has since been decimated and is up to $80.90 on the day. It's up 27%. Doing decent volume. However, take a look at that volume price action comparator, right? Declining volume profile down and to the right. All the while, the price action is making higher highs and higher lows. So we have volume price action divergence. That is something to always keep an eye out for. And then CRWG, obviously this is not a small cap gapper, but we had success trading some of these leveraged ETFs on Friday, and we're going to do it again today if it's warranted. It's holding Friday's area high, holding the closing print at around 380, making new highs intraday. $4.43. It's about 20 pennies lower than that right now. Let's see if this one sets up well at 4, or is it going to hold up at the 20 EMA on the 5, right around that 420, 423. And then last but not least, ORCX. This is an Oracle inverse ETF as well, leveraged, I'm assuming. Let me just double check that so I don't misspeak. I think it is, yes, it's 200%, 2 times the daily price action of ORCL. Holding up nicely. Looks like it might be double topping though at around 10 3/4. Can't really shake that level. Right at 10.5 it goes. If this loses 10.30 to 10.25, I'm out. I'm not going to look at this south of that until and if it hits that 10.10 to 10 area. That's a buy zone for me. I would actually say, sadly, the buy zone's a little bit wider. It's going to have to be 9.90 for that buy zone all the way up to 10.10. The reason it's a 20 penny buy zone is because you get the price action resistance in the pre-market at around 9.90, where we couldn't clear that. We clear it easily in the opening print. But look where the volume weighted average price is. It's 10.10. So that kind of makes me caught between two minds. Am I looking at 10.10? That volume weighted average price? Am I looking at 10, the whole dollar level? Or am I looking at 9.90, where the breakout actually happened? The resistance in the pre-market. So a bit of a buy zone there. It's a 20 penny buy zone that probably could create some trouble in terms of sizing and stop placement and whatnot, but that is my look on it. LIMN just breached prior bar high. So this one did breach that kind of lower high trend we've been putting in a clean hold off the 10 EMA on the 5, and then here it is, I think about 5 or 6 pennies below the day's high. LIMN looking real good here. It might have given us opportunity to get in. So we're going to be looking at that, CCHH, and BRLS, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Clutch One, you think I would ever lie to you, my friend? There's zero chance. Yeah, Commodity Kings, it's looking pretty good today, but Clutch One, I'm being 100% honest. I'm legit. I'm not even trying to find where the potential bottom is on Bitcoin. I told you what my game plan is downtrend break, right? Like once that downtrend breaks, I'm not going to try to catch the falling knife. And then once we start to open up and trade above that on the backside of that downtrend, that's when it's time for me to engage. Trying to find a bottom on this thing, you'll end up like this relatively quick. So you don't want to do that now, do you? So, yeah, guys, that's what we got going on. I'm thinking about attempting another Another short here on HIMS. It's okay. Yeah, I think this is our time to engage. Like, we have this consolidative zone right now, and we can't really breach it. So we're involved. I'm out at 18s. Okay, so we'll give this one a little bit of room, maybe even a little bit less, because if we break through this and the momentum really starts to pick up, then I'll just get out of the trade, and then that'll be it for our attempts. I mean, 1 break even, 1 loss, and 3 attempts on a specific name, then we may not just be in sync. The reason why I do like it right now currently is you can see that we have this inverted hammer candle right above the volume-weighted average price, and I do believe that sellers are in control of today's session, even though we do have a lot of chop. You break this downtrend, you eventually come back through it, but then you see selling pressure step right back in. So let's see if we can get this to move back towards the downside. $16 was my target. We weren't fortunate enough to get it, so I added 33% more than what I've had on this position right here. So we want to stick to the same stop. We will take a rough hit considering we're in at 65. We'll have to take approximately 35 cents there, but it is what it is, man. Plenty of risk left, and this was a small, this is coffee money essentially on this loss, and then the break even right there, guys. Pardon me? Speaking of coffee, you got yours going on right there. Quantity Kings, word on the street is U.S. government put in 60K floor on BTC just from a bird. Okay, hear that fly on the wall. Have you ever traded micro BTC contracts? I haven't, Juan. I think I heard someone mentioning this. I just trust you, dude. It's not even that. Like, I haven't won, but it's just making our lives easy, right? Like, you can grab the bottom. If you truly want to continuously try to grab the bottom, by all means, stick to your own game plan, right? But that's not my game plan. Right? If I'm talking my own book here, essentially, which I'm going to, is that, hey, this is what I'm looking for. I want to see this break, right? Like, I want to see us on the backside of a trend, and then that's when I'll start to get involved. I'm not going to continuously try to grab the bottom. Oh, I did this over here. Just gets absolutely destroyed. Oh, that wasn't that much fun. Now, was it? Okay, yeah, we try it again one more time. Oh, that wasn't that much fun. No. So what am I going to do? I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to wait for confirmation. I like what Neil's ideas are sometimes. Like, I just try to take a little bit from everyone. He's like, hey, man, he's waiting for trend line breaks, whether it be from an intraday standpoint or maybe even from a daily. And that's the game plan that I got going on here with Bitcoin. Waiting for that to break. Once we have the ability to hold the backside of the trend, then it's engaged, because if we're going to climb higher, the chances of us breaching that previous pivot high of 127,000 is probably it's good. I think I'm putting probability in my favor, and that's the nature of the beast, all right? So yeah, moving forward, here we go on HIMS. As we catch the top there, the supply zone, we weren't able to break through that. That's exactly what we want to see. Now we want to look how this underlying acts around the volume weighted average price. If we can break VWAP and head a little bit lower, considering my price is significantly better than my previous entries, I mean 20 cents there and then approximately 80 cents on the other one, then we'll take some off in this supply zone right over here around 1690, and if it breaks lower, then we're going to be rocking and rolling. Thank you. Hit the like, not just for me, but for Sharif and everybody around these neck of the woods. Everyone on the team deserves the like, not just me alone. So this is a team effort around this neck of the woods. So yeah, thanks, Juan. We'll most definitely get it. Let's go Hims.
Appreciate you, Joey. Appreciate you, Juan, as well, and everybody with the positive vibes in the chat. How's everybody doing today? Everybody, y'all hungover from yesterday? A lot of drinking,
crazy.
a lot of fun yesterday. What was going on? I had the sickest nap around Super Bowl, around halftime, bro. It was one of the better naps I've had in a while. So I'm not gonna lie.
I had 2 naps on Saturday.
You had 2 naps?
Yeah, bro.
So did I. I'm not even lying to you. I'm not even making that up.
Me neither, man.
I had the sickest nap. Midday. And then again in the evening. Bro, I felt refreshed as hell this morning. I didn't have a sip of alcohol yesterday.
That's good, man.
Yeah. So we're
good. I didn't even turn the game on.
All right. We're having a good time here, guys. We're long here on BRLS. We got a bit of a dip trade off that 10 EMA on the 5. We've got a couple of beak wetters. We've got 41s on. It's showing me 50. There's 51, 52, 53. Here we go. Let's set up at 55. 58 is the high of the day, so we'll take one at 58 if it's possible. And then we're going to set up a little bit higher, man. Let's put in about 64, looking for continuation. And there it is into 55. Can we get a 56? BRLS is waking up. 57s just showed up momentarily. 8s showed up momentarily, but no continuation there. So I saw a test of the high day. It's not, yes, it is. It did actually go up to 8. 6 is showing up again. 7s looking for the move past 8. That's my next print, but the high of the day probably will be that focal point for the profit takers as well as the short sellers. So let's see if we can shake them. We can't, so I'll take it here and I'll cancel 58, and then I'll move it up a little bit more. There's 58 again. Let's set up a little bit higher now. We've got a couple of positions built up into this one, looking for that move into the 1 2/3. We'll see if we get it or not. So I did have one order, sadly, that one unfilled, and that was south of the volume weighted average price. I had to account for that because it had shown its propensity to breach VWAP, at least on a wick basis, and then trend right back up. So I said to myself, Sharif, these are where the money fills are at, the ones that break some of these key trend lines over here. But alas, it was not to be this time around. Now we've got 39s on, and we still have shares on this one. Probably let's take out a little bit more because I didn't realize I had that many shares. So let's look for another move here. 58, still the high of the day. Nothing else for me to do other than set up some profit takers north of that. Shout out to Commodity King, OBE and REI. Okay, brother, but I'm just kind of in a trade at the moment. So OBE, 267,000 shares, not going to cut it for me. It's up 4%, which is not bad. $500 million market cap, so it fits the narrative of small cap gapper, but the volume scares me off. REI. Let me have a look at this one. Again, very, very light volume, $1.27 trading at only about 1.64 million shares, which isn't exactly a lot for that price, but it does look decent in terms of chart action. A new high of day on BRLS into 160, but now it's bleeding its own blood, coming right back down into the 50s here as people do take profits. So watch out for a reversion trade on this. I got caught a bunch of times last week on those. What was that one that I was taking a trade on that spiked up on me like 60 pennies and then immediately turned back around on Friday?
On Friday.
Yeah. I got right back in too.
I don't know which one it was, but yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
So yeah, I still got some, stress from that one, but that is part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. Leandra, hey Leandra, good to see you again. BNZI, do you think it will move? When Leandra asks, I take note. Get it, Leandra. I'm not supposed to call her a Leanne anymore, Joey. She got mad.
She said she want to fight me too.
She want to fight? Yeah, well, she has mixed feelings about you, but it's okay.
I don't think so. I think they like me.
Yeah.
She always asks me questions.
Fair. Let's look at this one. BNZI, what do we got? We got 6 3/4%, $12.2 million market cap, about 901,000 shares traded on the day. I like the look on Friday for that flat top break around 120. Today, it's really not for me, at least intraday. Let's take a look at the daily. Yeah, the daily is not looking much better, Leandra. I mean, this isn't it here. This is a bit of a tough look. I have no idea what this company does. What do they do? Let me have a quick look here. Marketing technology company that provides AI-enabled marketing and sales solutions for businesses of all sizes. Company enables companies of all sizes to target, engage, and measure both the new and existing customers more effectively. Okay, not bad. A lot of reverse splits too. Keep that in mind. Back late September 2024, and then again, I believe in July of this year. So I'm going to have to say no to that, Leander. Not for me anyway, but at least from an intraday perspective. Keeping an eye here on BRLS, right back into that high of the day, but no prints above 60, Joey. We're going to have to pack the patience.
All right, man. Good stuff, good stuff. HIMS down 24% here, but we have some buyers continuously stepping in at the volume-weighted average price. I told you this was going to be a key inflection point on this name, as it is also a NYSE. These are what the NYSE boys are up to here, down 23% on the session, but then a lot of sideways. I mean, I do like that we're in at the lower end of the range. We'll give it to north of 1780 a little bit. I think that's all I'm going to give it to at this point, considering you get this move down and you just continuously bounce. So if buyers want to step back in, by all means, they can do so. And then that'll be it for us on HIMS. 3 attempts on it, 1 break even. We'll see how this one goes, 1 loss, and that's it. So Silver is him today, right? So never mind Hims. Hims is not him today. Silver is him today as it's continuously climbing. Up 7% is SLV on the Amex, guys. And then now you're up to 75. We would have liked it at 73.64, an all-day trend there. I love it when this thing just continuously moves. You just want to try to catch somewhat of a pullback and get involved, and that's what we did. But unfortunately, we didn't catch any form of a fill on SLV. Come on, you can break down. If we break 1730, if we can break and hold VWAP on this, then we're going to get to cooking. But if it doesn't, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. Once again, I'm short off of this specific signal right here. I haven't seen my boy Gorev in the chat here today, but I'm short off of this here, Gorev and Los Pollos. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend, and so same with everyone else. And then boom, we can maybe come back and test this supply zone around 17 smackers, and that'll be a pretty good win there. So moving forward, guys, if there's anything that you specifically want to look at, I know Neil was talking about, hey, like we can't just, we for some reason we can't break this level on NVDA, this 93 mark. And what do I do is just immediately pull up the chain to see if we have somewhat of a supply zone in that neck of the woods. And you can see within these three strike prices, we have a fairly large concentration. So it doesn't seem like there's that much demand there right now. 35,900 contracts still currently open at 195, and then 24,500 at that 192 mark, right? And then we have approximately another 50, 60,000 in open and closed contracts. So keep an eye out on there. If we do have the ability to breach, we're up 6 smackers here today, 3.44% so far. So not too bad of a look on NVDA. And if I look at this from a daily, it's changed the narrative large for me. I was thinking for quite some time, like, hey, we've been consolidating. We're going to breach this 170 mark, and then we wait for some liquidity, a liquidity grab and some indecision prints, and then we really, really engage on it. But that hasn't been the case. We bounced right off of some levels, and now we put in some strong sessions, back-to-back strong sessions, but we're knocking on the door of that 195 mark, in which we were just going through on the options chain as well, too, guys, is that it could be a supply zone leading into this earnings report. We're not too far away from it now. So if we break higher, then watch out. NVDA, considering we've been consolidating since the middle of summer, I think can go on a little bit of a run here, and that's what I want. I'm holding on to a small amount of shares in the swing. Nothing substantial, but who knows? After that report, we might add a little bit here, Shreve, to see if we can get this stock really, really moving here.
My man. All right. Well, what we're doing it live right now, man. On BRLS, we've got 37s on, and we just took out 69. It's a 70 penny high a day. We just got into the high, looking for continuation now into the 80s, okay? Well, let's not get carried away. Let's see the mid-70s at least first. I'm waiting for the 80s. I'm waiting at 82, so I'm going to forego any prints in the 70s. There it goes into another high a day into 74. It's up now 160% and is very strong. 75s just showed up momentarily. Looking for continuation into the 80s. I did weasel into this trade again, LIMN. It's got very, very, very good respect here for the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm giving this south of the $0.50. We already got a print there into the mid-70s, looking for a move into the high 70s and then into the 80s. LIMN, a holdover from Friday, and another good day for it today, up about a little bit less than 50%, 48% and change. But I've said very little about this trade. CCHH. Look, it's hanging out at the volume weighted average price. I'm about 2 pennies out of the money on this. I'm going to let it go just because it hasn't breached my out, but I am kind of concerned about this kind of indecisive price action right around the volume weighted average price. It's got basically equidistant wicks above the volume weighted average price and then below the volume weighted average price. So I'm kind of unsure how to feel about this. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to let myself stop out of this one if it doesn't go in the right direction. So we're going to focus on BRLS and we're going to focus on LIMN. LIMN, look, it's not exactly the perfect setup. It's not an A+ setup, but it's showing you something here that may be worth your while. So what I don't like is the unbroken lower highs. I don't care about this topping tail candle that lured everybody in at 11.10. That did make the intraday high, 283. Fine, great. But look at the closing print. It's a symphony of lower highs. Much the same, though, for the higher lows. So we're in a bit of a compression pattern, right? Now, what I like is that it's holding the 10 EMA for that compression pattern, meaning the algorithms and or the traders are kind of earmarking that 10 EMA on the 5 as their entry point. What I didn't want to do was give it too tight of a stop below the 10 EMA, lest I get stopped out via stop hunt. So what I've done is I've given it to the $0.50. The reason I did is because that 11:10 candle, the one that was the most right on the day, right at 11, has a low of 53. So I said, give it to 50, see what you can get on that. So that's what I'm looking at in terms of LIMN. I've got 67s on, a couple of profit takers showing me 69 now, but not exactly an A+ setup of any sort. Now, what's my move? If it comes back into the 10 EMA, right? Because it's been holding the 10 EMA, I'm going to add. But I'm going to add half the position that I got into. So we're going to do it like that, and I'm going to put it into the low 60s. So I'm going to wait 64, even though the 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit higher than 64. Sometimes it just gets to be a crowded trade, and I don't get in. Amir saying ONDS. Let me have a quick look at ONDS, brother. ONDS, what do we got on that? All right, not too bad. 7%, a little bit less. Very consolidative lately, though, under that 1040. Let's bring in the side charts and have a quick look at ONDS. All right, let's go 5.
Win.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's actually holding trend in the sense that it's holding that pre-market high at around 850, that 10.25. What I don't like about it, though, is at the unbroken lower high. So I would kind of insist that the trend line have to break before I get in. But quite frankly, it's going to replace who? VAL. I'm unlikely to trade it because it's $80. So we'll put in ONDS on the side. If it breaks above that trend line and breaks above it, decisively, I'm game, man. We'll get into this one. But it's going to have to do that first before I get into.
All right, good stuff there, guys. So yeah, we had the breach of the volume-weighted average price here momentarily as we're breaking through some key support levels as well, too, guys. So we're going to hold on to this. I told you, maybe we'll take a little bit off at 17, but I'm going to try to aim for the low of the day, and we want to be able to hold on to at least 30 to 40% of our position before we start piecing it out. I love that inverted hammer candle right above the volume-weighted average price. It's definitely a grinder. These these NYSE stocks can really get you going here. All right, let's see what everybody else in the chat is. My bro Oracle and ETF IGV all oversold on SaaS fears. Time to rebound. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a rebound here. I mean, you go through some of the cybersecurity names and some of these software names. It's just like they took a pretty aggressive hit over the past couple of sessions. So maybe we're going to aim for a little bit of an oversold bounce. But top VIP, I hope you fellas killed it on bull bets when you have a chance. Look at, Sharif, dude, I've been Polymarket, so I just kind of got on the Polymarket. Okay, someone mentioned Polymarket here. I love that, Darwin Trader. I just was like looking at it over the weekend because I'm like, hey, if you can trade some of these bets, that would be pretty cool. So I started to a little bit get into Polymarket, and it might get me into a bit of trouble here, guys, because I'm going to start reading up on it a little bit more, and you can just like essentially trade the percentage in which maybe an opponent, like for me, would be like UFC is going to win. So if you get in at a good point where you think he's going to win and it just continues to climb higher, I really like this Polymarket stuff. I have to read a little bit more up on it, but this is going to be dangerous because if I can trade UFC fights, then it's going to be like, man, this is wicked, right? So some good stuff there, guys. Leanne says, I popped my ACL when I was 19 after shooting 6 3-pointers in a row. The 7th shot hit the rim. I went for the rebound with all the adrenaline. I was eye level with the. What kind of hops you got over there, Leanne? Yeah, big time hops. That's how I did it the first time, and same knee was basketball, and then unfortunately the second time was in hockey. All right, let's see what else everybody else is. I saw Mr. Worldwide dancing at the Super Bowl party. All right, right on. I wasn't there, so it couldn't have been me. I'm doing options for ETFs. Love hearing that there, Leanne. And then also top VIP, same thing with Kelsey. I'm on it. Yeah, I'm gonna read a little bit more into this stuff, man. I think it can be a lot of fun. Joe, I went 5 or 6 doing it. Did you, Ryan? I was looking for you earlier in the day, man. Our guy Dustin Jacoby, I don't know if he's our guy, but he got a nice knockout there. I fell asleep during just before the main event, so I didn't get to catch that one. All right, right back into these markets, guys. HIMS NY. You can see that we're 1730, once again acting as a solid defense. But if the momentum really starts to pick up to the downside, I think we'll have the ability to breach and hold it here. There is an uptrend that is kind of intact right now, and then we have this hammer candle right at VWAP, so we have to be cautious of this. But as soon as that mark is broken, I do like our chances once again, talking book here, if we could just break that hold, and then I like our chances coming into that supply zone around $17. Silver just steady trending to the top side, now up to 75.26. And then we have the T triple Qs as well, guys. It's just like, hey, you don't want to chase it up here, but with this type of slow, steady, grinding price action, it's like you buy high and then you look to sell higher and not counter trend, because there's no signs of any form of a turtle shell type price action where we're going to curl over or any immediate flush coming into the market unless some form of catalyst steps in. So 51.85, I wouldn't be surprised if we run into 52 on the TQs here momentarily, especially with some of these big boys continuing to climb higher as well, Sri.
All right, LIMN, I had to tighten up the stop. It's just a little too close to the 10 EMA. 2-candle red setup. We've got 66 is showing me 60, so mid-50s, and I'm out, and here it comes. Let's see if it loses the mid-50s area. I put it just below 54, so it's already dropped below the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day. If it closes this way, of course, but we'll have to wait and see. BRLS continuing to trend at the day's high. There is a seller at 70. It's been above 70, mind you. It's been into that 74 penny area, but spent all but no time there. So the level for me is 70 pennies. But we've been working our way up into the 70 penny area with some higher lows. Let's see if we can kind of trend into that area or what. I've got my next profit taker a little bit higher than the high of the day, 74. I put it at 82. So that's my focus there. But I will have to stop out here. I'm just going to stop out using my hotkeys below on CCHH, lost VWAP. It's right at that level that it got into before at 1120, but I'm not going to want to DCA into an oblivion into this one. So CCHH will be my first L on the day, but we'll stay positive and we'll look for a move above 90 pennies. That's the only way I get back into this one. LIMN, though, is holding on by a thread. We're going to get to Frederick's Super Chat when we get back from the big desk with Adair.
Try to keep it brief here, guys. BTC had quite the round trip, as we've been saying a couple times. Friday, we had this massive bounce here from just below 60,000 all the way up to 71,000 halves. And then we kind of traded in a range for pretty much the whole weekend. Sunday, we did actually briefly break out of that range high, getting us to around that 72,000 level, but then we came right back. Again, today, trading very much within that range base of around 68,400. Up here around 71,000. Let's take a look at Ethereum to see how Ethereum compares. ETH looking relatively similar again. Sunday breaking out of a relatively range-bound trading period, but then coming right back into it today. And I would even argue the ETH range on the daily is a little bit cleaner than the Bitcoin range. Both today and Saturday, you've got these lows of just at $2,000. So for Ethereum, that 2,000 level seems to be a lot cleaner support resistance than what we're seeing with Bitcoin and the comparable area here of 70,000. Back to you.
Yeah, I think there was issues with Adira's mic, if you guys want to check that out. Yeah, continuing to watch here, LIMN, but let's say hello and say thank you to Frederick, man, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, brother. Just between us girls, I would have canceled the whole dispenser capper if I knew how the Pats were gonna lose. Now I'm kind of feeling like the Grinch after he stole Christmas from all them creepy looking Whoville kids. Oh boy, that is funny though. Man, that was a snoozer into the first.
I didn't, dude. I didn't watch.
6-0.
Yeah.
6-0. I'm like, okay, I'm not missing much, and I just kind of dozed off, did something.
Yeah,
else.
I think you know where I stand with football these days. I was watching a while ago, man.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, right? Styles make fights.
Yeah.
Same thing in football, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah, guys, still holding on to LIMN over here, but now this is looking like it might break down below the 10 EMA on the 5, so I'm keeping my eye on this one. We've got 66. It's showing me 60, but I'm not really liking the look of this one's jib, and it feels like there's downside pressure here on this bad boy. So I'm going to let it stop me out. I've got my stop exactly where I want it. Just make sure that it's active. It is active for the right share size. Let's just make sure. right? Because we did add into this one, all right? So let me double check over here. Yeah, we're good to go on that. So LIMN still holding a piece there. And then the other one that we were involved in earlier, BRLS, still substantially into the money on that one, but it does look like it has a 70 seller. So look, if this one drops down to 50 and or mid 40s, I think I'm going to be a buyer again. Reason being, that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is and VWAP. Now, I kind of said that the volume weighted average price was more of a line of best fit rather than any technical support or resistance, but the 10 EMA on the 5 looks a little bit cleaner. That's showing me 151, 150-ish at the moment, 152 actually, now that this candle opened up. So if we get a decided move above 174, that also is a game changer for me here. That causes me to add into this position for a squeeze into 2. But we're gonna have to clear that 70 penny selling and clear it quite decisively for me to do that. So BRLS still in focus and best looking one on the day so far, Joey.
All right, good stuff. All right, I want to touch on a couple of things, guys. So we're thinking about the market just steady grinding higher, right? So let's go through some of these big names. And these are some of the sessions that you need to keep an eye out on. So what we have here, we'll go through these first. Like you have Microsoft continuing its rally here today. Amazon, same thing, starting to form a bull flag. Sorry, NVDA starting to form a bull flag. Amazon can continue its descent after selling aggressively out of the open. Tesla relatively strong here today. Google rebounding strong here today as well. Meta really strong here today, up to 672. So if these guys start to cool off and move sideways, and then AAPL decides to play catch up, and you think that the market's going to curl over, good luck, man. It's just one of those sessions. Oh, here, Apple. Like, so it broke through this top end. Like the downtrend, it's down right now, but if you continuously bounce off of these 270 levels and then at some point throughout the intraday session you breach the volume weighted average price, it can add kind of that additional little bit of fuel to the fire if the other big names decide to take a little bit of a breath or pull back slightly, and that's what makes it really difficult to trade the TQs in the opposite direction on sessions like these when those Mag 7 are kind of all moving in tandem with the exception of AAPL. All right, so that's just the game plan there. We got the break. We were fortunate enough to get that break at 1730 here on HIMS. This is starting to work out really nice for us. 50 cents ITM on this one, on 33% more size than this original position, and about 50% more, 60% more size on this position, all right? So we told you our primary target's gonna be 17. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to catch 10 more cents on this. We'll piece off approximately 20 to 30% on it, and then leave the rest for a runner for the breach of the low of the day. So sellers, let's engage. Let's get this party started and start hitting some targets. As soon as I take that first partial, I wouldn't be surprised if we go green on the day. I'm not looking at my P&L, and I haven't been for quite some time. I like how Adair doesn't even pay attention to it until the end of the day. And when you start documenting is when you really want to see what you got going on. Just focus on the trade. But a pretty good one so far, guys. We've been sitting in this one from 11:11, so hopefully that's good luck. We're now 11:38, so 20 minutes, pretty close to target. An additional leg lower. We're going to start to rock and roll. We've got a super chat here from Nick W. Sharif, KRE seems like a multi-week breakout.
Yeah, I told him absolutely agree with that. That's beautiful. You're still below the all-time highs that we put back in at towards the, I want to say, at the tail end of COVID, January 2022. Looks like we were a little bit higher. Other than that, though, it's a fantastic look. In any event, KRE, give me a sec, which is the small regional bank ETF. Here it is. Let's go to the daily, show you the daily first. So we've taken out November 2024 levels of 70. That was the election run-up, the strength into that. So good look there. And that was a key area of technical resistance as well. You can tell that 65 to 70 area had been a bit of a top for a while. You flip to the weekly, and then the only level we're really looking at is that, I want to say, that weekly double top from the week of January 10th, 2022, and then the week of January 18th, 2022. The high of which on the 22nd was 79.73, and the previous week was 79.10. So sorry, 79.13, 79.10. So those are essentially the same level from that time. So let's get through 75 first. 75 can be a bit of a resistance level locally, but you gotta love this higher low situation. This is the weekly chart on KRE, which is the regional banking ETF. Talking about, your smaller banks, the ones that really kind of report right at the beginning of that earnings season. Great area low here at around 40, except maybe for the what's it called? The COVID sell-off in March of 2020. That kind of broke that level and found support at 30, but great call there. Shout out to Hyatt. I remember his name was a little bit different. That's Eddie, right? Yeah, Eddie, you changed your name, brother. I like it. Hyatt High Trader, $5 super chat. Hi, boys. Can you look into APLD? I see it's up substantially on the day, 8.25%. You're not the first person to actually point that out. But let's go ahead and look at APLD. There's your weekly. So we're kind of accumulating for that $40 break. We've been kind of topping out at $40 for the past little while. I think we breached it on the week of the 26th of January. But ever since then, it's been kind of, it's been hard to reach above 40. Let's go to the daily. Kind of the same look there on the daily. I like this, Eddie, especially if you're picking it up around the mid to low 20s. APLD, definitely a good look. I don't see a headline for it today, but it's been quite strong lately, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Here goes HIMS, right? Like, I mean, if it comes back now, considering we were down, we were 10 cents away from hitting our target, we're just gonna have to get out break even and just can't get this thing rocking and rolling. So, yeah. I mean, it's completely annoying. You just sit through about 20 minutes of grinding and it just engulfs within 2 minutes. So we'll hold on to this here, guys. Could trail the stop or something along those lines. But if it comes back to the break even, we'll get out and then we'll take it off our side chart here, and then we'll just find something else to trade, and hopefully we can catch a little bit of a trend or something that's going to be a little bit more cooperative. That was a nice move from 67 all the way down to 10s. Not fortunate enough, we didn't take anything off. We wanted 17s, and then now you get that price action turnaround. So I think the market heard me when I said, hey, man, we're waiting for 17s, and they're at 17.10, and they're like, no, we got this guy. There's no way. Obviously, just being sarcastic on that one. Any opinion on grabbing some RBLX at this price, bouncing off the 200? I don't necessarily have one, nor am I a big fan of this stock, but what we can do is just look at the technicals and go based off of that and see what we got going on with Roblox and head over to the daily. For me, again, like I think with the larger crowd, what you want to look at is same narrative, right? So when are people going to start to engage at this point? Is that downtrend broken? Do you want to wait for it? Is the street going to wait for it? And is the broader amount of traders going to be looking for that? And I think that's something along the lines in which I would be looking for there, is just waiting for the downtrend instead of trying to catch a falling knife. Same narrative in which I said about Bitcoin, right? I'm not going to try to catch the falling knife. I'm just going to wait for trends to be broken, and then you can engage based off of that. So heading back, guys, now silver all the way up to 75.57, continuing its grind, a nice steady channel to the top side. You can see that HIMS not really doing too much. We have this range here, about $1.50 range on HIMS, from a high of 18 to a low of around 16.50. So, I mean, that's just the narrative. We were in at the top end. We didn't get the breakdown that we were looking for, and so be it. Now, as for Robinhood, guys, running into some key support levels as well, 87.25. Is this going to breach and head a little bit lower? Maybe. It did receive an upgrade today, so not too bad whatsoever. I got to keep my eye on HIMS right now, just in case it does come back to our break even. It's unfortunate we didn't piece any out. A nice move to the downside. You sit in this for a half an hour, and then it just engulfs in the span of a couple of minutes. Nature of the beast, we get out. We're at the exact same position in which we left off half an hour ago. So I'm not going to cry or complain about it. We're just identifying what's going on, and then we find another opportunity. It's so unfortunate you can't trade silver, can't chase silver up here. If it is an all-day grinder, you want to wait for some form of a pullback, but at this point, it's just all been micro and then just additional leg higher, additional leg higher, additional leg higher. So not too bad of a look there on silver there, Sri.
All right, guys. I added it to BRLS because it pulled back in to some key areas. 174 high, I just added here at 144. It's going to be a super tight stop below my level, just based upon where I got in. So let's see if it holds up at VWAP. As I mentioned, VWAP has been an interesting level on BRLS. At times, it's shown itself to be support. At other times, it hasn't. So here it is, right back at 50 after that add. Good look here, looking for continuation. North seller at 51. We just added at 42s. Looking for that move now, it's 52s. Sorry, we added at 42s, not 52s. There's the continuation into 53. There's the first print. I've got my next profit taker at 62s, but you know, this one is going to have to show us it's going to get back up there, right? Because just it held off the volume weighted average price, but this current candle that just opened up, the 1145 candle, has certainly a lower high. So we're still in a downtrend here, albeit finding support at key levels. So let's go ahead and put another profit taker in the mid to high 150s. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the next profit taker in the low 60s and then kind of move it up into the mid 60s there for a move up. But anything below my entry, now that I've got that bottom wick, I'm out. Okay, so let's go ahead and just set that up super quick. And there we go. We're doing it live there. Now, guys, that was a good trade, but this one wasn't. LIMN lured me in. This was a mistake on my part. Not that I wasn't alive to it, but I took a shot anyway. The lower highs. It's already shown us that it's a bamboozler in chief. Look at that 1110 candle, breaches and makes the breaches the upper trend line and makes the intraday high. All right back down after that. And then again, the 1140 candle breaches that area, breaches the lower high, lower high, lower high trend, and then lures us right back in only to lose the 10, and now it is on the verge of losing the $0.50, so I'm 0 for 2 on LIMN. So this one, if I strike out on it again, we're done on this one, or it'll be removed off the side chart. So now what we're going to do on LIMN, we're going to be super picky about the levels that we get in, and I'm not going to wait for just a quick wick above the upper trend line. I'm going to kind of insist on a closing print, maybe even 2. That is if it makes its way back up there, because it's losing the $0.50 and losing it in a hurry. The question is, do I add here possibly on a dip trade at 2 1/3, because that's where the volume weighted average price is, right? That 235 area. It's losing the $0.50, zigging and zagging with it right now. But what if it makes its way down into 235? Is that a buy zone? I don't have the answer to that quite yet. I'm going to have to watch to see what the buyers and sellers are doing at that level, and then we'll make a decision. Separately, ONDS, I've been kind of patiently waiting for this one to break trend. It's still, you know, putting in that lower high, lower high, lower high trend. But when it does this, it gives you a very, very clear area of where you need to see it breach for you to get in, especially when it's been this respectful of trend. So I'm packing the patience on ONDS, but I am kind of held back a little bit just based upon the percentage up on the day. It's only up 6.4%. So if you're looking for mass participation by small cap gappers into this, you might not get it because it's not going to be on everybody's radars. And if it is, you know, maybe it's less in priority. And there goes Playboy right into another high a day. So look, it hasn't done a lot of volume on the day, and it was kind of, remember we talked about this, it had volume price action divergence, but here it comes again. This current candle has 150,000 shares, and it's still got a couple of minutes left to go. There's the high of the day to 222. Playboy looking very strong here. Flat top break, and it is now just up a little shy of 40% on the day. So this one could be a 2.5 squeezer. Who knows what PLBY is going to do, but there is the flat top break through 215. Not a level that I would have typically earmarked for flat top break, and I kind of looked at it as a zone, right? Because no closing prints above 210. Now you've got one. But you had a lot of wicks in the 215, so to me it was a zone 210, 215. I didn't believe in it. Conviction was low on this one, and as a result, we didn't get in. We didn't do anything on that. All right, let's take a quick look now at BRLS because it's coming right back into my entry. I've got 44s on. It's showing me 44s right now. It loses prior bar low. I'm out. It's that simple. There we go. We're out. Break even on the remaining amount. So BRLS on the way down now. Watch to see, can it break trend? Can it make a new candle to breach this current candle high, which is $1.53. So once this new candle opens up in about a minute, look for the taking of that 153 as a bullish signal. Otherwise, I'm going to focus now on PLBY for a possible long.
All right. There goes Bitcoin on the breakout, guys. Good call out. That's what I was thinking earlier today as well, right? So not too bad of an opening drive right here. And then you just really have this consolidative zone where you're trading in a 30-cent range. And then sure enough, if you're fortunate enough to get the lower end of it, then boom, off to the races you go, right? And then now you get that breakout. And this is what you really want to keep an eye out on. Look at the 5-minute interval volume. Our volume by time profile really starting to pick up. And that's what you want to see to confirm your breakout. Now, if you get the retest of this 39.55 mark and it doesn't hold and it comes back into the middle of the range, no problem, you get out. But if you see it really start to step back in or the sell pressure volume isn't there whatsoever, I think that can give you another opportunity to engage. So for whoever had the ability to get involved at the right place here on IBIT and sit through that breakout, congratulations. We'll hit this one for you there because that was a nice little move. As the market I mentioned on the TQQQs, hey, watch out for that 52 mark. We're running into that right now. Robinhood, it's very, very tough to short this thing, Gorb. I know you're still sitting in your Tesla trade. How has Tesla been performing today? But I was thinking about a breach of that 87 mark because sellers may still be fully engaged. 10 cents away from getting stopped out break even on this HIMS, and then we'll be flat on the day. It might just be one of those sessions where it's, hey, we didn't get anything going. We took a couple opportunities, never caught that fill. Which is the most frustrating thing on SLV, and then sure enough, it decides to grind, and that's exactly what we're looking for, but it is what it is. But no, Robinhood off to the races, so you're not going to get that support level break. A nice break to the top side and see if you can break that previous pivot of $88, and HIMS just really just We'll find something else to potentially trade here momentarily, just so we don't get frustrated. That's why I take things off, is because, like, hey, you take your 3 stabs at it, they don't work for you, then you just go and look at something else. So I'm getting prepared to, what did I just do here? Oh. I'm getting prepared to just get out of this trade. There it is. I'll get out a couple cents early just because at this point, I do believe that it's going to climb a little bit higher. And if it runs into 65, then we don't want any part of that. So a nice little move to the downside. We didn't get it 10 cents away from hitting target, but then it rebounds aggressively and never got that curl over in HIMS on the New York Stock Exchange. That is, guys. So let's pull over to something else. Robinhood, let's go with the flow. I don't have anything on my radar at this given moment, and that's totally fine. But what we are going to do is eliminate HIMS so we can just keep the temperament at a cool level, so we can still think straight and then not get too aggravated at what we got going on, because that's exactly what it is. It's annoying, and I don't want to get annoyed at this point. So there it is. TQs now at 52.06, SPY now at 65.30. And silver continuing to grind a little bit higher.
Silver, where's it at, man? Silver is up 7 3/4. Not a bad look at all. Gold up 2.5. But the coin, did you see Bitcoin? It's making a move, man.
Yeah.
It's below 70 again. Okay, it was just above 70. All right, well, there you go. Bitcoin's trying to do its thing. We'll keep an eye out on that. Now, I got back into LIMN, VWAP retracement in at 39, showing me 41s. Looking for a move here off VWAP, but it's going to be a tight stop again on LIMN. It broke trend. I'm looking to see if buyers are going to earmark this volume weighted average price area as a good buy zone, at least the intraday traders, that is. It's still up 30%, so should be on some people's radars. Keep that in focus. Possible hold here at VWAP. Then I'm also looking at Playboy. So Playboy did dip down off that 223 high, dipping down into 215s. I have a bias that this one has a buy zone between 15 and 10. But like the thing is, did we really clear 15 enough to kind of use it as an area of support? So that is my concern a little bit about this one. I'm going to take off CCHH, put PLBY, and see if we can kind of find a bit of a dip trade on this one. And I'm going to use that 10 penny area as my stop. Now, if it wants to find support at this level, fantastic. Otherwise, it's going to be a 208 stop out. And we're going to throw that in there. Let's throw in some profit takers. We're in at 18. Let's go 22s, and then we'll put 25s, which will necessitate a high day break. So we'll keep tabs on that. We'll keep tabs on LIMN. And while we're keeping tabs on that, we're going to send you to the big desk with news.
Google has a headline. There are some caveats with this headline, so I want to kind of go over everything here. But first, I'll start with the headline. Information reporting that Anthropic's data center ambition and the ex-Google execs who could make it happen. That's the headline. GeoOGL is pushing higher on this, but I do think it's important to note that A, this headline is from the information, which, as we talked about, has not always been the most reliable for intraday breaking news, especially as of late, especially with AI. And then furthermore, this would actually maybe not necessarily automatically be a good headline for Google because it specifically says ex-Google execs working with Anthropic. So just a couple caveats there with this Google headline. Apparently, furthermore, this headline also says that Anthropic is considering securing 10 gigawatts of capacity. So with that in mind, keep an eye on some of these data center plays like Wolf, IREN, CEG, etc. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Aziz, man. Sending 10 free, or they're not free, you got to pay for them, but they're free for you. Trader TV Live gifted memberships. So Kevin Lowe, you got one. Jazzy J, Munia Brown. Who else, man? Future Hope, Lori at 2141. We got Erica Best Purple Lover. Joe Ryan, I should say. Christian Rodriguez, all you guys, Spider 0805, all you guys got one thanks to the OG Aziz, and all you guys can now get my morning note. So make sure now that you are premium subs, weasel on over to the Trader TV homepage right there, and then, you know, by default, you'll be at home. Click that posts tab right at the top, and there you go. It says members only, so you won't see this if you're not a paying member. In that green rectangle, members only, hit read more, and there it is right in the Google Drive there every single morning, right around 7:50 or so. It's sent directly into your inbox, so make sure to get that every day. And thank you very much, Aziz, for for the premium membership donations. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, thank you very much, Aziz.
My man,
yeah, I mean, our man here was asking me this morning what was going on. Yeah. This is what we got going on right now. I think we're going to switch over to some of these stronger names here and see if we can go with the flow. Catch the lower end. Bull flag here, Shreve. What does this look like on the 5 minute to you?
What does it look like, Joey?
I don't know. I'm asking you, brother. What does this look like? Bull flag, baby. And that's what we want to participate in. So you catch the lower end of the range. Once it breaks through those support levels, then you're going to be able to get in at a better price. And that's the name of the beast, right? We have Robinhood running into that $88 mark once again, but still about 40% off of its previous pivot high, which is never a good time, right? But it caught the upgrade with a price target of around $120, I believe, which isn't bad whatsoever. So yeah, we'll take that one. Let's see if we can get in at a solid price. 191.40s would be ideal for me here on NVDA, right? I don't want to start to piece in or average down or anything along those lines. So patience is going to be the name of this game today, just in case you do get a little bit of a breakdown and a liquidity grab, and then maybe we can get that bull flag breakout and drive the TQQs in SPY to new heights on the session. Danger, man. Mike Peter Ryder back in the chat. Danger. Get on the flow. Get on the flow. Danger. Yeah, I like that. I like that stuff. Except for our stupid Netflix stock. Yeah, Netflix isn't doing too good now, is it, Goreb? I haven't looked at it today, to be honest with you. Long term, I haven't done any management. After I sold a bunch of things and I really reduced my IBIT exposure a while ago, then sure enough, yeah. We're okay. We're sitting in a pretty good spot. Once again, bouncing off of 191.60 here in NVDA, and you're up 3.4%. So keep an eye on this one. If it wants to break out, obviously we would love the lower end of the range. It doesn't look like we're going to be fortunate enough to catch it just yet. But one more test, regardless of what happens, if it decides to break down after, so be it. I'm going to have to try and take a single attempt on it. So that's what we got going on right now, Shreve. 191.60 would be ideal entry for moi on NVDA.
Been so long. Remember that? He's been on.
No.
Oh yeah. That's dangerous. Ooh. Guys. Oof. LIMN lost VWAP in a hurry, so I'm out. This one, we are 0 for 3. So this one by default, automatically, without any sort of prior consultation, goes on Uncle Sheriff's shit list, and it is now untradeable on the day, so we're going to remove that off. We're going to put anything else other than this one. I'll put Oracle. By the way, see, Oracle's up like 10 3/4 on the day.
Sir.
I was trying to get into this ORCX ETF. Apparently, you know, it doesn't do enough volume.
Like a 2X?
It is, yeah, but it wasn't doing enough volume on the day for it to be open on our system, but great look there. 1081 high, up 20 and 20.3. Yeah, 20 3/4%. 1081 looking for 11. ORCL has been quite strong as well, so keep tabs on that. But we're doing decent on this trade. We got into Playboy, and there is Playboy into the day high, showing 24s. I'm waiting at 25s. There has been a seller at 24s a lot, so we're going to cancel the 25 order, and now we're going to take 24s and then set up a little bit higher in the 28s. Let's see. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do that, but maybe I will. Shout out to my man, Wendy's Tendies. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at there. PLBY up 41%, give or take. Looking for the next one into the high 20s area. But what's it called? LIMN. that's my worst trade on the day. And that single-handedly has put me red on the day. So we're going to try to work out of this. There's a lot going on. I think I can probably maneuver here into some good trades. I'm really waiting for ONDS to break trend. I've got some plans for that one. Once it does break trend, we'll have a look at that. And then BRLS, yes, I forgot to mention this one. This one we were involved. This is my biggest winner on the day, and it is now halted down. 40.5 million shares traded. It's still... If you're looking at strictly, is it holding lower highs or higher lows? Pardon me. It is. It is. So if you look at every area, very clear area trough, that would, to me, on the 5-minute chart, would be the 1055 candle, the low of which is $1.14, $1.15. Prior to that, it was a double bottom right at 99.9 pennies, and now it is halted down at $1.31. So still technically holding those higher lows, but now below some key levels. It's below the 10, the 20, and VWAP. And that $0.50, it wasn't able to hold at the $0.50 despite clearing it by 24 pennies. So BRLS, I'll have a good look at to see if we can kind of finagle a trade into this one, but it's going to have to show me a change in tune, a change in trend. So other than that, you know, we're not gonna weasel into that. And then how we doing here on Playboy? Yep, another new high a day, makes a 225 high. There it is, right back into 225. 15 million shares, guys, on a $2 name. Not too bad, not fantastic. It is a little lightly traded, but the spread is 1 penny. And quite frankly, I've seen topping tail candles into that key level of resistance, but I haven't seen too much in the way of bamboozlement. So it doesn't seem to be one of those ones where, you know, it makes a new area high and then the profit taking is so aggressive and the liquidity so bad that it drops off, you know, 10, 15% off the highs like we saw on Friday with some of these names. But this one doesn't seem to be like that. But you never really know if a big seller comes in or a short seller for that matter as well. So keeping an eye on that one. And that's it. That's all I've got for now. I'm just scouring here the scanner on the top for any new ones. And as always, guys, if there are small cap gappers that may be a little bit lower on my scanner that I haven't had an opportunity to talk about or have missed accidentally, please let me know exactly what's moving in the moment and we will cover them, especially if you know, they're above the volume weighted average price, they're setting up correctly, definitely into that. But other than that, we're gonna pack the patience over here and we're going to go, I believe, Assassino, right? Not yet. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on Meta is moving, says Los Polos Hermanos. Okay, it is. It's up 2.75%. But, you know, Meta is not really my cup of tea in terms of trading, so I'll keep my eye on that. But unless Joseph wants to comment about Meta.
Yeah, of course. We can always comment on those things. There's that pop-up right there in NVDA off of those key support levels. So let's see what we can get going on, man. I haven't traded some of these chip names in quite some time. We waited for that bounce off of the key support levels. We'll talk about Meta here just quickly and see what we got going on. It was a strong day, right? We know this. So a nice rebound right back into this gap that has now been filled, starting to fill this one, even though that's filled. So yeah, a nice strong day here in META. Guys, we're going to go to happening now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
No, just going to talk about ONDS here. Ondas, we did have a catalyst in this one earlier today. Apparently, their 4 million defense secured a 30, or their 4M defense, sorry, secured a $30 million multi-year demining program in Israel. But there's another story with this one that's kind of interesting as well. I'm just seeing this circulate on X now, though. This post was shared on LinkedIn, looks like about 7 hours ago. Looks like there's some speculation here about an Anduril partnership with ONDS after the CEO of Anduril was spotted with the CEO of ONDS. So Palmer Luckey hanging out with ONDS executives. Nice look for ONDS in addition to that catalyst they already had. Back to you.
Yes, very good. All right, keeping an eye here on RCAT. Thank you for that, guys. It's not, you know, a small cap gapper anymore, but we'll make an exception for this one. RCAT looking all sorts of bull flaggish. Let's bring in the side chart and discuss this one. Thank you, by the way, to Commodity King for that call out there. I didn't have my eyes on the cat, but the cat looking real good. Very, very clear bull flag breakout right at 930. Did all but nothing in the pre-market. So this one, you know what, we won't have to worry about any pre-market highs to take this one out. Volume weighted average price substantially lower than the current price action, below 13.5 actually, 13 high 40s. This one is showing $14 support. However, that topping tail candle, I don't even want to call it a topping tail candle. It looks like more like a doji candle. This one over here at 1125, that made the high of the day at 1426. When we look at that unbroken lower highs subsequent, all the while 14 holding as support. Now, what's funny about this is that 14 was clearly resistance. I mean, when you got to that area high, you did breach 14 by a couple of shekels, 1407, 1408 max, but you were always using 14 as a level of resistance, and you used it essentially from 1025 to the very clear breakout there at 1120. So can we now use 14 or 14-ish as that level of support? I'm going to keep my eye on this one. In fact, I think I might take a trade just given the proximity to this one at 14. I think that I can probably finagle a trade into this one, and hopefully it'll be good. So let's throw that on there. Our cat, wow, it's a lot more expensive than it was last time. The lower highs is getting me a little bit concerned, though. That's the thing. I don't think we've broken through that lower high. So I'm going to have to look at this through the lens of, you know, a DCA trade, that I'm just building my position here. This is kind of how I feel. We've got 12s. Let's set up some at 18s, but knowing full well that it could drop and, you know, drop into the 14 single digits. So prior bar lows, 1403, prior bar high, 1409. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look to get a little bit more kind of in the intermediate area. Let's go 7s. Let's see if we can pick up some at 7s and what the situation can be there. But our cat looks real good, especially if it holds that general $14 area. Now, I'm not going to have a strict stop below 14 for the reasons I articulated, because it seems to, you know, breach it at times only to recover above it. But what I'll do is I see a candle here at 1150, the low of which is 1398. I'm going to give it a little bit of room below that candle. So I'm going to use that candle kind of as my baseline, and then we'll give it a couple of pennies below to see if we can kind of hold up on that level on our cat. So that's my look there. How's Playboy doing? Coming back down a little bit over here. So it looks like it rejected the $0.25. Let's wet the beak here at 21s in case this one does come down. New levels on Playboy, by the way. 10 EMA on the 5s now adjusted into 217. So that could be an add for some people there. 217, 218 could be an interesting area for continuation play on Playboy. That's kind of my look there. How's RCAT doing? Still hanging out near highs, but really only 2 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. Looking for a move into that high day, which is at 1426. And then even after Adara brought us that headline there with ONDS, I'm still bias on this one that it has to break the lower high trend, and quite decisively for that matter, for me to get back in. It's already completed step 1 of the task. Step 1 was to find support at VWAP, and it did that on a 2-candle basis. The 1155 and the 12 o'clock candle, check, holds VWAP. Now, does it make the first 5-minute candle make a new high with a higher low? Currently, yes, but we've got 3 more minutes left on this candle. I'm talking about the 1205 candle breaching prior bar high and currently has a higher low. But I'm going to need to see a little bit more. If that means waiting into the mid to low 30s for a very, very green and decisive candle to break this lower trend line, so be it. But I'm going to kind of insist that I don't get lured into this one like I've been lured into some others. So ONDS, Joey, in focus here for a possible long.
All right, man. Yeah, Gaurav, nice call out there on the flat bottom. Yeah, we could call it that, man. We'll go with that. 272.98. Momentum to the downside, and look at the volume really start to pick up there. Exactly, Sharif, flat bottom. So Apple going oppo, but holding the TQs up steady, and we're in this bull flag here on NVDA. It's starting to slowly work for us. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here, Los Polios, right? I want 193s on this bad boy, considering we're at the lower end of this range, and this has been a lengthy consolidation. And with that being said, the longer the consolidation, the potentially the bigger the breakout, and on the lower time frames, we're starting to see a slight uptick in the volume profile, so that's something positive. But you can see we are running into those supply zones at 192, so we have to be prepared to get out just in case we do reject aggressively, as the market is slowly starting to come back in. Silver off of those highs. We have IBIT coming off of that previous pivot high, but I like the nice ebb and flow. We're bouncing off of supports, we're bouncing off of resistance zones. At some point, one party's got to give. It's either the bears or the bulls are going to take control of this name, especially with this bull flag breakout up 3.42%. I like our chances of continuation to the top side. Just want to go with the flow. If it doesn't work, then so be it. We took multiple opportunities on HIMS. going short, right? Thinking you're going to get the continuation throughout the intraday session. 1 loss, 2 break evens. And we had some nice moves in our favor, but we just never locked in. We were trying to hold until target. And that's going to be the narrative here on NVDA. 193 before I take anything off the table, ladies and gentlemen. All right, UNH broken DTL on the hourly. This might be reversal in the making. Yeah, let's take a look at UNH. One thing I'm going to pull up something for us here momentarily. But first things first, UNH, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, on the daily, nice little pop. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a tough look here in UNH, but here it is from an intraday perspective, things slowly starting to turn around. So positive signs, positive signs. Now, what was I going to pull up? We're going to do the top performing sectors. I'm going to leave you guys in just kind of waiting for what I'm going to show you. Obviously, you've seen it before, so it's nothing new. All right, so let's see what we got going on here today, guys. The top performing sectors is going to be the tech. Yes, the technology of the tech sector here. The technology sector up 1.8%, communication services up 1.5%, and then sure enough, we have Mats in third place, up 0.75% there, guys. Financials down 1/4, and then we have healthcare down 0.929%, and here we have consumer staples down 1 1/10 there. So those are the top performing and the worst performing sectors here today. But let's see whose performance is at the top of the list, and that's going to continue to be Obi Trice right here, guys, up a staggering 25%. Sharif going green there, my boy. Nice work, brother. Finally going green with your 3 picks. They're up 1/4%. That's not too bad of a look there. 2 of his, I think it's Northrop. It's Northrop just running the show for you at this point. We were slightly green on JPM, but Walmart's starting to come in a little bit. CrowdStrike getting a recovery. It was down like 16, 17% at one time, but Obi and Adara still leading the way, all right? Now, there goes NVDA. You're going to get that 192 lows. I think you're only a couple pennies away, and if we can continue to pick up the momentum and the volume on the lower time frames continues to increase, then sure enough, 192 is going to be in the works, and I'm trying to hold this bad boy for 193, which I think is totally achievable here today.
All right, guys, we've got to let you know that Peter Schiff is almost time. It's almost time for him to come on. So if you are obviously thinking about adding gold into your portfolio, and I know a lot of people are, and you want to know, is the best part of the trade behind us? Are we going to continue to have a secular bull run in gold? Is it just going to be, 2025 and a few months of 2026? Get your questions ready. Tag myself or Joe in the chat. Maybe we'll be able to pass your question along to the Schiffmeister. And then, yeah, we'll let you know exactly, how we feel. We'll discuss what he says after. Of course, we'll have our kind of like panel discussion. But get ready. Peter Schiff on momentarily. It should be really interesting to hear what he has to say. If you don't follow him on X, I don't know what you guys are doing, because let me tell you, he has strong opinions. Right, and he's not afraid to voice them at times, and he's not afraid to take on others as well who may have differing opinions. So he's a great follow in terms of, interesting posts, but he's also a good follow for investment and the gold trade in general. So make sure you're here with us momentarily. Peter Schiff, noted gold bull, will be on the show, and it's going to be great to have him on. It's been, I think, a little while, Joey, maybe over a year or so since he's been on last, so we're excited to have him back. Holding still both trades, guys, RCAT and Playboy. Playboy still hanging out, a couple of pennies below the high of the day. RCAT we're break even on, but I'm looking for a move into that, I want to say 14 1/4. It's still putting in some higher lows, but we've got a plan here to DCA in the mid-14 single digits, and if it loses that prior bar, I want to say the 1150 prior bar, the low of which is 1398, I'm out. So that's going to be my look right now on RCAT and PLBY. But I told you he was almost here, and now it is time. Peter Schiff with a dare.
Very excited to welcome Peter Schiff back on the show, chairman of Schiff Gold and founder of Schiff Sovereign. Thank you for being with us here today, Peter. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I'm very excited to get into this conversation. So I want to start with the Fed. What are your thoughts on the appointment of Kevin Warsh as Federal Reserve Chair and how the economy and the market might be impacted by this choice?
Well, first of all, I think the markets were misled probably by PR campaign orchestrated by the White House, that Kevin Walsh was some kind of outside the box, unexpected pick, that he was different from the other candidates. He was some kind of inflation hawk who was going to come in hot and really fight inflation and be independent and talk, work to reducing the size of the Fed's balance sheet. I just think that's a bunch of nonsense. That's not going to happen. I don't think he's going to, be tougher than Powell was. When the main criticism Trump had about Powell was that he didn't cut rates fast enough. He didn't cut them deep enough. He's not going to put somebody in there who's going to hike rates or whatever they're trying to portray him as. So I think it's all just a gimmick or ruse to kind of provide cover for what's actually going to be happening. And I think, he's got his marching orders. I think he's going to be a rate cutter, a money printer. I think we're going to have a lot more QE, despite his comments in opposition to that in the past. I think it's going to be very weak for the dollar, and he's going to be a highly inflationary Fed chair.
So just staying on the economy here, I know you expressed concerns about the economy and the housing market leading up to the 2008 financial crisis. So with that in mind, where do you see the state of the economy now, especially with regards to interest rates, as you just mentioned there, and housing?
Well, I mean, housing's in a bubble. It's probably as big, if not a bigger bubble now than it was back then. Prices are at least 30%, if not more, overdone and need to come down. But of course, if we did have a 30% decline in home prices, we probably would have another banking crisis. And that's why it's not going to happen. In fact, the president's primary goal is to keep blowing more air into the housing bubble. Not only does he not want prices to come down to where they could be affordable, he wants to make sure that already unaffordable prices go even higher. And that's just going to require a lot of inflation to make that happen. And that's what we're going to get. I think there's going to be a lot of upward pressure, too, on interest rates, particularly mortgage rates. And the Fed is going to be fighting that by creating inflation. So it's going to be a highly inflationary Fed. And, the economy fundamentally, structurally, is in a lot worse shape now than it was leading up to the 2008 financial crisis. And I think the crisis that we're headed towards is going to be a lot worse than that one, because it's not just about mortgages. It's going to be a sovereign debt crisis. It's going to be a U.S. dollar crisis.
I want to change gears a little bit and shift towards crypto and gold as well. So you've made it clear that you are not of the opinion that Bitcoin is digital gold, which we know it's often called. So can you dive into that argument specifically with regards to what makes gold unique, even amongst other commodities like silver?
Yeah, well, I think it's a complete fraud to represent Bitcoin as digital gold. I know that's what they're trying to do with the way they depict it. They even make it look like a gold coin, and it's the color gold. But Bitcoin is just a meaningless string of numbers that has no real value. So it's got nothing in common with the precious metal called gold. And what gives gold its unique value relative to other metals are its characteristics, its properties that other metals, even precious metals, don't share. So it's uniquely valuable. It's very scarce, and it's been used for thousands of years as money, and it's been used as money for the reasons that it has those properties, the value of those properties. But it also lends it to money in its divisibility, its portability, its durability. There are a lot of characteristics that also make gold ideal as money, but none of those characteristics would matter absent the properties that gold has as a metal that make it so valuable and so useful and desirable.
Given renewed discussions of crypto legislation in recent weeks, what do you feel the potential risks are of a government investment in crypto?
Look, I think the government only got involved in crypto because the crypto industry needed the government to validate it, to try to help promote it, and to encourage more people to gamble with it. So I think that's really the source. I think ultimately what's going to happen is the bubble's going to deflate. Lots of people are going to lose money. And we're going to get all sorts of other regulations that would be much better off without, that are going to be geared at trying to protect the public from scams like this. But the problem is the government was one of the main perpetuators of the scam by lending it so much credibility. I think the free market is much better at ferreting these things out than government. And I think it's going to be ironic that the free market gets the blame for a bubble that was, helped along by government intervention.
Good point. I think we're going to switch it over now to Sharif, who has a question.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Peter. Great to speak to you again, and fantastic trade and way to state with your convictions. I have a specific question when it comes to China and its relationship with this gold move up. So I was looking at some data, and basically about 25 to 30% of gold demand last year for all of 2025 came from China. Several reasons. We saw a disconnect, of course, in the price of gold bars and gold and in ETFs from jewelry. I think jewelry was down 30%, so it shows you that the focus here was more investment driven. Furthermore, you also saw very prolonged weakness in the real estate sector, which kind of had the effect of having people funnel their money into an asset like gold as opposed to investing in retail. And while the People's Bank of China has been buying aggressively for a while, they now say they're going to be more strategic about it and look to get in at key prices. Do you feel that this kind of has a bit of a headwind, or maybe not as strong of a tailwind for gold going into the next part of this year?
No, I think Chinese demand is going to continue. China is the second largest economy in the world, but of course it's the most populated country. And so there are a lot of people there that are going to be buying gold. And I also think the Chinese currency is going to gain purchasing power against the dollar. So that will give Chinese consumers more buying power with respect to gold. And I think they'll keep buying it. I think that the Chinese government is going to keep buying. In fact, the Chinese government was out today encouraging banks to be sellers of treasuries, which I think is good advice. But when you sell treasuries, what do you do with the proceeds? Well, one thing you could do is you could buy gold. And I expect that to happen not only in China, but throughout the emerging markets and developed economies as central banks move away from the dollar and replace it with gold. And I think private investors are also going to be moving portions of their portfolio out of fixed income, predominantly U.S. dollar based, into gold and other precious metals as an inflation hedge, which is what I think people need. I think central banks, particularly the Fed, are going to be debasing the currency. And so you can't hold bonds in that environment because you're just going to lose.
I wanted to focus as well with you on the de-dollarization trade, or so to speak. Do you feel this is a Trump-specific issue, or if there was a Democratic government to come into power in 28 and perhaps may want to unwind some of the isolationism that the U.S. is engaging right now, is there going to be an unwinding of the de-dollarization trade? What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's Trump specific. I think it was inevitable. I think Donald Trump has accelerated the process. So it may have taken place over a longer time period. But I think Trump has given the world that, the kick in the ass that I guess it needed to do what it should have done anyway in its own self-interest, moving away from the dollar. But I believe that once underway, the process is pretty much irreversible. And I don't think that a subsequent president is going to be able to reverse the trend, even if he apologizes for everything that Donald Trump said and did. And I don't think it's going to matter. I think once you set these forces in motion, they're unstoppable. And I think once the world comes to terms with just how much they have to gain by dumping the dollar, they're not going back, right? Because we have exacted a heavy toll on the global economy. Providing a subsidy to the United States has been very expensive. And as the world moves away from the dollar and it no longer has to shoulder that burden, I think you're going to see an economic boom outside the United States. And why would they want to put a stop to that? The problems are going to be in America, because now we're going to have to survive without that subsidy, and that's not going to be easy to do, because we've built an economy that is predicated on that continuing. So, we have a service sector economy. Well, we can't have a service sector economy without the rest of the world providing us with our manufactured goods. So if we have to start producing again, well, the economy we have doesn't work. So the whole thing implodes. And also, we need a lot of savings so that we can make the investments that we need to reconstitute all the supply chains, rebuild all the factories, retrain the workers. There's a lot involved to going back to a self-sufficient economy, something we haven't been in a long time. And so there's going to be a major, major recession, depression involved in that transition. Asset prices have to come down. Companies have to go bankrupt. Investors have to lose money. The government has to cut back on spending dramatically, including for Social Security and Medicare and national defense. I mean, it's a real game changer for the United States. And again, there's no going back. We have to deal with it.
I want to change gears a little bit here and zoom out a bit and talk about generally investing and trading in these commodities. You first purchased gold as a youth in the 1970s. What words of wisdom or experience can you share with navigating the volatility of metals?
Well, I mean, I don't think the volatility that we experienced in the last week or two is necessarily the type of volatility that you should expect as a regular occurrence. I think that's kind of an outlier. Not to say that it can't happen again. I mean, obviously it could. But I think that in general, you're going to see a steady appreciation in gold and silver prices. Yeah, you'll have your occasional bigger moves. But I think by and large, you're just going to see a steady move up in prices with, some bad news that comes out a particular day, and you may have a bigger move. I mean, today is a pretty big move. And I think in the aftermath of, the big drop, you may see some larger moves up. But I think it's going to smooth out and be a more steady appreciation, but pretty healthy appreciation as the world de-dollarizes. So I think the gains are still going to be very large year over year in both metals for many, many years.
And I mean, we're still very early in this year, so lots of time to wait and see what happens there. I do want to thank again Peter Schiff for being here with us today, chairman of Schiff Gold and founder of Schiff Sovereign. Thank you so much for your time.
And you're Pacific Asset Management. That's the asset management company. That's over my shoulder.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic stuff by the team in Adara, Peter Schiff, guys, and fantastic questions from Sharif as well, too. Let's get right back into these markets here. Great conversation. I loved all of it. Ears completely open on that one, guys. All right, so Los Pollos, this is what I was talking about. I didn't take much off. A quarter up here as we ran into that 192.40 supply zone. There is some on the options chain if you take a look. So we have that breakout, and then now we give back the majority of that one there. 25%, and then I get stopped out the rest to break even. So just not hitting targets today, not running into 193. That would have been ideal, where I would have took off an additional 66%. So yeah, there it is on NVDA, still positive 3% here, guys. Damn, looking good today. Thank you very much there, Tony. Yeah, so Oracle, after a long stay, a good day there, more calls than puts at the gap 173. This was the range that I'm talking about here on NVDA. Pull up the options chain. And this is just what we got going on, right? So 192.5, 24,000 right there. We couldn't breach through that. We already went through multiple supply zones on today's session, but this was just like, hey, we got to really start to slow the boat. It seemed to be the case. So 192, I mean, we're at 192.40. It doesn't get any more obvious than that. So NVDA, not too bad of a look. Maybe we'll take an additional attempt here, guys. We'll be patient on this, because it doesn't look like too many buyers want to engage. So again, only 25% off, stopped out with the majority of it. We should have took some more off. We had some big time moves on today's session and just didn't capitalize. We were looking for a little bit more, and it doesn't seem to be the nature of the beast as HIMS is continuing to climb higher. So good thing we got all out of that one on that break even. Otherwise we would have got stopped out for a full loss. Same thing here, guys, out on the break even move. Otherwise we would have got stopped out for a full loss at the break of this pivot high, re-engaged. And that was our only loss. So 4 trades today. 1 winner, 1 loss, and 2 break evens. Even though we took a full stop out, we only took a little bit out on NVDA. So that one didn't work exactly how we wanted to do, but that's okay. Plenty of more time left within the session.
All right, sounds good. Give me a sec.
I mean, yeah.
No. OTF was moving. It is pulling back a little bit now. It was kind of making the break when Peter Schiff was speaking, so we obviously couldn't interrupt and speak about that. Good call out by KC526. Let's see if it kind of can hold up here. 13.15 high, loses 13. I don't really have any levels here other than the 10 EMA, which is at 12 3/4, VWAP's at 12 2/3, and then the breakout level I see at around 250 to 255. Let's see if this one kind of holds up. It's not up big, 5.81%. Looking good though. But ONDS is starting to change its tune, and I'm starting to change my tune about it. So let's go ahead and hit long here as it has now broken trend. And I'm going to be looking to defend now. So let's see if this ends up being a false break. Hopefully not. This is kind of what I'm seeing here on ONDS. That, very, very prolonged and obvious area of lower highs. Alas, finds support at the volume weighted average price to the tune of 5 candles from 11.55 to this candle hold here at 12.15. And now we're on a bit of a breakout, 10.35 high. Let's see if this is luring me in or whether there is something to this trade on ONDS. Maybe we can test those highs again, 10.5, 10 2/3. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Stop out on ONDS. Well, it's going to be below the volume weighted average price. So we're going to risk about 15 pennies because that's where it is, 10.20. But I'm going to be getting more in on the way down, should it make its way down. Let's just go ahead and throw some profit takers on this one in case it does get a bit of a move up. So my first ad is going to be a little bit above the $0.25. We're going to go here and set up a dip trade at 27s. And then we're going to look to that low 20 area because 10.20 is the volume weighted average price. We'll put some at maybe 22s or 23s. We'll put some 23s. Why not? So that's what we'll set up there, and we'll see what we can get on this one. Now, Playboy, PLBY coming back in to that kind of breakout zone there. I earmarked 215 to 210 to be the breakout zone. It's at 215 right now. And it's been holding up here at least on a 2-candle basis on the 5. Alas, it's not making another attempt at that $1/5 of a dollar, let alone the quarter. So we're going to pack the patience. But I did move up my stop into the breakdown area, which is below 210. So if this one comes down, it comes down. It's as simple as that. It stops me out. We move to the next trade. So I've put my stop, yes, at the right area. Good luck, good luck. And then last but not least, the cat, our cat. It's coming back down into 14. So I did get my ad there, but as I spoke about earlier, that candle at 11.50, the low of which is 13.98, that doesn't hold them out. Simple as that. It's going to have to hold there for me to stay involved. Otherwise, we're gonzino. So ONDS, looking really good here as a breakout, guys. Into 10.38, I'm waiting, I believe, at 39 or 38. 39. So it's going to have to cross for me to get the print, but you're getting a 1 penny spread. It's done a whole bunch of shares on the day, about 57.5, a little bit less than 57.5 million. Moreover, it has that headline that Adair brought us earlier with Andril, and here it is. We'll actually read it out. So Ondas announced that it's smart. What the hell? Smart demeaning, I don't even know what this subsidiary 4 million defense has been awarded a large-scale multi-year. What is this, demeaning program in Israel after winning with a tender valued at over $30 million. The project will be executed based upon defined project milestones with an initial execution period of up to 3 years and options for extensions and scope expansion. Not a big deal, $30 million, but a market cap of 4 1/3 wouldn't be that bad. So that's what we're keeping an eye on, Joey. We're keeping an eye on Playboy, on Ondas, and we're keeping an eye on the cat, ARCAT. You got?
ARCAT. All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm still. I don't want to be jumping around too much here, guys. The trade number 4, we take 25% out on NVDA, comes back in a little bit of an inverted hammer candle on IBIT, but I don't want to fight this trend. Nice and steady up to the right. We want to go with the flow. So maybe we're fortunate enough to catch an additional pullback here in NVDA, and we can get that move. Boom! We'll take it back to the top side and break through that previous pivot high. Maybe this was just a liquidity grab, a clean flush to the downside. We couldn't hold on. We're positioned relatively well as well, right, guys? So like we're in at the lower end of the range. Imagine I bought the top end of this breakout, and then it's like, oh, the risk reward isn't really there. You have to wait until the break of this until proven wrong, and it comes against you a couple of times, but position good. Boom, you get that move. Almost a dollar ITM, but again, we didn't take advantage of it. We didn't take enough off. Waiting for that $93 mark there in NVDA. Now, as for the market, what is up with Apple? Is it still going oppo? Let's find out right now. Why did it do that? Oh man, excuse me, I hate it when it does that.
Want me to take over?
No, that's all right. We got it here. So we'll get back into some AAPL, waiting for NVDA to come back into our levels. There goes IBIT breaking through that signal, about to put in a new high of the day. So a lot going on. Rookie Trader was saying, hey, Joe, what's going on with silver? Strong today, guys. A nice break and a nice clean uptrend and a solid rally happening here in SLV. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into that $76 mark. But what happened here is essentially just you have that failed break, 289.04. We have this attempt right now, and I'm saying that this run is over, but you're still down 6% from that previous pivot high. Let's see how deep this pullback becomes, and if we really start to head lower, just keep an eye out on this. 5-minute time frame, Gaurav, though, you're slowly starting to see some buying pressure step right back into the market, and this is what I was referring to earlier, right, guys? It's like, hey, you have the Qs wanting to pull back, and some of these bigger names are pulling back as well, too, but then Apple's like, hey, no, we're a little bit oversold. We're going to slowly start to buy this thing back up, and maybe you get a move into this prior support that can act as resistance at 273, and sure enough, what is that going to do to the NASDAQ? Any form of a micro pullback gets bought back up immediately. So not too bad of a look there whatsoever. Keep an eye out on this all-day trend here on the TQQQs and on the SPY. Dude, we're a fraction of a percent. Dude, where's my car? We're a fraction of a percent from an all-time high in the SPY. Literally 0.3, a third of a percent there.
We are, man. We are,
It's
Joey.
not far. It's not far, man.
And you want to know how much we're off that intraday low from a few days ago? About almost 3.75%.
3/4.
Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Obviously, still way below on the Qs, though. Let's just check how much we are off all-time highs. 3%, 3.25% off all-time highs. So we didn't even get into corrections here.
Bro, not even.
Everybody felt bad.
Everybody was worried. But let's be fair, some individual stocks, like some of the more popular names, like the SoFis, the Robinhoods, the Palantirs, they did fall into that. But it's like the big boys, like Apple holding up the market, Google putting in all-time highs, it feels like on a weekly basis. So it's definitely helped holding the market up.
Well said, man. All right, ONDS, we took a print there in the 1040. That's a local area high, showing 37s now, coming back down a little bit. Let's see how this one does. Playboy has been quite strong. PLB, where's my PLBY trade? Pardon me. There it goes into the ad. I love this 215 to 210. As I mentioned, it was a bit of a shelf, a resistance shelf, now acting as support. So when it dipped down into 215, we added the same position, and there's a scalp up. The only one that went unprinted is the $0.25 and then 28s as well. So we're looking for Playboy to take out that 225, which of course is the high of the day. That necessitates a high day breach. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then OTF, no trades there on OTF, but it's not really, V-shaped retracing right back down into the lows like sometimes when we see on these midday kind of headlines that push a stock up vertically, and then they basically come right back down. So my move is, I'm looking for a 1305 clearance, kind of a random level. The reason I did that is for this exact reason. You guys hear me always talking about the breach of prior bar high. Well, this one did that. Look at this candle here, the doji candle at 1230, the high of which is 1301. This candle goes to 1302. So if you had a strict breach of prior bar high, you were lured into this trade, and here it comes dropping down into the 12 mid-90s. Prior bar low, in case you're involved in this trade, is 1292. I'd put a stop, maybe a little bit below 1290 or prior bar itself. What I did was, though, I kind of wanted to see the buyers show me that they were going to step in with conviction, not just a quick wick above prior bar high. That could be anything. So 1305 breakout level for me on OTF. Otherwise, we don't get involved in the name. Now, RCAT. This has been dead money, I want to say, for a little bit right here. It's still holding $14. Again, I've based my out on the 1105 candle, the low of which is 1398. Loses that, I'm out. But I built my position, and I'm looking for a hold here above 14 to kind of test some highs. I feel like 15 pennies, 10 to 15 pennies is the real high of day, or the real resistance level. And I say that because very few candles have actually closed, let alone wicked, above 1410. So if that's the case, I want to be wetting the beak a little bit above 1410, because that's currently my cost basis. So I'm not going to just be taking break-even trades. Let's see if this one does that. If it doesn't, we're out at 1398. And so long. So yeah, that's what I've got for that one at the moment. And then we're going to lose here CCHH. It's kind of lost all the bids, and this one could be a great short for those who are small cap gap or short inclined. This one is, I think, below the volume weighted average price quite decidedly, and barely holding on to 80 pennies. But it's going to be Playboy, it's going to be Ondas, and it's going to be RCAT. Those are the ones I'm going to be focusing on for the next 20 minutes, half an hour before we start the news, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Crouching Tiger, hidden rally, man. Good work for you. So, I mean, good luck for you. That's what you want to do. That's the name of the game. Set those targets continuously, achieve them, and then just lift that bar continuously. I'm glad that things are working out really, really well for you, and keep on that trajectory. Stay level-headed by all means, but also appreciate what you've done and what you've accomplished, right? Not very many can do so. So make sure you hold that confidence high and continue to do what you're doing, man. So IBIT, man, Bitcoin continuing to climb. $40 there on IBIT. I mean, we are still a little bit off of those highs, the dirty dog. But we'll take this, right? We'll take it all day. I don't know. Someone said, is this a unalived feline bounce? Yeah, I think so, to be honest with you. I mean, but who knows, right? This could be the bottom. I know some people were saying word on the street is 60K. I'm not in it for a potential bottom catch. You guys know my game plan on this one. We're down 43% off of the highs. You know what the game plan is, right? There's only a little bit of an ad at the break of this. Let's see how we retest into that $48 mark, or even if we get that high, you might get a slow curl over. But as soon as this trend line is breached and we have a couple of sessions where we're holding it, maybe even longer duration, then we're going to be able to partake. Because if it does want to continue to climb higher, then it will show signs of it. If it doesn't, then it'll also display itself as well too. So BTC Go Baby says all the cream, and we got Save Man Woman Peace saying go Bitcoin as well. A nice little uptrend here on NVDA. Do we want to chase it? Not necessarily. So let's post up at 9160s and get involved in this one more time. It worked once. Let's see if we can get it to work twice for us. So we'll post up at a little bit lower of a price to see if we're fortunate enough to get that fill, and then who knows what can happen. Maybe a nice steady grind higher to the top side in NVDA. So there's that post up. If it wants to break, so be it. Risk profile relatively tight. We're in above where we were before, but only a couple of pennies, right? Like 10 cents or so. So nothing to write home about or be fearful. And I'm adding a little bit more size on this position as well too.
See Roblox do 10.5. Some outsized moves today. Roblox up 10.5%. Just looking, AMC is getting shellacked. AMC is down markedly on the day, 8% on AMC. Didn't expect that. Just looking for some outsized names here and some moves to speak about. What else we got? We got some strong names in the military over here. KTOS, AVAV, all up 5 and change. Palantir as well, 6 3/4. What else we got? Cypher, CIFR, which is, I believe, a miner. They're doing real well. Yeah, they're up 14.5%. You got the likes of Hut 8 as well, 6 4/5. So, and all the while, Bitcoin is down 0.25%. MSTR up 2.9. ETHA, which is the ETF, up 3.5%. What else we got over here? Let's have a look. DQ, which is that solar name we gave you guys this week, last week, excuse me, DQ and JKS. These are two solar names, Chinese solar names. And the reason they were up last week is because there were rumors that Elon Musk was going around and looking at some of these solar suppliers in China, possibly for, space data centers. We've been kind of joking about this, but actually shopping around. Bloom Energy up nicely as well, still not at all-time highs, but up at 6 3/4, looking for more. STM, I put this on the morning watch list into all-time highs, I do believe. Let me know. That's incorrect, not even close, all-time highs. Local area highs, STM, nice tie up there with the Zon, with Amazon. They're up almost 10%, 9.92. Who else? Broadcom up 4 3/4, not a bad look there. Joey, look. Do you think this is breaking trend over here? Look at that, how it's using the 50 as resistance. See that nice little bounce there? Yeah. If we get above 360, I think that we could, say, okay, maybe we're caught in a bit of a different trend here. Or is it, think 360 or 370? That's the kind of the level I've been looking at there. 360 locally, 3.7 historically back from September. Well, two great looking
identical setups on NVDA and Broadcom there.
Have a look, NVDA, there's a chart on Broadcom. Yeah, very similar. Absolutely, I do agree with that. Bit of more of a flat top, I would say, for NVIDIA through 195, but I definitely see the overlap. Good call out for that. What else we got, man? Let's see what else is strong. Tesla strong on the day. Meta, Microsoft, all strong. In large cap world, let's flip to some of the more value names. How's energy doing? Mixed bag in energy world. Let's see. Let's move down the list over here. Look for any outsized moves by some of these players. UNG, we put this on the morning watch list as well. Nat Gas getting shellacked. 7.5% in Negativeville. And since we made those local highs because of the freeze, we're down about more than a quarter, more than 25%, 27 3/4% from those local area highs. Quadruple U, uranium getting a move today. Quadruple U's up 8%. CCJ, Cameo Corp. I remember when this thing was $30. It's $120 now, up 4 2/3. Shout out to Canada. It's a Canadian name. URA, UROY, URNG, all the uranium names having a day. Joe, look at this, bro. Look at these up on the year. Uranium is decidedly up on the year, eh?
It's playing,
42%.
It's not playing around,
not
man.
playing around at all. So from basically from mid-50s.
Is that year to date? Year to date.
Yeah, these are all year to date. YTD.
Look at our boy Costco year to date.
Costco, let's go. It's right down here. It should be here.
I've seen it.
Where's it at?
Down a little bit.
There it is.
Against Staples,
Piece
right?
of crap.
Staples up
15%.
20% year to date, man.
It's not bad at all. You're still below all-time highs, but you did break. Yeah. Well, let's see. Have you broken that downtrend line?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you have. You have clearly broken that downtrend line.
And that's what I'm saying.
It used it as support. Look at that. Move back down, holds the downtrend line as support. Dude, when's the last time you've been to Costco? Real talk.
Bro, I've stepped in Costco maybe twice in my life.
I am always annoyed when I go to Costco because I know I'm going to be waiting. Whether I'm going to the pharmacy to pick up
the line is crazy.
Everywhere, dude. Even the pharmacy, you can kind of circumvent the line. No, but the pharmacy line is like ridiculously long.
I don't have a membership, man. I've been there twice in my life.
It's good, Joey.
It feels, I don't know, I was slightly overwhelmed too, though. I think there's just like so much of everything.
100%.
When
you get used to it, though.
Obviously.
Like the layout and whatever. And
all right. Get the Costco gas or what?
There's the one that's near my place, Billy Bishop.
Yeah.
There's none. But when I went up to my old man's place, well, my parents' place, they've got one around there. So
they got one around there.
When I'm around their place.
All right.
Angry wife, I'm a member, but I hate Costco. Well, look, I'm not in love with the lineups, but I'm in love with the prices and the selection because they always have my protein for way cheaper than I can get it anywhere else. You ever had those slimy chickens that they sell for $7 a pop?
They come in the bag or the container or whatever.
Yeah, the whole chick.
It's oil with a little bit of chicken, right?
Man.
It's nice. It's nice.
It's
I mean,
good.
who doesn't want that, right? Dripping oil when you're trying to pump up the protein.
You ever get the hot dog there? Still 90. How much the hot dogs are there?
Inflation resistant, though, my boy.
They said they'll never. They said they'll never increase those Walmart or those Costco hot dogs.
Yeah, he said that specifically.
Never had one of those.
No, neither
Pizza
have I.
looks all right too. Never had any of that.
It's okay.
That stuff there. That's all right. To each their own, man. You got to get the. Oh, remember when IKEA had the 2 hot dogs for 99 cents, and it was like the combo was like $2.50. You grab a couple of dogs and a bag of chips,
Those were
and
good
you're
days.
like bang, bang, bang. Good times over there, man. Their poutine machine is so good. Who is Canadian without telling me you are a Canadian? Hit the O Canada on that one. We'll hit the Austin 316. I remember with my friends from Austin, I'm like, oh man, I could go for a nice poutine when we met in our earlier days. They're like, what's a poutine? And I'm like, oh no. It's like everything America loves all in one, right? Gravy, French fries, and cheese.
I think the Americans would love it.
Yeah,
if it was like it's
dude,
right down their alley.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right down their alley.
agree
Like
with
you
that.
bring that to the South and you start like advertising it. It's
over.
Man. There's an idea right there. Don't steal it from us. You heard it here first. All right, guys. NVDA is like, hey, hell no, says Armin. What do you guys think about poutine? You guys like all that? Poutine is disgusting, says Armenian Muscle. All right, buddy, I understand. Like you're wearing no shirt in your
That's
profile
my guy right
picture
there, bro.
Yeah,
That's
so
my
we
man
get it,
right
man.
there,
We
man.
get
He
it.
knows
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
up.
He knows what's up. He's gonna stick to the gym. He doesn't want any of that. We're sticking with the rice and chicken on that one, my brother. I love poutine, says Crouching Tiger. Good stuff, guys.
I love turtles.
Turtle. Yeah, shout out to Canada. Also, guys, we're waiting for this fill around 190, 160 to see if we're going to catch that neck of the woods. Right now, we're just consolidating, and the longer we do, I don't like our chances because I feel like we might break out. But what it feels like we're having and what we're going through right now is just kind of a pinning moment, right? We're not going up, we're not going down, supply zone, support zone, and so on and so on. So the market doesn't want to head any lower. Excuse me. But did Apple rebound off of its lows? No, not whatsoever. Going with the flow, Gorv. Curious to know if you're still sitting in this one. And if you look at the daily, what is it telling us? That we're not ready to break up just yet. So keep an eye out on that. Boom. And there it is, our boy. Much love to you guys, but no love for poutine. Brother, hey, listen, with the profile, we know you're not going to be eating all that stuff. So stick in the gym. Keep it to your rights. I don't know if it's more or less because of a gym thing or you just generally don't like it.
Probably a gym thing.
Yeah, I think I'm going with the gym thing. It's not too bad of a food. But yeah, we like it that you stick in there with the gym and that healthy routine. That's what it's all about there, my friend.
Favorite fast food poutine. Like don't give like a specific like restaurant in Toronto because they're not gonna have it. If you had to get it from fast food, where are you getting it?
Harvey's.
You're not going New York fries?
Oh, New York fries,
is
my
a good
boy.
one
That
as
one's
well.
up there too. Yeah. I mean, 1A, 1B, I think. Is that what you're going there? 1A, 1B.
I can go that.
Yeah. But I think New York fries because they pump the gravy out of like the.
And it's
our boy Danny Boy would like that one. There's a new business idea from you. You can feel the pumps that in Canada here. But there's not that many New York fries anymore. You find that? I don't see them. Yeah. Food courts.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You ever been to that? Remember Panorama? The spot Panorama in Manulife Center. It was like on the 51st floor, and it literally had a panoramic view of the city.
No.
It's like right here.
Oh, no, I've never been there, man.
Switched up. I was going to tell you something about it.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, let's see. Thank you again, of course, Armenian Trader, for the kind words, and obviously the 20 super chat. Phil, watch your mouth, buddy. That's funny. Is that you, Ram, or is that Fabian with the Harvey's comment? It's Ram.
Obviously, that Ram.
Harvey's always over New York fries, and then two letters we can't repeat. He's spicy like that.
Spicy.
Get it, Ram. All right, we're still holding 3 trades, guys. We're holding here on the cat. Our cat still holding about 14 and change. It just got up to 14.10. Rejected that level. It hasn't stopped me out, so I'm going to pack my patience. What else? Playboy, PLBY, continues to hang around that $0.25. No prints, though. None whatsoever above that $0.25. That is the official high of the day, and it has been defended quite stringently. ONDS, though, coming back down, still not printing any of my dip trades here. Let's see if it loses the 10. It did break structure, which is kind of why I got into this. But I'm looking at, you can see, because I had buy orders there, I'm still looking at getting into a little bit more. And I'm going to take the opportunity to get in here because it's not giving me the opportunity lower. And I took smaller share size here than I'm looking at taking at 10 1/4 and 10 1/5. But ONDS, not exactly the biggest percentage winner on the day, but we'll see if this one wants to move back up. And then, OTF. I have this on a trading screen. I'm still waiting for a 1305 break. Now, it has defended, I want to say it hasn't defended the 13. That's not fair. It was below it for a while, but it's right back above it. It is, what it's doing is it's kind of curling with higher lows and higher highs on the 5-minute chart. Let me make my case for you guys. So that's the area low in a 1290. Now it's kind of curling back up. Typically, when these ones are are bad trades, they'll almost immediately reverse. We haven't seen that on OTF. So to keep maintaining, it's holding my attention here. So anyway, above 1305, I go long. We already have the breakout trade ready and willing to go. And then last but not least, BRLS. This one was below VWAP for, I want to say, for a while, 1155 to 1240. So yeah, definitely over almost an hour there. It gets right back above VWAP here, having trouble with 160, but it has reclaimed a technical level. Whether or not it can take out that 175 area that we've been talking about all day, that's where I went unprinted. I had a profit taker right at that $0.75. It didn't fill because it never got there. So those are the three trades I'm going to keep my eye on, and we're about 5 minutes or so from starting the news. It's a very, very heavy news day today, guys. Not the biggest, market moves, but there is a whole lot to talk about with some of these macro names. So we'll be getting into those, Joey.
All right, good stuff. So we're just kind of stuck in the ebb and flow of the consolidation right now of NVDA. It pops up a little bit, sells right now. So we're not going to give this too much room, because if it breaks the lower end of the range, then I believe we'll be able to get in on at a better price, and that's just going to be the narrative. So hopefully this support level holds one more time. But one thing that we do have to take into consideration is that each attempt and each push higher, we're really starting to form these lower highs. So that's something that I'm wary of here, and I'm going to be cautious of, all right, guys? So as we're starting to come slightly at the money, we were ITM. I told myself at 92.10, if we're fortunate enough to get that mark, we'll take a little bit more out, and then hopefully we can hold 50%. So one more additional bounce off of the support levels. Unless we're going to break down, the market is slowly starting to come back in. So there it is, a break of that zone on NVDA. One small win. We only took a quarter off of that move. I did add an additional 20% into this position to make it a little bit more hefty, but it doesn't look like this is going to work out for us right now, and we'll get out with no worries. Here momentarily, there's 10 cents against us. As soon as it hits 190, 140, we're going to hop out of Dodge, and let's be prepared to do so unless we get that imminent bounce. Sharif, I'd like to hear your idea on how American digitized the dollar fully. I think that's more or less like a stable coin. I think that's going to be interesting stuff.
Didn't President Trump say no digital dollar? I remember.
He said he doesn't want to. He doesn't want
during the campaign. I don't even remember. It's been a minute, right?
But I mean, they have the Genius and the Clarity Act in there, no?
I'm gonna have a quick look, Joey. Give me a second.
So, yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see if we can get that bounce, or we're going to run into our stop loss. I think that's going to be it here for NVDA. Regardless of what happens, I do believe that it's going to head a little bit lower at this point. We're in at a good place. It's been consolidating since 9:55. So 25 minutes after that open, it's been moving sideways for the majority of our session here now. So we'll just hop out and find something else. Or it might be one of those days where we're not going to find that opportunity. I missed a couple here on today's session with the long in silver and the long in Bitcoin, so be it. We're going to be able to find some more tomorrow, and that's just the narrative on today's session for me, right? A couple of times I was too slow to the trigger, and I was my crosses were too wide, and it gave me a couple of missed opportunities. We sat in HIMS for quite some time on multiple occasions and never took out any profit, looking for specific targets on that one. None of them hit. So let's see what we got here on NVDA. That's all I got going on. A trade number 5, I think. 3 of them on HIMS, 2 break even, 1 loss. Trade number 4 on NVDA, small win on this with only 25% taken off, and then sure enough, attempt number 2 to see where we're going to go on that front.
Yeah, he did. He said it was a dangerous threat to freedom, and I think he signed an EO back on the 23rd of January, and it had like 3 major effects. One of them was called the immediate termination clause, and it said basically explicitly commands any ongoing plans or research initiatives related to the CBDC immediately terminated at the time. It effectively shut down the Federal Reserve's Project Hamilton and other technical pilots that were exploring a digital dollar or how they may work. I don't think there were any specific plans. He also kind of revoked Biden's EO. I think the EO was signed in back in 22. And I think it was called the North Star or something like that. Under the old order, the Treasury was required to report on how to build a digital dollar. Under Trump's new order that canceled Biden's, that legal mandate was replaced with a prohibition, turning the policy essentially 180 degrees. So I personally don't know too much about the use cases. I'm not really that kind of a buff in that case, but I just remember him making specific pronouncements against it. So that's my take there on the whole thing. I don't really have too much other than that, Leandra, but there's a lot of stable coins, which makes me wonder, like, what's the point of a US dollar if there's going to be all these stable coins? I get the stable coins are not official currency. They're, and there's bamboozlement in some of them as well. But I think that with the regulation, crypto regulation for stable coins especially, coming in and building a more clear regulatory framework, I think we can get around some of the issues, especially with Tether and stuff like that. That's just my look there, but I do like it. I do like the ability of these sort of pegged cryptocurrencies to hedge against, forex inflation. We've been talking so much, and we read so many different earnings reports where a company reports a forex headwind here. Why? Because the U.S. dollar weakened or strengthened against, the currency that they're repatriating. For example, if you sell in India and you're selling with the rupee, and then the rupee devalues significantly against the U.S. dollar, and Apple's trying to repatriate all those rupees that they gained from selling the iPhones, all of a sudden they're worth like 5%, 6% less than they were a month or two ago. So that always seems to be an issue for the big names, especially if you're a multinational player. And I've heard a lot of complaints about that. Maybe the stable coins help offset that a bit. We'll have to wait and see. But then you think about this, if you think it through, then they got to be receiving the money in stable coins or immediately transfer the rupees into stable coins to kind of forego some of the forex headwinds. So they're going to encounter some sort of forex headwind. Tag me in the chat if you've had an opportunity to think about this. Shout out to my man Armenian Muscle. Appreciate you, brother. But I don't know too much, so I don't mind being educated about something like that. All right, RCAT stopped out. This one broke 14, so we're out of that. It's losing the trend, and it looks like it might be on the way back down to 1350. That's where I see the volume weighted average price. Other than that, RCAT not for me. I was looking for a 14 hold. We didn't get it, so we were wrong on that one. How's everything else doing though? ONDS we're building a position into. I had a bias that this one wouldn't go cleanly, so we picked up some more there. We've got 32s on. It's showing me 26. We've only got one profit taker here, but my trade on ONDS is quite simple. It loses VWAP, I'm out. It is really that simple. So let's see if it works its way back into the volume weighted average price, or what's the situation. And then last but not least here, man, Playboy, PLBY, continuing to hang around 2.25. In fact, it's showing me 2.25 right now. And, really there is no heavy size on any of the gateways. And trust me, I got all of them here at 2.25. So, look at the amount of shares coming in, 3,500, 1,300, 1,000. We can't shake the sellers, though, at that $0.25, which has me thinking, it's a monster seller hidden order. So we'll have to shake him in order to get above that. So PLBY is my focus at the moment. But, here comes ONDS. Let's look at this one now as it's coming right back down into VWAP. Now, with these patterns, you have to be concerned, which is why I said VWAP is my line in the sand, for exactly the reason that we always talk about. Area high, lower high, flat bottom break. Right, this is kind of the descending wedge candidate that we always talk about, right? Losing the volume weighted average price is sort of the manifestation of the flat bottom break. We'll have to see if it holds that I get the fill there. So now it's make or break time for ONDS. See how that one does. Going back to Playboy, no, I didn't get quite anything there on the $0.25, but it looks like here, the selling here at the $0.25 is only about 500 lots left on my axe. And look at that, more shares come in there, but it does feel like it's a monster hidden seller. See if it ends up being a blow off top. I'm gonna set up some more profit takers above that $0.25 in case this one does get an aggressive price spike up. So we'll keep focus on that. And then OTF, I did have a breakout trade on. I wanted a 1305 break and take. We didn't get anything around there, so we don't go long OTF. We'll have to pack the patience to see if this one does end up finding that flat top break. Bye-bye ONDS, says Derek. We'll have to see, brother, if it holds up at the volume weighted average price or what the move is. I've got 30s showing me 25. It had a good area of support before at VWAP. This is the double bottom into VWAP, but as I said earlier, it kind of feels like, that lower high may be what is keeping us down. Lower high, flat bottom break. We end up getting stopped out of that. We'll end up getting stopped out, but we'll pack the patience until that $0.25. BRLS, I was looking at working my way back into this trade, but again, showing selling here at 60, something that we've seen before. We saw it around 11 o'clock to the breakout there at 11.20, so 60 pennies has been a bit of a level intraday anyway for BRLS. If it clears that level, then we could definitely see a move above that $0.75, so that I'll be focusing on as well. And that is basically it. It's about 5 after 1, so I think we should probably start the news shortly and get back and speak about some of the major headlines on the day, Joey. So I'll send it to you, brother, while I set up for the news.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, I think we take one more attempt here on the king of the chips. All right. So that'll be, one loss, one small W there, and one more attempt, and that's going to be our third one. If we strike out at the plate, then so be it. A couple missed opportunities. We're going to get in the exact same size in which we were in before. So let's see if we're fortunate enough to catch this fill. We are kind of going counter trend right now. Okay, so there it is. Stop can be a little bit tighter, so 3 cents better than our previous entry, but you can see that the market was rebounding. Okay, and we continuously knock on the door of that key support level. Let's see if this is going to be the move. Third time's a charm. Let's go. May the trading gods forever be in our favor, and see if we can get that move higher. We're out just a little bit south of this support level. Once it breaks that one, then so be it. That's the end of trading this chip name. And you guys have noticed, like, if I go back into all my notes and me collecting data, haven't been trading the big boys as of late. All right, haven't been trading, looking for things a little bit more, not necessarily in the mainstream, a little bit more cool, and here it goes, right? Like right back into the downside there on NVDA as the downtrend is fully intact, but there's a couple support signals that we're gonna continuously hold on to. Once it breaches that one, then so be it. If it breaks this candle wick low, that's our out. Okay, so 27 cents approximately, really tight stop. We're not going to give it too much room, and we'll move on to something else. Yeah, so that's it, Sharif. Whenever you're ready, we can fire it up. We can fire it up, and I might just call it. Honestly, we'll get into the news. If this is my last one, then it's going to be a small L day, and if just. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I might do. That might be the narrative. We might just keep things relatively small here. Missed my long opportunities earlier in the session. I'm going to wait for tomorrow for some quality ones. If this one doesn't work out, bang, we keep that loss relatively small, and it will be my first red day in about 7 sessions. So we'll keep it there. If it breaks, we're at a dodge, and we're going to sit on our hands for the remainder of the day.
Going to sit on the hands. All right, let's talk about Meta. Meta is up nicely on the day. I want to say, is it leading the way? No, that belongs to NVIDIA, up 3 1/4 in the world of Meg 7, of course. Meta up 2 3/4, trying to rival Microsoft. They're both basically the same look percentage-wise, despite the fact that the European Commission informed Meta. Before I continue on, there was a section to this story about all the different fines that the European Union had on American companies. I couldn't fit it into the summary because it was extending over a page. It killed me to remove it. Joey, I wanted to keep it. But anyway, they informed Meta that it intends to impose interim measures related to WhatsApp, citing a preliminary breach of EU's antitrust rules. We'll get into the details in a second. The regulators are moving before the investigation is actually finalized, signaling that there's an urgency to this matter around preserving competition while the case remains open. This is notable, though, because interim measures are typically reserved for cases where regulators believe there may be irreversible harm to competition if there is no intervention from the regulator immediately. So that signals not the actual urgency of the matter, but the European Commission's perceived urgency of the matter. I'll just leave it at that. It centers around Meta's October update to WhatsApp business solution terms, which the Commission says effectively banned third-party general-purpose AI assistants. That policy officially took place in January, prompting concerns that Meta was using WhatsApp scale to actually exclude in competing AI services. The Commission's argument is as follows. WhatsApp is critical is a critical distribution channel, I should say, for AI assistants, at least it is in Europe, making the exclusion penalty anti-competitive. Potentially, I should say, anti-competitive. They're also considering forcing Meta to maintain third-party AI access under the pre-policy terms while the investigation continues. Imagine like you being forced to keep, competitors on your network because there's an investigation. Didn't Bell and Rogers have to go through that, telecom companies? Like they were forced to allow people to use their lines, like other companies that wanted to use their fiber optics. They had to rent it out to them.
Dude, Bell has to allow Rogers to use its
That's what I'm saying, right? So
infrastructure,
it
right? Like
makes
its
sense.
underground infrastructure, right?
Yeah,
like
so there is
they
precedent.
don't have to build their own, like
Which is crazy to me, right? Like you better be paying up the for that.
Exactly.
Anyway, going on, the goal here is to prevent Meta from leveraging its dominance in messaging to gain an unfair advantage in AI distribution. Meta is pushing back against these allegations or these assertions. They're arguing there is no justification for EU intervention in the WhatsApp API business, and the company stated that users have many different alternative ways to access AI assistance. They don't necessarily need to use Meta's, and they dispute the Commission's assumption that WhatsApp is a must-have for an AI distribution channel. So they feel like it doesn't fit the narrative, Joey. Meta doesn't really matter, though. It's up 2.8.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter today with Meta. I think just because they're just sick of hearing everything coming out of the EU all the time. But as for WhatsApp, I think this is very, very interesting. I find it's very discreet. Like you're not allowed you can't even screenshot some things now. All messages are encrypted. So, yeah.
Screenshot certain things?
A certain thing, yeah, it won't allow you to, right? So like, yeah. So there's a lot of privacy settings going on within this. As for the AI, it's interesting stuff. The EU, as Sharif and I always typically say, they're just looking to get $1 out of these companies, essentially. So that's where I stand on that. I think they'll eventually blow it under the bridge. They'll pay their fine, and you'll be moving forward with this situation momentarily.
Sounds good, Joe. All right, let's move on to the next story over here. What do we got? Softy. Well, Softy's up big today, too, man. It's number 3, or number 2 behind NVIDIA. Melius Research downgrading Microsoft to a hold. They argue the company has lost control of the AI narrative relative to investor expectations. And the core concern centers around your favorite, Copilot in Microsoft 365, where adoption and monetization of that product is seen as progressing way too slowly. Melius believes Microsoft's approach feels more like a seat-based software add-on rather than, in a transformative AI product. They question whether, that pay extra for AI is a sustainable pricing model over the long term for Softy. The brokerage is suggesting that Copilot will likely need to be bundled into other core subscriptions for free. And this view implies Microsoft may struggle to extract meaningful incremental revenue from AI. I personally feel that Microsoft has seen a big push down as of late relative to OpenAI's perceived value. We've been talking a lot about maybe, the best days are behind OpenAI, whether you agree with that or not. We've definitely been seeing more pressure on OpenAI from other models, Gemini, Claude, et cetera. And so maybe, the value or the investment, the value of the investment, I should say, of Microsoft into OpenAI is being reassessed here. And as a result of that reassessment, maybe we're seeing some decline in the price and maybe also the technology on which they're relying, right? There's a huge technology sharing deal between OpenAI and Microsoft. And if, they're not the best of the bunch anymore, then you can't assign that premium valuation to Microsoft for having access to the best model. So I feel like maybe Softy's concern hasn't just been with the software Mageddon that we saw last week, but it also is a fundamental reevaluation of OpenAI's valuation and Microsoft's investment in it. Joseph, thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting as for Copilot. We know that it was one of the lesser LLMs there when we go to comparison with Gemini and ChatGPT. I just thought it was convenient, right? You open up Microsoft Edge and it's right there. You have the ability to use it. But as for monetization, we haven't really seen anything from ad tiers. We're same thing with OpenAI. And how much further can it go from where it's currently sitting at? It's the least popular, even though there's growth within that segment in the earnings report. It's just interesting because the space is so competitive. And if you already have Microsoft in bed with OpenAI, how much more investment are we going to see in Copilot?
Well said, Joe. Let's talk about NVO. So we're going to do the next two stories together because they overlap. Novo Nordisk had the copycat pill pulled by the regulators. It was, of course, Hims and Hers who had put it out there. So their shares, they were up nicely in the pre-market. Where are they at right now? They're up 3.5%, but it was up as much as 8% in the pre-market after Hims and Hers said it would pull that $49 compounded semaglutide pill off the market. The decision follows legal threats from both Novo and the FDA And as you'll see in a second, the DOJ was going to get involved as well. Hims framed the move as a result of, quote, constructive conversations. Yeah, sure, bro, trying to save face. With the industry stakeholders, the FDA said it plans to take, quote, decisive steps against these mass compounding practices, and they cite, risks around quality, safety, efficacy, et cetera. Regulators also warned that against misleading direct-to-consumer advertising, stating that non-FDA approved compounded products cannot be marked or marketed as generics or equivalents, and that's what they were kind of doing there. Novo explicitly called Hims' actions illegal mass compounding. This is not the first time these two companies have faced off. Hims previously exploited a regulatory loophole allowing compounded drugs when branded products are in short supply. That was because there was a GLP-1 drug shortage for the compound. To make the drug, there was a shortage. They couldn't make it. So a temporary loophole was enacted by the FDA to allow some of these compounding pharmacies to make it. Once that shortage was over and it was cleared by the FDA, those compounding pharmacies were supposed to stop. We know for a fact some of them continued and continued and continued until they were threatened by legal action. And more importantly this time, there is no shortage that exists in the pill version, which is the one being marketed here by Hims & Hers, a whole $100 less per month, at least for the introductory phase, than what Novo was offering. So despite the regulatory win, though, Novo continues to flag a tough U.S. market with compounding cited as a headwind, and the relief rally, kind of addresses a specific overhang with respect to Hims & Hers, but I think chart-wise, Joey, you would agree, Novo Nordisk has seen probably better days.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Sure.
So we go off to the Hims & Hers?
Yeah,
we'll just do this part as well, and then we'll get you in.
I'm working on something.
So you'll see here in a second, the Department of Justice now is another governmental institution, not just the FDA, who's looking at investigating Hims & Hers after mounting pressure from U.S. regulators as well as other companies. They price it, quite aggressively, $49 per month as opposed to the $149 offered by Novo. But as we learned last week, that $49 headline number was for 1 month, and then the actual number went up to $100, but it's still $50 less per month. So do the math. The decision came after the FDA signaled it would crack down on compounded weight loss drugs that are not FDA approved. Regulators emphasized concern, as we talked about, drug efficacy, safety, and misleading DTC advertising. And the regulatory stance effectively closes that loophole that Hims had previously used to sell these compounded drugs during periods where there are drug shortages. We'll go to Adara, we'll get Adara's opinion on Novo and Hims, and then we'll come to Joey. Okay, no problem. All right. Okay, so just take a second over here. Let me know when we're good to go, Assassino. All right, go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I think, honestly, not that shocking here that Hims & Hers would decide to pull out. And here's the thing, when I saw this gapping up in this headline initially last week, I was kind of surprised because we know in the past, every time Hims & Hers tries to claim some kind of large cap association, be it with Novo Nordisk as here or with Eli Lilly, it does not end well for them. So, in my opinion, it was always kind of like a matter of when and not if that this stock would give up the move, and that I think public views of this story would change. So that in and of itself is not shocking to me. It's shocking how early they decided to give up, though. So interesting. Look, we know that Andrew Dudum, CEO of Hims & Hers, is kind of confrontational. I've talked about that in the past. So the fact that they were initially trying to stand through with this, even though Novo Nordisk got involved with legal action. Now we have the FDA as well. That wasn't too shocking. I'm shocked they kind of stopped this as early as they did. We're going to have to see what comes out of Hims & Hers next, because I'm sure with them, the battle is never over. The battle to have cheaper pills on their platform will probably never end. I want to talk as well here about NVO. And Neil mentioned this earlier, and it's just something I want to echo as well with regards to how Novo Nordisk tends to move in terms of price action. Novo Nordisk is, we've heard of stocks that don't respond super well to news. Novo Nordisk, I find, has an almost inverse response. When it is good news, it'll usually chop around, it'll push lower. When it has bad news, it tends to recover. Right now, Novo Nordisk, on what you'd think is good news, has been super boring all day, though this 49 level of support kind of interesting. So just my take here on NVO, it is worth noting there's a pattern here with Novo Nordisk not caring about news.
You want to comment, or should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, we can take a look at the technicals here on HIMS, right? Like, so you just kind of get this massive gap down where you go down 23% at the lows, a little bit more than that. And then now you're slowly starting to fill this up. And that's why I got out. I thought we would get a little bit more of a continuation. And I think the boys were talking about this $13 mark. That would have been ideal, and that would have been a target for me. But that doesn't seem to be the narrative right now, as you get the gap down and then you slowly start to fill that gap to the top side. And as for Novo Nordisk, same thing here essentially, guys. Really choppy from from a daily perspective, and still downtrend is still fully intact. It's going to take a while for this thing to recover, as it's down substantially more than 54%. By the way, all out of NVDA. We take the loss on the long there, and that's it. I'm done done trading for the day.
All right, Adara has news of the big desk.
Quick headline on Blackstone here, which, as you can see, did chop around a bit on this headline. We had like about a point worth of move, which on a stock with not a lot of liquidity is pretty significant. Blackstone, some of these other institutional and home buying related names on watch after the Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump and the White House's proposed ban on large investors buying single family homes is going to be hitting a bit of a snag. They want to add this to major housing bills, but Republicans not wanting to add to these bills. Lawmakers concerned that this could actually derail bipartisan supply-focused packages. So, again, some issues here. BX on watch, chopping around a little bit here, as we do get a report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that this proposed ban on investing in the housing market from these large investors could hit a bit of a wall. Back to you.
Thank you for that. So I was going to tell you, on the subway, there's this advertisement that if you want to get ADHD pills, we're talking about the Adderalls, the Vyvanse, the Dexedrins, the Ritalins, all the psychostimulants, right? So those are controlled drugs, right? They're one step below narcotics because they're psychostimulants. So there is this company now that you can phone them up. You meet with, I think, virtually a doctor. And I'm not sure how rigorous, the intake process is. Let's just go with that. But you end up getting a script for one of these drugs. So I'm a little concerned, though, that these companies are popping up that don't go through all the regular channels. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
when it comes to, and I'm not saying GLP-1s are equivalent to psychostimulants, because they're not. They're obviously clearly something different, but they're also very new.
Yeah.
So the long-term effects of something like this
are yet to be known.
Yes, and now they're being handed out en masse. And I'm a little concerned with the trend in general to kind of circumvent the medical intake process, primary care, and go directly virtually online, where there can be bamboozlement, bro. Let's just cut the crap, right? And so this is a bit of a concern to me, these companies in general. And they're popping up like crazy. Have you heard of Phoenix? Like, they're doing it for the hair stuff as well. Phoenix erectile dysfunction, they're doing it for everything.
Is Phoenix doing for both of them?
Phoenix is doing for both of them.
Oh, really?
I would know, because they're taking away some of our business.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be acutely aware of this kind of thing. I don't know.
Just to touch on the market here, guys, momentarily, you can see on Robinhood a little bit of volume stepping in on the lower time frames there, guys. Yeah, so something going on here, and you can see it across the board as IBIT is starting to slide a little bit, and the TQs and the SPY are starting to come back in a little bit here too, guys. So some volatility stepping into the overall market, that's for sure. Yeah. Doesn't look like anything crazy right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's rebounding a bit here, but it's still off the low. So the SPY just dropped from 615 1/4 all the way down into 613 2/3. It's trying to work back to 614 1/4. Adara's on it. She's looking for anything. As soon as we have anything, we're going to let you guys know. And my ONDS position absolutely went downhill as a result of that. Playboy wasn't affected, but ONDS, yeah, I'm in that one. It lost VWAP and then some. So yeah, you stops, guys, because that's exactly what happens there. A bit of a market turn down. Let's continue to watch as we see. Okay, so Adara does have something at the big desk. Let's go to her.
I have something on watch, but not necessarily a reason for this move. This move happened right as we did get comments beginning here from Feds Waller. He was set to start speaking at 1:30, starting, I guess, about 8 minutes earlier. The stream is really hard to hear. There's some kind of mic issue on that stream, but I'm going to try to, of course, follow the comments here on X. Again, Feds Waller beginning to speak. I'm not seeing anything else, but of course, if and when that changes, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, let's go on to the next story. So Micron, negative on the day, down over 2%. Likewise with SanDisk. Here's why. Samsung Electronics reported it will begin large-scale production of the next-gen high-bandwidth memory called HBM4. It's going to start later this month, earlier than many people had expected. The chips are obviously designed for AI accelerators, including processors used by NVIDIA. Therefore, they're going to be a big client. Micron is one of the 3 largest global suppliers of HBM, alongside, of course, Samsung and SK Hynix. But HBM specifically carries much higher margins than regular DRAM, making the focus on HBM production much more acute, right? They definitely want to be focusing on their higher margin product, especially if the market can't get enough of it. And demand for HBM continues to surge due to AI model training, as well as those inference workloads. Estimates that Micron currently holds about 20 to 25% of the global market in HBM. And the UBS analysts note here that AI accelerator vendors are increasingly shifting towards a 3-supplier sourcing model rather than trying to rely on any one of the big 3. Obviously, we've seen that as well with cybersecurity. You'll recall that conversation. Micron CEO Sanjay Mehrotra previously told analysts the company expects to ramp up its own HBM4 production in the second quarter of this year. So Samsung beating them to the punch, because it's going to be in Q1, with the same analyst at UBS highlighting that no single supplier is expected to dominate the HBM space long term, given the customer desire to diversify. And Micron stock, Joey, has more than quadrupled over the past 4 months, and this year it's up 35% year to date, and I believe it closed out last year at around 200, if not a little bit higher.
Yeah, big time moves here in Micron, and looks like it doesn't want to slow down at any given point. You're up 594% from those April lows, and you have a little bit of a breath here, guys, but that selling doesn't seem too much. You get what additional, roughly approximately 18%, so you almost head into bear territory after this monster run. But at this point, I think that this is just a small breath, and then you start the continuation to the top side, and you break through that 457 level here on Micron.
All right, let's have a look over here. I'm just looking at my Twitter feed to see if there's anything new coming in. Just have to allow me a moment. And by the way, guys, I forgot to mention, make sure you're voting every day, right? So if you're not voting, then we don't really have a clear view on what you guys want to talk about on the afternoon rundown. And you guys should be taking advantage of that, because Neil and Sean are the ones that are going to be looking at those. So if you want the big kahunas to give you their opinion on the stock that is of interest to you, you got to get into the chat and you got to vote, but make sure to vote every day. The cutoff time, of course, is around 2 o'clock, and you have to throw in that $sign in case you don't know already, just like this individual here voting for Apple, the SPY, all those $signs. Make sure you're getting them in, otherwise it does not register. Thanks for that. Let's go on to STM Microelectronics. Very seldomly spoken about name, but it's up 10.25 today. This has been on my watch list since the pandemic, and I've done absolutely nothing with it. But today, it gets a tie-up with Amazon, so it's up 10.25, if not more. They announced a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar commercial agreement with AWS, Amazon Web Services, to deepen its role as a strategic semiconductor partner. The partnership spans multiple product categories, so it's not going to be just a one focus, and it strengthens their exposure to hyperscale cloud and AI-driven demand, rather than what they had been focusing on, which is that cyclical consumer electronics cycle, which is hot today, not hot tomorrow. Go with one of these tailwinds here. STM is going to supply a broad portfolio of advanced semiconductor solutions. We're talking about high-performance mixed signal processing, advanced microcontrollers, and analog and power ICs. Analog chips, one of the reasons I was in MCHP and Texas Instruments, but I closed those positions last week. No longer in that. The focus is on enabling intensive workloads tied to AI. STM's power and analog ICs are critical for energy efficiency, which is a key constraint for these hyperscalers. We've been talking about, the gas turbines pissing everyone off to no end in Memphis, as well as other, data centers that got kiboshed because the increase in electricity demand would have, skyrocketed costs for local residents, et cetera. The energy has been an issue and certainly a supply chain bottleneck for AI. But the deal does reinforce STM's position as a long-term beneficiary of these tailwinds, Joey, and it diversifies their revenue stream away from consumer cyclicals into these hyperscaler kind of AI driven trades. STM,
Yeah,
that bad boy right there.
pull this up here.
Not a bad chart. I've seen better.
I don't know why it's pulling it up like that.
You want me to pull it up?
We got it here. There we go.
All right.
Finally. Oh, okay. That's not bad whatsoever. I mean, you break through. This is a big time gap up here, right? And heading towards that key pivot around $33. I think when you're on this current trajectory, that's going to be the move, and that's the play moving forward here. And then let's see how if you have any current resistance. So once you breach that gap here, or that previous pivot high, you head into this gap, and you want to look for the lower end of that range. But I mean, you go if you kind of condense the price action and you zoom out a little bit, not the cleanest, but the trajectory that it's currently on with an additional gap up. Let's see if it can break through that previous pivot around $33.46.
Bitcoin, where's it at right now? 70,238 is down 0.8%. Everybody's a little bit different. Depends on when your ticker started populating there. It's 24 hours, obviously. Sold off sharply after a good day Friday. We're covered a little bit and a little bit on Thursday as well. Today, we're going to talk about this veteran Wall Street investor called Todd Weiser. He argued that Bitcoin continues to struggle with institutional allocators due to the absence of what he calls a clear and durable investment narrative. According to him, Weiser that is, large pools of capital still view Bitcoin as a speculative asset rather than a core asset, especially during these periods of market stress. It's one of the first things they look to sell. He emphasized that the coin cannot be separated from traditional financial system as liquidity conditions and risk appetite continues to kind of dictate the price action. So it's not that hedge that we all wanted and thought it would be. He also highlighted that Bitcoin lacks a strong, easy to communicate fundamental thesis. And he's saying that's why, you're not getting huge retail investment from the older folks. While proponents of Bitcoin are obviously frame it as digital gold or a hedge against fiat debasement, we've seen kind of that narrative really get challenged lately. The narrative gap makes it difficult for pension funds and conservative institutions to justify long-term allocation. So if you're a pension fund, a sovereign wealth fund, whatever type of fund, a hedge fund, and you've got to report back to your members or shareholders and they say, well, why the hell did you buy Bitcoin at 60,000 rather than punching into gold, and gold goes on to make another, 50, 60% move in 26, you're likely going to get fired. Right? And so there is that hesitancy from the institutional level, especially the money managers there, to take that risk rather than to obviously get into what's moving, which have been the metals. So, Joey, Bitcoin, how long are we going to have to suffer?
I don't know, man. And I've been talking about it from this morning as well, too. I'm just going to wait for this downtrend to be broken. Until then, I'm just going to stick with the narrative, and it might continue to slide here. It's hard to have something a store of value when you pull back 40%, but look what happened in silver. Right, so it's like, hey, yeah, you could be buying this as a fund manager and be like, hey, yeah, we're in Bitcoin and you're in silver as well too. But silver just was like a flash crash almost essentially. You had 30% in one day. This was at least a steady slope to the downside, or sorry, like a consolidation wasn't a steady slope. It gave you multiple opportunities to get out. But this isn't the first time we've seen Bitcoin have those deeper pullbacks, 40 to 70% as well. So that has to be taken into consideration. I'm starting to agree, and it's funny because the lines I think are starting to become blurred. You have this at one point, everything's all giddy, a nice steady clean. You have the release of the IBIT ETF, one of the most successful ETF releases of all time. And then a couple months later, up to a year later, it was like, I don't really know about this thing anymore. Institutions aren't as intrigued by it. You have the pension funds who are like, what are you doing? Do you allocate a 1% or 0.5% to Bitcoin? I think I'm just going to go with the technicals, try to weave out a bunch of this noise and filter it out and wait for things to be broken and go with what price is telling us, because at the end of the day, regardless of what the asset is, Sharif, I think price is king.
Did you add?
No, I have no intentions to add any. Yeah, not until the trend is broken, right?
Fair.
Like until it's broken, then I have no intentions.
Yeah, okay. Well, we added Thursday in the midst of all the blood, and we said it live. Let's go ahead and go on to the next story. Nexstar Media, Trump's backs this Tegna deal. I think I'm saying it right. President Donald Trump publicly endorsed Nexstar Media's proposed $6.2 billion acquisition of Tegna. Am I saying that right? Reversing his earlier opposition to the deal, he framed the merger as a way to increase competition against national broadcast networks, arguing that it would weaken what he calls fake news by strengthening alternative media voices. The endorsement removes a major political overhang that had weighed on perceived regulatory risks. He previously criticized Nexstar Tenga deal in November, warning against further consolidation if it benefited major networks, as he saw there was too much concentration of power in those networks. For investors, this reversal is notable because political signaling can heavily influence, of course, the FCC posture towards these large broadcast mergers. So just to give you some deal structure and information here, Nexstar currently owns or partners with over 200 local TV stations and would be Tegna's 64 stations that would be added on to that 200 plus. That would expand coverage on a combination of those two companies to roughly over 80% of U.S. households. Now, I don't think 80% of Americans still watch linear television, so it would be 80% of the households, but how many of those households actually watch? The deal was announced in August of 25 and is expected to close the second half of this year. And the merger reflects that broader media consolidation trends. We've been seeing it everywhere. Warner Brothers, Paramount, Skydance, Netflix, all looking to kind of consolidate. The FCC rules currently cap station ownership at 39% of U.S. households, meaning an approval here would require a regulatory change or regulatory relief. So that has to be processed as well through the executive. The Nexstar CEO, Perry Sook, has been vocal in pushing for deregulation. He calls the current ownership, Joey, the current ownership limits, I would say, antiquated in a media landscape that is dominated now by the big tech players like your Amazons, your Apples, who have a whole bunch of money, and these guys are just trying to stay competitive. What do you think?
It's interesting. What's the ticker for this thing here?
Which one are you talking about?
Nexstar.
Nexstar, XTAA or whatever, I forgot. I had it in the morning. Type in Nexstar there. I can get it for you. Give me a second. There we go. NEXSTAR. It is NXST.
NXST.
There you go.
Nexstar Media Group. Let's see if we can pull this bad boy up. Doesn't
Tegna is TGNA for anybody who wants to know.
TGNA. Oh, okay. So I mean, like here it is on the news, right? So you get that big, massive gap up. You pump all the way up to $243, and you're slowly starting to come back in here, guys. So keep an eye out on this. But a nice steady trend to the top side right now. You're holding those these higher lows, I should say. What am I looking for? What is the word I'm looking for here, Sharif?
What's up,
Lower highs, essentially, is what we're getting at here. And then, sure enough, you're starting to get that breakout, so not too bad of a look whatsoever here. If that breakout is sustained, look for some further dated pivots to break through. And sure enough, that's going to head north of that 218 mark, so not too bad of a look in NXST.
All right, let's talk about Kroger. KR, let's see if it's still up on the day. Where is it at? It's up 4.5, a little bit more off the high, 73.18 high, trying to trade right now above 7.5. And the shares were up more than 6% in pre-market trading after reports that the company has selected Greg Foran as its next CEO. The appointment comes nearly a year after the board ousted the former CEO, Rodney McMullen, following an investigation into personal conduct. The Journal, the Wall Street Journal, that is, announced or reported that the announcement could be made as early as Monday. Let me just look to see if the announcement came in formally. Yes, I do see it likely to begin. Kroger taps. So this one's saying that it did already happen. So who is this guy? He is a seasoned retail executive, and he most recently served as CEO of Air New Zealand for about 5 years. He stepped down October of last year of 2025. Prior to that, he was CEO and president of Walmart USA, so not Walmart total, just the U.S. division, where he was credited with improving the store's operation and execution. He's being called here the Walmart turnaround architect. And he served there from 2014 to 2019. He delivered 20 consecutive quarters of positive comparable sales growth. Not a bad look. Analysts see his background as a strong fit for Kroger's current operational and competitive challenges. The market appears to be pricing in improved execution, improved discipline, and strategic clarity under his leadership. I'm assuming they're looking at what he did with Walmart, how he operated there, and kind of trying to impose that on the new gig he's got here. But Kroger does face softening consumer spending, even on the essentials, man, alongside, of course, intensifying competition from Walmart's, Target, and obviously Amazon online. And under McMullen's 11-year tenure, that's the outgoing CEO, right? Yeah, it's the outgoing CEO. Kroger's shares had more than tripled, which is definitely setting up for a high bar for this new guy to come in, Joey. What do you think?
It's interesting stuff here. I mean, when you see a rally within the staples as well, too, and you don't see this name necessarily participating to the top side, obviously being more or less a brand, but here it is, like downtrend break. You get that nice move, and then you get an additional gap up here. So it's interesting stuff with the leadership. The street was liking it at first, but now we're starting to fill some of that gap. You get that pop up into 73, and then now you're down to $70. And who knows what happens from here. If this closes as an inverted hammer, you can see there is some buying pressure starting to step in on the lower time frames. But if you open up south of this 70 mark, 70-40 mark, and you start to fill this gap, watch out. It might do a complete gap fill into 67. And then that's when you want to look for that continuation.
And a lot of people are saying that he could be brought in here to kind of help the digitization for Kroger. Apparently, he was like a digitalization specialist at Walmart and Air New Zealand. He prioritized digital integration, specifically at Walmart. He saw the rapid expansion of online ordering, pickup. So that's maybe perhaps where Kroger wants to go. It wants to have more of an online presence, maybe a better DTC. We'll have to wait and see what he does. But Adara, give us your take on Kroger.
So I find this pretty interesting because I looked into Greg Ford, and if you've noticed, he's generally tends to have 5-year tenures in whatever job he has. Like he was, again, half a decade more or less here at Walmart as the CEO of Walmart US. Then he spends another 5 years here at Air New Zealand. So that tends to kind of be the length of his tenures. Furthermore, he tends to kind of take jobs, as far as I can tell, based on, again, the Air New Zealand job and the job here at Walmart, in a situation where he is going to be up against a lot of struggles. He does not take jobs that are going to be really easy. You just drop him into a company and he's like, okay, I'll pick up where we're going off. He wants to take things down from the ground up. He used to do apparently undercover shopping while he worked at Walmart. So that is really cool. He focused on improving existing stores rather than building new stores. Then at Air New Zealand, it's interesting because yes, he did depart in October of 2025, but he announced his resignation going back to March of 2025. So he didn't just yeet. He gave them 7 months to prepare for his exit. This is someone who is responsible. This is someone who is diligent. This is someone who is not going to leave a company in a lurch last minute. Now, I think that's an excellent look for Kroger. Now, again, given how he tends to have tenures that kind of more veer towards the fixing up a company side of things, he's not going to maybe stay for multiple years, but when I say multiple years, I mean multiple decades, but he will give you a solid period, as however long his tenure is. This makes me think that Kroger doesn't really want a long-term CEO. They want somebody who's going to be there to maybe 2030 more or less, who's just going to give them a really, really solid performance and understand what the company needs. I think Greg Foran is a great choice if that's what they're going for. If not, then I do wonder. But I mean, again, if they're looking for someone who's just trying to do a thorough turnaround and leave the company in a better position than where he found it, hats off to Greg.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Live Nation. Having a good day today, up 4 1/3, as executives and lobbyists are reportedly in discussions with senior U.S. Department of Justice officials to try to avoid going to trial over the allegations the company operates an illegal monopoly. I think a lot of people don't like them from the concert fiasco that we saw last year, I think, with the Eras Tour. The talks are set to be occurring outside the Department of Justice Antitrust Division and involve other senior officials, which is highlighting, of course, the high stakes and potentially sensitive case that is forming at the moment. Neither Live Nation or the Department of Justice replied to comment. The DOJ, joined by roughly 30 states and the District of Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, filed a lawsuit in 24 seeking to break up Live Nation. Regulators are alleging that Live Nation and its Ticketmaster unit unlawfully maintained dominance in live entertainment by inflating ticket prices and engaging in anti-competitive practices. I'm seeing a lot of this crap as well with the World Cup. A lot of people are livid to no end. Most expensive World Cup ever. Yeah, people are angry, bro. North America. There's like a movement to boycott the World Cup over ticket prices. People are pissed, Joey.
Those movements never work.
They never work, but like the point is, the sentiment exists. You don't want it to like, kind of fester and then maybe gets a little
It
bit
doesn't matter
bigger.
because there'll always be someone. It's like the Leafs, right? Like it's like any sports team. No matter how garbage there is, there's some next guy who's willing to pay the premium or the higher price with some of these things. I know StubHub and Ticketmaster were going through those things as well. They're getting right. It's like yeah, exactly. So this is a narrative of it. So if you're not willing to pay the price, somebody next to you will. Someone's going to pay it. But this stock has been performing not too bad, guys. You can see that we are conforming these consistent higher lows, and that's what you want to see. Bouncing off of this zone, you can draw your trend line from point A to point B at this point and see what you got going on. So it's going to break this previous pivot high, $149. Watch out for that, and then who knows? You want to look for that next zone. That's going to put you around that 149. That's going to put you at 159, and then you make that move to 175. So one step at a time, and someone's going to pay the higher premium, man. Especially in the World Cup. My friend was telling me that his dad has some Portugal's tickets where I think the game's playing in America somewhere. So premiums, man.
Premiums, there you go. Let's continue with the story. So regulators are alleging that Live Nation and its maintain dominance, inflating ticket prices. The case centers on Live Nation's integrated model. We're talking about the promotion, the venues, the ticketing, and the harms artists. This harms artists and consumers, according to the article. So pressure on regulators intensified after Ticketmaster was widely criticized for its handling of the Taylor Swift's Eras Tours ticket. I guess that's 2022. Fans face long online queues, high prices, poor customer service, reigniting that public political criticism over their market power. We're talking about Live Nation, of course. Lawmakers and consumer advocates have since pushed for renewed scrutiny of Live Nation's 2010 acquisition of Ticketmaster. So why does this matter? Well, any settlement could cap upside by imposing behavioral remedies like pricing constraints or structural changes to the business model. And a move to trial, though, would likely prolong the uncertainty for investors, keeping those valuation multiples compressed due to the headline and regulatory risk. So the outcomes are kind of binary here. Relief rally if a favorable settlement emerges, or downside pressure if the breakup risk escalates. So that's something you're going to have to be keeping an eye out on there. I personally have been trying to get World Cup tickets as well for when Egypt comes in, and I'm trying to get tickets for Canada here. The Canada ones are a lot easier to get, funny enough, because they're in Toronto, and we definitely have more sources there. I got to go out to the West in order to watch Egypt play, so super pumped for the World Cup. And somebody was telling me in the chat there that that they weren't boycotting the World Cup for the ticket prices. I tagged him. I want to see what he says. But Delian, let me know exactly what's going on there, brother, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's go on to the next story. FedEx. What a move FedEx has had. Joey, have you looked at the chart on FedEx?
About to right now.
Oh, you're put the weekly on for me if you can there.
Oh, nice.
Take a look at that weekly.
Nice move.
Is that the daily or is that the weekly?
That's the weekly right there, my boy. Nice steady.
All-time highs, my guy. Are we all-time highs? Monthly? Let's just go monthly. Yeah, these are all-time highs, Joey, man. These are aggressive prices here. So let's talk about the story.
Well, they're looking to split as well, too, aren't they?
Is that right? I didn't know that.
I thought that. Well, I'm not not stock split, but like break up the segments within two different companies.
Is that what they said in the earnings report?
Yeah, it's either that or UPS, I think they do.
Let's talk about this story. Basically, a consortium led by private equity firm Advent International, as well as FedEx, they've agreed to acquire parcel locker operator called InPost for more than $9 billion. And it's to strengthen FedEx's position in the European delivery market. The deal values InPost at about 7.8 billion euros. It's about $9.5 billion, representing, though, a 50% premium to where the stock was trading on the first trading day of this year, January 2nd. InPost is based in Poland, but it's listed in Amsterdam, with a transaction expected to close in the second half of this year, of course, pending approvals. InPost, they operate 61,000 automated parcel lockers across Europe. So that enables, convenient pickup, convenient drop-off for consumers and businesses. And the locker model here that InPost is operating on is marketed as cheaper, more convenient, more environmentally friendly than door-to-door delivery. Obviously, the company's expanded rapidly, both organically and through acquisitions. We're still talking about InPost. So this is how the deal structure is slated to set up. Advent International, as well as FedEx, each of those bad boys, going to own about 37% of InPost following the acquisition. And then InPost current CEO, he's going to hold on to about 16%. And then there's another Czech investor called PPF not the stuff you put on your car, by the way. He's going to have another, or they're going to have another 10% stake. FedEx and InPost are not going to integrate operations. They're going to remain independent competitors in their respective markets. But what FedEx does gain is direct access to InPost, what they're calling last mile business-to-consumer infrastructure across Europe without a full operational merger. And the CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam, he said FedEx plans to enter agreements with InPost to offer customers access to its locker network, which is enhancing that delivery flexibility. Are you a fan of these boxes to pick up stuff at, or do you want that door-to-door love?
I would prefer door-to-door, right? Like, I know Amazon has some of those where you have to fight in the code. Like, you go to the gas station, they have the box that you got to pick up.
Well said.
I'm not one, but to be honest with you, man, I'm not that much of it. Like, I don't consider myself that much of a consumer. If I'm getting something, it's from Amazon. It's going to deliver it to concierge, right?
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon, if a package goes missing, you got to go to the kind of the parcel department or the factory and stuff. So I was never really big on that stuff, man, to be honest.
You know where it is big? China. And you want to know why?
Probably.
Because the drones deliver it to China. So these huge lockers in the middle of the street, they have a delivery kind of chute on the top. The drone lands, and then each person has their own individualized locker. You go in with the QR code, Joey. You tap, it opens it up for you. You get your food.
Tells you your locker.
It's next level stuff, right?
Yeah. I've never done that. How about you? Have you ever gone to an Amazon box, typed in the code or whatever you had to do there?
Worst was you end up going to the post office or to FedEx to pick it up locally. That's it. That's kind of all I've done.
Exactly. So yeah, that's it, man. But this stock has been on an absolute monster run, up more than 60% off of the October lows and continuing to climb higher. Doesn't look like it wants to slow down. 64% from October 13th to February 9th here on FDX.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Nat Gas. Go back, or what's going on here with Nat Gas? Still down 8%. So Nat Gas fell for the second straight session as forecasts call for a warmer than normal temperatures across large parts of the continental U.S. Above average temperatures expected in the central and southern U.S. We're finally getting a nice spell as well. Hopefully it starts tomorrow. We go down to like negative single digits, maybe plus single digits. It's a lot better than the double digits we're getting right now. Weather-driven demand, though, it has been the dominant short-term catalyst for Nat Gas, and the shift to warmer weather is obviously pressuring that near-term price momentum. March Nat Gas futures slid as much 6.5 in early trading. Prices had already dropped 2.5 percentage points on Friday, and that ended up snapping a 3-day win streak. The latest move effectively unwinds that late January spike that followed after a sharp cold snap and the supply disruption. So did it give back the entire thing, Joey? Let's take a quick look here at UNG ever since that breakout level that we had in Jan. So let's go UNG.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look. That's the monthly. Obviously, we don't want the monthly, Joey, because it doesn't look good there. There is the price. Okay, so we broke out. You want to say yes? We're basically right at that breakout level. I'm going to say around 12 bucks. Maybe we're holding a little bit here from that $12 area. That is the breakout level that we were talking about on the 16th when we gapped up from the 16th to the 20th. So that was a weekend. It was up like 13%, I think, over the weekend. So yeah, it looks like we're giving back almost the entire thing. Not surprised about that since it was weather related. Guys, just going to digress for a second. BRLS is halted up at $1.72. It's 2 pennies below the day high, but a great recovery here on BRLS. We were involved in this one earlier, and then we got out of it, lost VWAP. Here it is, right back at the highs, and looking to take out that high. So be on the lookout here, BRLS. Supply signals, though, we talked about that. It wasn't just weather related, it was a bit of both. The weekly Baker Hughes report showed a notable increase as well in drilling activity in Haynesville Shale, which is northwest of Louisiana and East Texas. Rising rig counts typically signal higher future supply, which weighs, of course, on the front month pricing expectations. So it looks like it's weather-related, Joey, as well as supply-related. UNG down 8.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's been a long one, we haven't experienced a winter like this in a couple of years. So I'm not saying that Toronto is going to be the changer of natural gas, but I would think that Canada as a whole would be a little bit colder, and you would see this perform a little bit better. But that hasn't been
the case whatsoever. Sharif, we're still down 50% off of that $24.42 high. So you get the pivot, you get that breakout above that pivot, and then it just gives the majority of it back. So just heading right back into a supply zone here.
Good call. Let's talk about SoFi. Where are we at today on SoFi? We were up in the pre. We're not at the highs, but we're still up 3 and change, 3.16. Today it was Citizens, and specifically their analyst, Devin Ryan. He upgraded SoFi to an outperform from neutral, but he assigned a $30 price target. The upgrade does come after SoFi sold off roughly to $21, which was down about 20% year to date. Following a peak of $30 in late 25, Citizens, as an agency, views the pullback as an opportunity to buy more rather than a structural breakdown in the story. The firm argues that SoFi has been caught in a risk-off, style rotation that penalized these higher growth financial names. We saw it in, of course, Hood as well. Ryan believes the sell-off is driven by multiple compression and technical pressure than by any near-term macro deterioration in the fundamental story. SoFi is described by the analyst, quote, as compounding at scale with accelerating diversification away from lending towards fee-based and capital-light revenue streams. We often talk about this one, starting out in a very specific moat, which was refinancing high-interest student loans, and then they've diversified into so many other things. I think in the last earning report, they said that they gained about 1 million new members quarter over quarter. In that quarter, I should say, bringing the total to over 13 million. And that new membership addition is kind of the best metric, forward-looking metric that we have to see what the revenue could be in the future, because they're going to monetize those new members. So what do you think about this? They're saying their revenue mix here is a key differentiator, especially how many people they're adding.
I think that's good. That's key, right? That's what you want to see, is just the expansion within a stock. And we typically compare it with the Robinhoods of the market. But what you're seeing with Robinhood, you have the gold membership. You're looking to get the actual IPO price. There's a lot going on. So they're diversifying their business essentially. And that's what you want to see from a growth standpoint, especially if they're trying to sway away from high interest student loans, which there may not be too much longevity to that even.
Well said, Joe. All right, let's go on to Oracle. Analyst upgrade here refocuses the AI narrative. Oracle's up 10.5%, still a little bit half a trillion dollar market valuation. It's at 453, so still below that. 159.75 high, trading at 157.91. Now we're going to pause for a second. We've got to go to Adara with news at the desk.
Be aware here, crypto on watch. We get some comments from Fed's Waller saying that some crypto euphoria that came in with Trump is fading. So again, Fed's Waller here saying that some of this excitement around crypto that we had during the start of President Trump's term last year is fading out a bit. Back to you.
All right. The analyst believes, okay, so let's talk about this Oracle story. Sorry. So it's D.A. Davidson today with the upgrade. They upgrade Oracle to a buy from neutral, but most importantly, they kept that same $180 price target. And the argument is that the recent downside pressure, which is tied, according to the analyst, to OpenAI fears, has gone too far. The analyst believes that the market has over-penalized Oracle due to uncertainty around, the many things, AI exposure, which is creating an opportunity that, the overhang begins to ease. We'll see. Guys, BRLS just took out the day high, 187 now. It's really going. It's up 175%. BRLS, the ticker there. The call frames the current setup as a sentiment reset rather than, a fundamental deterioration of Oracle's long-term positioning. And it was analyst Gil Luria. He said concerns around Oracle's exposure to OpenAI are diminishing. A revamped OpenAI, according to him, is expected to reemerge as a major challenger to some of the big names that we've been seeing lately, Oracle, Claude come to mind, and meet its commitments, because OpenAI's got to do well in order for Oracle to want to back that horse, right? He talked about, the large-scale data center obligations that Oracle is tied to, as well as others. And he also noted that OpenAI holds roughly about $40 billion in cash, and if they wanted to, could probably raise up to $100 billion more. Why does that matter to Oracle? Because they're the payor. OpenAI is the payee, and Oracle is the payor. So if the payee doesn't have money, the pay Orc and go smash his head against the wall. And that's not what they're saying here. They're saying that they've got money. The market is currently pricing the OpenAI relationship as a negative, with D.A. Davidson, though, viewing this as a mispricing by the market. We've talked about, obviously, OpenAI and possibly its best days behind it. The firm pushed back on the idea that Oracle's legacy software business is obsolete. And they emphasized here, even though we saw Software Armageddon last week, software isn't dead. And they're making the argument that Oracle's core business alone supports that 18 forward times earning multiple that they currently have. Whether you agree with that or not, I think reasonable people can disagree. But here's the deal, Joey. The company is carrying, Oracle, $130 billion in debt and $248 billion in operating lease commitments. That's a lot of contingent liability overhang. What are your thoughts?
That's a lot, and you can understand why the street is punishing it the way it is. You have this massive move higher on the earnings report. The guidance was absolutely insane. Adair brought that to you, where you move 43% in the span of one trading session. You get the report, and it's a massive gap up. But we know with the market is that sometimes it can over-exaggerate, whether it be to the top side or to the downside. One thing to note, and I heard you guys talking about it this morning, which I also don't think has been taken into consideration with Oracle, is the TikTok deal. They're going to be front and center in that, so that can continue. This can help rebound the name once all of this bad news has started to be phased out. But as for Oracle, we know their debt obligations. It's not looking too good so far, but there is a little bit down the pipeline. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and with their primary business potentially mitigating with losses they can endure with building out this AI infrastructure, then sure enough, Oracle will rebound aggressively. But the street is definitely over-exaggerated on this move down, considering we shouldn't have gone up 40% from that 443 level. We're down 54% from that previous pivot high. I think at some point, Oracle is going to rebound.
I don't know. I couldn't read it, but as soon as the Patriots player came, he folded pretty quickly. All right, Adair, please give us your take on Oracle.
I'm going to shock everybody here. I have no problem with this upgrade. I respect this upgrade. Why? Because it's really not as bullish as we think it is. Their price target is 180. That is this level here. That's this gap level. That is still markedly below the all-time high, just below 350. So, as far as upgrades go, this is not a particularly bullish one. And I also like that they do recognize, as I repeatedly have, the ongoing and massive issues with the debt. There are still a lot of risks that are going to be on this company. So I really see this as a short-term, hey, this can bounce a bit, but not a long-term endorsement of the company. So I think that's probably the best way to go here. And again, I know I've seen people in the chat commenting, Adair takes Oracle personally. I know, whatever, I have quite the rant on Oracle, but here's the thing, I've done the research to back it up. So as far as I am concerned, unless Oracle sees a bit of a change in the tides here, as we know some people in the show say, if we see some kind of market difference in terms of Oracle actually beating revenue, which they haven't the last 2 quarters, unless we start seeing that, I'm going to stand firm on my ground in this one, because there is just a lot of the fundamentals that the company is saying we're going to see. We just haven't yet. So with that in mind, I actually think this upgrade is fair, because it's saying, hey, the stock's not going to continue falling for now, but it's also recognizing these real overhead risks. I think it's a responsible analyst note.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. And with that, we added another 1.25 there, eh? From the last week, I think we gave him 3.5.
Oh,
now we got 1.25 on the clock.
Damn,
here, so that's a little bit of an accumulation.
I'll write that down.
No distribution, though, not quite yet, Joey.
It's documented.
All right. From Joey and myself, guys, a happy Monday to everybody. I hope everybody had a great Super Bowl and a great weekend. The big boys, they're that away. I'll see everybody at the news desk shortly.
I see what's up over there. Yeah, we see what's up. Accumulation. Hey, you guys had the benefit. You had the benefit of a fantastic guest there, Peter Schiff on as well. So I think
these guys don't know how good they have it.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was a great spot with Peter there, which is fine. I think. A great job, of course, by Adair and Sharif. I think fantastic questions. I know a lot of the viewers were enjoying that, and hopefully enjoying the almost percent up. I don't want to jinx it. Almost percent up that the market is. Like the bounce is pretty real. Although some weird stuff throughout the middle of the day. Like when this morning, one of the themes that we were talking about, at least for the first 15 minutes, felt like, oh wow, oh my goodness, look at Nvidia. Like that was certainly a part of it. NVIDIA just stopped doing anything. Like it made that top, and the market kind of held some of the move, and this just kind of, I don't know, pennant flagged it all the way into VWAP here very slowly, and is now in threat of losing the bid a little bit. So as strong as this was throughout the day, like the pendulum shift went all the way over to like AMD, which is at the high of the day, and the Qs are still pretty close to the high, but NVIDIA just couldn't keep its foot on the gas there. Is what it is. It's almost like it started playing that prevent defense, which allow a couple of meaningless scores at the end of a game, sort of tilting it to make you think that it was a little more competitive than it was, NVIDIA. Although that's
definitely not
just how they do, man.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, too bad for all the New England fans. I mean, just didn't really get off the mark there for them yesterday. Yeah, look, I'm still in the same trade, so I've still got SoFi. I haven't done anything else since then. I was just looking at some trades. I have a trade idea on Disney coming up. But yeah, just buying SoFi, out. You could tell where, we were at the gym and then where we got out of it. But yeah, so far so good here for SoFi into this afternoon. We'll give it a go. It does make a move down there on the midday when all of a sudden we was like, what just happened there? And could have rebought it at VWAP, was not sure, and actually took the other way, started getting some more out. So we'll see if SoFi can finally break through this $50 mark and then get us going on the right side of this trade. So that's what I'm looking for right now on SoFi. And then, yeah, man, I mean, everything. I even said today, right off the open, and it's too bad that I wasn't looking to get more Meta, but I was like, you're getting Meta for free, here off the earnings report, right? And so today you had a great opportunity to buy some Meta at 660 right off the open. And yeah, that just bounced like crazy. So there's a great area for support at 660 now. So I think we got, the 50-period moving average, and there goes Meta straight up. So that was a missed opportunity by me, but that's okay. We'll be back getting some other trades, hopefully some bangers through as well. I mean, right there, that 200 break long should have been taken. We were short, and then that. So yeah, we're ready to go, man. I mean, we got some Google on our mind here. Not too many big, huge earnings reports coming tonight, but there are names. We'll review some of those as they come through. We'll talk a little bit of gold, as we mentioned, some monetary policy there. We'll review maybe some Peter Schiff talk. But Google was also down earlier this morning as well, and made that move higher. We were short, and out, and that started to blow upside. And then Intel looks like it wants to hold $50 as well right now. So Intel at the $51 mark. Great little day for them here today, up 1%. NASDAQ up 1%. And when we left you, it was like 0.2 each. And you can see the NASDAQ definitely with a little bit of pull forward there, as is Bitcoin, man. 70,500, we'll take that. I think it was down in the 68 and change earlier. So we'll take IBIT near the highs, Bitcoin near the highs of the day, NASDAQ near the highs, up another 1%. I like it. So it's pretty good here today. Can't complain. Obviously, you're a little bit weary of Amazon and some of those names that reported before, but
Amazon not the best of.
I think it's
not the best of days, and Apple not the best of days. But I think, as we're talking about this morning, when you get the rotation back into some of the beleaguered AI names and tech names, well, Apple can't sit there being strong relative to NVIDIA and some of the others. And then on a day like today, you get that sort of semi-rotation in the other direction. So Apple got sold. It's still down 1.5, almost, actually 1 3/4, almost 2% here to the downside, but that's okay. Like, look at how strong and how much heavy lifting was done. So I think rotation's going to be a part of it. Yeah, there are, like you said, there aren't a lot of earnings after market. I think we have ON on semis going to be one. And look, it'll be a mover. I think tomorrow morning, this is one that you'll probably wake up and see it on the watch list as yet another name which should have some good volatility, chance to break out some 52-week highs. But they're like the early earnings names I think we'll be paying attention to tomorrow morning when we go over the list. I'm just in a couple of mean reverts, just like the usual in an afternoon, and I'm eyeballing a third, which would be IBIT. So Bitcoin did get to, where are we at? Oh, I didn't reload this. Well, I'll have to reload my, I only have my ETH up there. No, but we did get that trend hold going from short to eventually long. And now all of a sudden, we're still bouncing right along that trend line at that $40 mark on IBIT. So I'm looking for that trend break into the volume weighted average price, which is just teetering. It's very close. We're resisting the 40 that I liked earlier, and we're just coming right in to try to break this trend line back in. When we do, I'm looking short. I also have ONDS up as on this a good day. Now it's just trying to hold above VWAP. So it's up 6 points. You had the relief rally after getting, you can call it quadunked. A lot of things got quadunked last week, for sure. But it made that nice little rounded bottom, higher low breakout. This afternoon, I just want to see it hold VWAP and break this little downtrend to see if we can't get something going there. Volume could be the issue, though, for this small capper. If it doesn't start picking up, got to look elsewhere.
All right, we're going to get locked and loaded here with Sharif. I am looking at NVIDIA to the downside, I think. I know we're in SoFi, but we're pretty light on that one. I'm thinking about a new position on NVIDIA. Almost like breaking 190.50. I know that's not exactly, I mean, I have VWAP a little different up on this 5-minute chart being roughly 190.84, and I'm going to go with that. That's kind of what we're bouncing around with right now. Thinking if NVIDIA loses the top here, then we get whap down to the downside. So let's wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA possibly moving just a little bit lower here. So we'll have a quick look at that and see if we can get out of NVIDIA or into NVIDIA, but into a short right now on that one. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at right there for NVDA. So yeah, it's should be a good afternoon. We've got some SoFi on our mind. We're going to go through the rundown that Sharif's going to give it to us. You guys voted on the stock visualizer. Make sure you do hit $. Put it in your chat right here. So like if you were interested in, for example, Carvana, I just saw someone put in there.
Carvana?
Yeah, in your ONDS, as Neil was just talking about, it's Spotify. These will all trigger over here on our stock visualizer, which is what we'll go, yeah, there it is, he's got it up. So that'll be what's showing there, and we'll be able to go over them with you ASAP. So that should be fun. We're all about that one. Yeah, we're in SoFi, Dinkelberg, or whoever wrote that, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. Oh, weeping leader. That's going to be the big one for me. I'm sure that'll be on the desk at some point. If not, I'll be talking about it, that's for sure. So, all right, we're ready for the rundown. Let's go over to Sharif and figure out what's on spot number 1.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw Neil, Sean, they're ready, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at their tickers as decided by you. The only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat. Make sure you join every day and vote for your favorite tickers, but make sure to throw in that $sign before you vote. The triple Qs, guys, they're up nicely here, a little bit less than 1%, up 0.92. About to try to take that 615 and hold it. 616 high on the triple Qs, the SPY. Also green on the day, not quite as high, up a little bit less than 0.2%. Essentially flat is the Dow, up 0.03. And in second place here is the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, up 0.75%. The first name, though, as decided by you guys, Tesla. It's leading the way today, up over 2%, despite not really having a headline. There's been many different reports, adjacent to Elon Musk, acquisition by Blue Owl, or acquisition by XAI, as well as, some SpaceX talk there with NASA. Nothing specific to Tesla, though, guys, but up 2 1/5.
Nothing specific, but it is specifically strong. But guess what price Tesla is at this precise moment? I'll give you 0 guesses. Because if I'm asking, of course, it's 420. Everyone by now, you know that psychologically, this just always seems to have some Tesla anyways, seems to have some gravity towards this stock. So you're into the chop zone, the only place the last couple of weeks where there's been, well, I guess at 435, where there's been a chop fest has been between 415, 425 into this 20 zone. If it makes another push, it's 425 that I think, because Tesla every $5, right? You get like a 1% move off a key level there makes some sense. So you get like this 425 area that I think is going to be our short-term resistance this week. And then a breakout over this price gives you that gap fill to the top. So yeah, you've already had your rounded bottom. There it is. There's our low. And we're just back into the chop fest. We need to break it out over here. Then we get our secondary push. I think that's the key thing. Like there's plenty that is rebounded to, hey, this is where we were to start last week. But there's that next push before you're doing something new. And that's where I find Tesla to be. Hasn't really broken, yeah, sure, great, good dip, goes right in that 380 area, bounce off the 200 period, but it hasn't really broken that downward trend yet. So I think the next step would be taking out some of that resistance we see from next week. Need to see that 25 area go. That does set it up for a potential breakout tomorrow. Knock on wood that nothing bad happens in the last couple hours here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing for Tesla. It's kind of just stuck in the middle now. I mean, you've already missed the trade, so I really wouldn't worry too much about it. The trade was going from up here, from 480 right back into basically 420. Like that trade back in, you know, we'd seen it sort of happen before. There it is again, right there. So I just think that this trade has already happened. Now, if anything, I think you're looking for the retracement back up into this area, 460 or so. I don't think I'd look to short this until it gets back to that 480 one more time. And I think you could round trip that trade again. So I like this look going longer now on Tesla. We have gone through all the deliveries. We've gone through earnings. We know what the stock is all about. It's bouncing nicely off the 200 period moving average. So if you dip bought last Thursday, that's great. You got a lot of good value in a lot of different names, and I think it's Tesla especially. To get this name down here at 390, I'm not sure you'll see that again for a minute. So I like it. I think that's one of the better names to dip by. I talked about that last week, even when this was happening. Didn't get into it myself, but really love the action that I'm seeing here in Tesla, and definitely think it has a space in your portfolio if you're trying to play a little bit of rebound game here in the tech space. So I like Tesla. I think it continues to work. You know, SpaceX, XAI, all the talk this year is going to be hopefully surrounding Elon and what that means. So I still think that there's a little bit of a wild card for Tesla shareholders with something as well. So Starlink wrapped up with SpaceX. I don't know. I'm not sure what this all means, but I like this support down here. I think you're in the middle of nowhere to make a decision now. If anything, I'd go long or wait for this 400 to come through again, then hold it against 380. I like the long here in Tesla, and I wouldn't go short here. Like, I really think there's an opportunity to get right back to 480. You could be up 5 or 6% tomorrow, then all of a sudden you're back to this 440, 460 area, and then you're wondering, you know, how good of a buy that was. So I would just wait on Tesla. If you're looking short, don't do it yet. And if you're looking long, I think you can still nibble. I mean, it's a good price area. So for me, Tesla is a buy, not a short yet, but 480 incoming on Tesla, I believe, in the next couple weeks.
Amazon down 0.25% on the day, despite being maintained by Citigroup and a new price target, but it was cut, guys. That's maybe why, from 320 down to 265, despite maintaining the same buy rating. Separately, they did have a tie-up with STM Microelectronics. That one is up about 6% on the day, but that probably helps STM a lot more than Amazon. Amazon now down a third.
Yeah, this definitely helps STM more than it helps Amazon. But I mean, the good news is there's a pattern on Amazon, which held today. The bad news is it's not one that's indicative to the strength you're seeing in the market. The August earnings in Amazon dipped right into about 211 here, 11 change, and support there in October. Then you started making higher lows, which is great, but you know, now I should probably delete that trend line because it was broken last week. And now that same resistance level or support level has turned into resistance, both on Friday and then again here today, kind of losing this 211 to 212 area. Yikes. We talked about, like, you could speculate as to why, like, Amazon wasn't as strong as some of the other names out there, but it's not all bad. Like, it was bought up from the lows. It's just what happened at the open. Like, it was an absolute dump fest at the open. There were slight moves down, but there was a few names that had a lot more work to do. Like Amazon and Intel were two that absolutely stood out. They just had so much more work to do because of the way they got dumped at the open. Then you come right into that same key top on Friday and absolutely fail it. Now we get a lower high. So until proven otherwise, if we're not breaking out over 212, Amazon still remains in like the semi-penalty box for me, where it's, you know, your support has turned into resistance, you're a bit trend down. I feel like Microsoft did this and eventually caught what's seemingly like a bottom here for Softy when this happened to them. You know, took a couple of weeks for it to happen, but it looks like it has made a bit of a reversal, and that's what it seems like Amazon is in the midst of doing. But it's in the earlier stages of it relative to a Microsoft. You might have seen the position come out, but again, it's just a mean revert on EA, trended up all morning. It did the same thing on Friday, broke the trend, and then did nothing for me in the afternoon. This one just happened to pull back into VWAP. So, you know, as long as this keeps trading like a momentum stock, I'll continue to be on it.
All right, I actually just punched into Amazon there by accident, so we're going to punch out of that trade. No, I was looking at Amazon here, and we can hold a little bit of it, but I don't want to be in this for too long. We're just looking at Amazon, and actually was debating getting involved right now at this level, but I punched in sort of by accident there real quick. Yeah, no, like it's right at a level right here where it's kind of like when I looked at NVIDIA as well, and I kind of chose the short here. I just punched in and I punched out immediately, but I'm going to hold a little bit because I was deciding about this level. Just give this a couple pennies. Here it comes to the downside. So this is just want to hold it for 5 cents. That's it, just to see. But this was a level right here for Amazon. Like I said, I think we're just through earnings now, and we have something to worry about with Amazon, and that is their spend. And we've seen a big move to the downside right now from Amazon, and I actually think that it probably continues here into sort of the next couple weeks until the NASDAQ does settle out. I mean, it's nice to see a couple days in a row of the NASDAQ battling back. I just worry that if the NASDAQ gets hit again here, Amazon will be one of those names that gets sort of picked on a little bit to the downside. So I would just be careful with it. The spend is there. They've sort of justified it with what they're trying to do with AWS and not trying to fall behind and everything like that. But I don't think it really gets too exciting again until you break through this 220 and get it going. Otherwise, you're just kind of waiting to catch a falling knife. And I'm already in Amazon. Amazon did not perform well last year at all. And I'm not sure it's going to have a great year again. And I've sort of stamped that a while ago. So I believe in that. And I don't really want to rebuy some Amazon. I was trying to get it that day at 200 when it fell back in on that first, was it the first day? Yeah, on that first day. But we missed that fill, and now we don't have to. I'm not going to get it. I mean, I was thinking about it this weekend and just don't really love this name. I think there's better Mag 7 names. So we'll look to see Amazon and where it goes from here. But not excited until it breaks above 220 again. So that's Amazon, going to be in the doghouse until proven otherwise.
All right, guys, NVIDIA next on the list, up over 3%. A little bit behind Microsoft for the best performing Mag 7 name on the day. And I just drew this trend line, guys, from the closing print in the aftermarket on Friday. So I'm talking about the Thursday, that 8 p.m. print, to the highs that we made this morning on the implied balance high. We're about 14% just shy, not currently, into today's high. So good look today for NVIDIA as it recovers from that tech wreck last week. No specific headline today for this 3% move.
Yeah, I don't think much needed a tremendous or ridiculous headline. It was just we had a recovery bounce on Friday, and then you got continuation today. So once it got going, a lot of stocks, and NVIDIA included, just started filling in a bit of a gap, right? Like you go back to, like this would be Tuesday, it filled this gap in to some of those highs, like the 190 to 192. The problem with NVIDIA, and this was true the last time it was up here, is once we get above 190, like it stops doing anything. There hasn't been any push through above the 190 level. We just start barcoding in that area. And if we're not barcoding, then we're essentially pulling back. Like the one day that there was movement off this level, it's been selling, unfortunately, for NVDA. So it's a bit of this is a flat bottom break setup here on NVIDIA. But I mean, if you're looking at the light at the end of the tunnel, well, the CapEx spend from all of the hyperscalers showed us all the reasons why NVIDIA should still be strong. At this point, I think we get to stop complaining about China. Like it's just, if we're not baked in that they're not getting China sales right now, then at what point is it baked in? You have to make the assumption. And overall, this looks like it's prime, and it's been prime before. Like it's primed for a potential breakout. So while in this afternoon, like market's at the highs and it's kind of teetering on that support level, the overall look on the daily chart would suggest that we are primed for a breakout and a retest of highs, especially with that 200 period moving average bounce. And then you throw in the fact that that is solidified by the massive CapEx spend that everyone seems to not like lots of people seem to not like for Amazon, and they seem to accept it for Meta and Alphabet, but it just bodes well for NVIDIA at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the real winner out of all of this is going to be an NVIDIA, Marvell, a Broadcom. All those names, I think, continue to win in this environment, which is why I'm long all of those names. But, yeah, I was just thinking, like, not that it's a hold, don't trade. I mean, that's an easy thing to say. But, like, to get in and out of NVIDIA now in any sort of a swing or a long term or anything like that. I mean, if you're swing trade and you have some kind of a bottom take there on NVIDIA, then I think that, now it's range bound and you're at the top of the range. So would make sense to profit take if you were looking at that from a range side of things. But I just really like the upside action in NVIDIA. And I think, holding on to this, like I said, February 25th will be the report, so we still got 2 weeks to go before that happens. And I think they're going to be all aboard, man, especially with China there coming on. That's going to be a good one. But for today, I actually looking the other way. I was looking for this break, a 190.50 break, short. So I don't know. I could definitely think about this market doing something here with nothing happening. Scan's super quiet right now, not much going on. I could see the market. I mean, whenever there's not much going on, I do like to go long on the market. But NVIDIA's kind of doing oppo a little bit now, trying to trend a little lower. Was going to use this 200. And again, I'm not trying to hold it for $1, but if we can get through, break through the 50, break through, and then break this level, then I was going to use some of these levels as my stop. So I was just thinking like NVIDIA could be on a slow bleed to the downside a little bit, up 3%. Seems a little bit much on a day like today, but upside it goes. So it looks like if we had thought long off of VWAP sort of instead of short, we might have been long but right now. So let's just keep our order pending. If it breaks lower, we're there. Could be some China news coming at some point, but who knows? I'm not going to sit here, go long in stock because I think there might be something coming with China. We have our ear to the ground. We've got Adara back there. And we've got Sharif with one more.
Yes, sir. Palantir. Good day for Palantir, 6 2/3. And again, off that area low in the aftermarket on Thursday when we had the software Armageddon, which really did hit Palantir quite hard. We're about 16, almost 17% off those area lows into the high of the day, trading about $1 off the high, guys. So Palantir, again, no specific catalyst today to Palantir in isolation, but as a group, nice recovery, up 6 2/3.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about gap fills, this is number 4.
Okay.
Oh, I know what the fifth one is. I know what it's going to be. Well, okay, actually, I don't know. It's a coin flip because there's 2 names tied for 5th, technically speaking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's a coin flip which one it's going to end up being. Either begins with an S or an H. I'll give a couple of hints there. But Palantir, there's a secondary gap fill here for Palantir. Like, it's done the rounded bottom. You could make the argument, here's the 140 breakout, but then there's this rating here, breaking away from 145 to fill in the bigger gap on PLTR. So what's this top? It's almost exactly 146. Like, this is hunting for a 146 breakout, I think. It's like it looks really good on the 15-minute chart. Then you pull this up on the 3-minute, and it's like Palantir's not moving right now. So I almost want to see, like, just do something, maybe make a run, start picking up in volume, and then buy first dip going into a 146 breakout. Like, does it have the juice to break this out when it's $1.20 away and it's barely even moving? It could end up just being a tomorrow thing unless we get some actual excitement here, because the market is at the highs. The ES is at the highs, I should say. Nasdaq's at the highs as well, and this doesn't seem to be going. So this might have to be filed away for a breakout trade tomorrow if we don't start picking things up. And as I say that, like, it already starts pulling back off the dollar underneath that breakout on Palantir.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think this is a perfect example of that. They're not like everything else, man. I mean, we saw some software names getting hit real bad over the last little while. And I understand that this is going to be a high beta with the market. It's going to move. If the market moves aggressively, Palantir will move 2 or 3 times what the market does. So completely understood that. It was a little bit shocking that although we had some good days last week in the market, that Palantir still managed to go down. So I'm still a little bit like iffy about this one. We're long from a long time ago, and we did sell something at 175 when it came up here. Didn't feel that great when it went to 200 for that, but I still feel pretty good about those sales. And I don't really think it's a buy until we get, like, at least maybe into that low again of 125, if that can happen, or back in there to 120. Let's not look at the market with rose-colored glasses. This is like 1 or 2 days off of, when everybody was like, don't look at your accounts, on last Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we're just a week away from, like, disaster strikes in your tech portfolio. So I don't necessarily think it's time just to jump right back into this name. That's for sure. But again, I like it. It's been a big boon to the portfolio, but but just not something that I'm interested in right now. You know, the market is starting to go here. Thanks, Sharif, for the rundown. We'll get Adara back there, obviously. One more after that still. Okay. All right, well, anyways, NASDAQ near the highs. Let's go back, talk to Sharif, and then let this guy get out of here.
SoFi, boys, up over 3%, getting a positive analyst note today from Citizens, who published an interesting summary of this company, basically making the argument they're diversifying away from what they used to be their moat, which is refinancing high-interest loans. Now looking at obviously monetizing their 13.7 million user, or what they call a member database, or whatever you're going to call it there. Anyway, up 3% and a nice upgrade today from Citizens with an outperform rating and a $30 price target.
All right, so, I mean, it got on the sticky note. It was the #1 trade idea. I'm always going to go back to this. So there it is, 21's long. Basically, it came in. We've attached sort of our trade to this about what we've been doing all day here. Came in. We let it settle down, right? I mean, we never... Anything I write down, I don't necessarily want to be sitting there right off the open, but although it was fine right off the open, he did wick down to 2080. So I think if you were using these stops, you would have got stopped out there at the lows, right? But there it is. Brought it back. Once it started to get going again, we'd rather buy the momentum upside than anything other than that. So that was like sort of the early trade. And then as we sort of zoom back out here and look at what the day looks like, same thing. These are all the buys that I did earlier. 1030 was the last one. It did shoot up. Like, I was waiting. I think I have a 60 offer that just never filled still, to be honest with you. But, you know, let it just settle down there. And then, yeah, came back and started offering out. So we didn't, this was a little scary there. I didn't know what happened to the market. So we were able to get some out on the 50 period and get some out there. But pops right back up. And we still have, like, I don't have that much, man. I have about 15% left. So right now I'm waiting at 54. So that's coming up to where we've been filled. Well, we actually haven't been filled yet, right into this area. And then we'll see if we can pop higher. But yeah, today SoFi finally get a little bit of revenge on that name, as we haven't been trading it that well. And finally to the upside. So I like SoFi. I think it's a long-term winner for sure. And honestly, something I'd like to put more shares into the long-term account on some SoFi love.
Yeah, I think you said baby out with the bathwater, but they definitely got hit maybe a little harder than they deserve to. That spike downside, the only thing I could think of is, like, Waller was speaking, I forget the name of the conference that he was speaking at, and he started a little bit early, and his entire talk was about, like, crypto and the banking system. So maybe he helped cause a little bit of a down push. I think in that same moment I saw, like, Bitcoin move around a little bit.
Yeah.
It was interesting because he spent the entire time, or at least the entire time that I was listening, Fed Waller was essentially just talking about stable coins and the need for regulation and how stable coins are a payment system, and it's like, why is everyone up in arms about the whole being able to get yield? It's like, no one seems to care about the fact that you can get, you know, a yield on your checking account. So why would it be a big deal to the banks if stable coins do it? Like, they're just they're a payment system, and that was his entire argument, which is actually a pretty good one when you really think about it. But SoFi in the 15 here, I think it's setting something up nice. Like, you've got the stair step up. It didn't press down into Friday's close price. It did one little wick and then reverted. But that's still, look, it's still good. It's still a consolidation higher, and it's still the rounded bottom, maybe set to break out to 22. It didn't quite break down enough to have triggered for myself, but it was close enough that it was, you know, I like the trade. I think it was a good idea to get into this one. And I don't think we're done yet, Sean, because if we look at how much this got waxed the last couple of weeks, if you pull back $2.50 off of the lows, but this was at 20, like, this had 26.5 for an entire week and a half up here, that it was just solid. And if not, like, the 27 level. So if we're rounded bottom and breaking this out tomorrow, I almost feel like there's still so much room, even if just to the 24 for SoFi. So it's going to stay on the radar this week, almost no questions asked. Speaking of Bitcoin,
moving. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's not breaking down, that's for sure. So that trend, I keep getting rid of this. I know what's happening. I'm not hitting save after I do it. So it's still holding on to this trend line. I keep thinking we're going to break this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and now we're just riding the trend line at the 40 level for IBIT here. And if it doesn't break down, it might end up actually breaking the top. So if we make a fresh high, I'm still going to take the short into VWAP on this. Just we're a little too tight to this. to this Friday resistance level to want to fight it up here. Oh, and ONDS looks like it's not going to break out either. Boo. So ONDS was trying to hold VWAP, trying to break a little bit of a trend itself, and now back underneath the volume weighted average price. Might need another small capper to look at that's got some strength. I see in the chat Lemon Family saying Lumen is moving.
Lumen. Okay, that's a
Lumen.
old blast from the past.
Oh,
I thought I saw that Newman actor doing something recently.
I saw. Well, I watched this really cool video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Some weird things get suggested to me, and it was all the movie references.
Okay.
That Seinfeld ended up doing. And what's crazy about it is they did a few of them where they didn't just reference the movie. They referenced a movie that the actor who played Newman was in, and they do the scene.
Oh, they did it for all the or just Newman?
No, just for him. So like he was in JFK, like with, who starred in that? Kevin Costner or whatever. So he had a scene in JFK, so they redid that. He had a scene in Basic Instinct where he was like a cop, and so they also did that as well. That dude's been in a lot of ish. Like he was in Jurassic Park as well.
All right.
He's legit. Lumen, no volume.
Snapchat is moving.
Snap?
If you tell me Snapchat's moving and it's not moving, yeah, it's moving around. That is for sure right now. At the snap of a finger, you get Snapchat up or down maybe 5% here because it's only a $5 stock. But yeah, I don't know. There is a little bit of volume here. Adara just sat back down, so she can have a quick look at Snapchat if and when that gets on her radar. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything on our news source yet for anything regarding Snapchat, but nice move down. And I don't, this name has just been like, I don't know. Like we talked about this off earnings once we broke that 680 there, $7, I guess, and then all the way straight down to 7. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a disaster, for Snapchat and its shareholders. That is for sure, and all the way back into $5. This name's not. If you want to pick it up, I mean, we sort of looked at this before and had talked about what we thought here about Snapchat, but yeah, it's losing the bid real quick. And if you look over here and you look at yeah, it's very, very bad. So here's a daily chart for Snapchat. Let me go to a monthly chart just to show you, because it was up to $85 at one point, not too recently. 2022, I guess that is a hell of a long time ago. But yeah, it's low right now, 510 being made right now. You got to go all the way back here into 2019, and I can, zoom in to find out this exact price there. But that is going to be roughly, in 1 second, just trying to get it there, 450. Or 490.
There's a headline here.
Maybe 490 for Snapchat. So that would be something to look at. You found something on it?
Instagram is internally testing a new Snapchat rival app.
Why do they have to put Snapchat rival?
Why you gotta kick them while they're down?
Why does it have to be Snapchat rival?
That's just mean.
Isn't Instagram already a Snapchat rival?
I think it's just me. Zuckerberg is just being cold at this point. That's cold blood.
Well, he should buy them. I mean, I've already said that they could buy Snapchat. I mean, my kids are still using Snapchat. This man to my left is using Snapchat.
Well, they could also just buy Pinterest too. Like they could do anything they want.
Yeah, I mean, Snapchat has good
do they need to?
I mean, do they need to?
I got a nephew.
You know how much it's going to cost?
Well, I got a niece and nephew that both buy them. What's the market cap on this thing?
That's what I'm saying. You know how much it's going to cost them?
Pocket lint at this
point.
Right.
This is not even a situation
here. It's not really pocket lint, but you know what I mean.
No, it is. This is literally pocket lint. Mark Zucker makes $800 million a year in dividends from Meta. Oh, you don't even think Meta pays dividends, right? They don't really. It's just that's how much he makes off of it is ridiculous. All right, Snapchat market cap, $8 billion. He can almost pay with that just with his checking account. So yeah, I mean, right there, Meta doesn't even need to do anything for Snapchat to get some Snapchat in their account, right? I mean, I'm not even sure how much cash, like Apple could buy Snapchat in a blink of an eye. There's so many companies that are sitting on so much cash is relationship. SoFi should not buy Snapchat, but SoFi right there, we go, yeah, buddy, that's a face slapper right there. We get a nice little trade there for us on Snapchat, on SoFi as we get the high of the day, man. We waited all day for that trade, so there's your number one stunner for me. I only have 3 trades today, man. Well, Google, SoFi, and the market. I was completely wrong on the market. Well, not really. I mean, we hit that good. We were up. We're up more now than we were because of what SoFi is doing, but we were up really good when this happened, and then we averaged it back and got it more, and then got stopped out on the upside, so we're flat on the TQs because I did have a full position again once it broke upside. So we'll take 40 or 50 cents on maybe a third of it, reload it, and then get stopped out for 20 cents on the full thing. So be down about a hamburger or so on that one, but look at the TQs, man, just continues to go upside, really respecting this VWAP. So down into here. Once we break above, we should start to relook at things and say, you know what, trend changed. We were thinking short there. So I don't know, you just called that up right now, and I almost just typed in Facebook, but the real thing is Meta. So nothing happening on Meta. But yeah, that's definitely a bad story for Snapchat. But it's not affecting Snapchat. You know, I mean, I don't know how long.
Why would Snapchat spike on that initially?
Because maybe they have to be bought out. $8 billion. Like, whatever Mark, I mean, this guy's paying engineers hundreds of millions of dollars a year to sit there and design things. Obviously, I don't know if they need, you know, to pay $10 billion for Snapchat or anything like that, but just to get the daily active users, put them in one sort of combination, I think it might be worth it there to do that. But Snapchat, I like Snapchat for the buyout possibility. The only thing is, if you buy it right now and try to think you're getting out at $5, that's a nice story until it opens up one day at $4.50. So you got to be very, very careful.
You gotta have an out.
That's what I mean. So if the $5 could easily break your back.
Yeah, well, you could just go in with like options or something.
I'm not smart enough for that, but yeah, you could.
Yeah, well, just if you think there's a chance they could get bought out, that at least gives you like a time limit or something to work off of.
Yeah.
Which, because that's a very difficult way to make a play about like whether or not a company is going to get bought.
Oh.
Because like you have to get the timing of it right. Like you're sure if they get bought, like that could easily give you like 50, 60% return. But at the end of the day,
I could look this up on a chart. My wife said today is the very first, this is my wife sending me messages while I'm on air because she realizes the content I provide is not good enough. 15 years ago today, Bitcoin hit $1 for the very first time. 15 years ago today, Bitcoin, this is according to my wife, hit $1 for the very first time. So if you had Bitcoin 15 years ago, we can obviously vet this on a chart, but I'm just gonna, whatever my wife says is always 100% right, so no point. But right into there, 71,000 right there today. So if you just put in 10 grand, 10 grand, I'm not doing that math. Even if you put in $1, there, that's better.
Yeah, that's
then you have $71,000 today, and that was only 15 years ago. Unbelievable how much we all missed the boat on Bitcoin. But anyways, what a move.
Everyone, it's one of those, some people have I remember where I was when Joe Carter hit the home run. I remember blah, 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 whatever it might be. I remember where I was when I completely missed the boat.
Yep.
And it was at a buddy's destination wedding. And the night before, there was one sober dude who was going on and on. He's like, yeah, read this article. You know who it was.
Of course, I mean, I was there.
And he was hard. Yeah, he was hardcore. This is gonna change the world and this and that. And yep.
So he made 400 million, and Neil and I still work here.
Oh, 100%, and good for him. No questions asked. Actually, he made his money on ETH though.
Well, either way. I mean, any crypto you bought at that point.
That was sort of the interesting thing about it. Like he wasn't even a Bitcoin bull. He just said this technology is going to change. Like he was just a big time believer in the technology. Just a quick note: ONDS eventually did break this trend line, so I am in. So there is not from the high, but there's the trend from the lower high. It bounced off and held VWAP. So the prior bar is at 1020. I'm in at 1030. We lose 1020. That means we're losing VWAP and the prior bar as well. So I'll get out if we do break underneath that. And it's just, again, like just a mean revert trade. Like this is what I like to do. I showed you guys like applying them all over the place. EA, WBD, which I'm still in, did a mean reversion. Like this one was 1, 2, 3, 4, break the trend line, give it to the high, and then this one just sort of fell apart. Get most out in front of VWAP, play it into the low of the day. For this strategy, I find it only takes one. And I missed this exact trade on Friday, which is one of the reasons I had to be in this. It came right up, and look, if anyone in this, like if you're looking at Netflix, I just personally don't see any way that the deal isn't the Netflix deal at $27.75. And if that's not closing till next year, then this is overvalued. So every time it trends up, I want to trend break it back into the downside. But we're long into ONDS. IBIT is still going. Bitcoin is still going, I should say. Bitcoin is still going, so therefore, obviously, IBIT's going. It doesn't seem to want to break this trend yet. We get to the top. I could take a short, failing the high, as opposed to waiting for this trend break as well. And Farm Trader, that's what we didn't talk about. BE, saying Bloom Energy is easy money. Is it? Not really. Okay, maybe you mean on a different time frame because it's not really doing much.
Didn't they
today.
pull back a little bit on earnings or not really?
Well, Friday got
Right.
smoked.
Right.
And then today, again, like most of everything that got smoked last week, nice bounce right into Friday's highs, doing nothing on very light volume for Bloom, but it is in a, you could call this a bull flag, whatever you want, from the November highs going into last year. You're in a nice consolidation over. And they're also post-earnings, right? So you're getting this consolidation post-earnings for Bloom Energy. It's just what's going to get it over the next hump would be the question for sure. I know Shreve likes Bloom Energy. Going Bloom up 8% today.
Yeah, so I was looking at that too, 154 with a high of 170, looking pretty good. These are pretty good too. Ice lattes from Tim Hortons, actually pretty good. After all is said and done, it is getting really warm outside. It's gorgeous out. Like I know it's still.
Compared to this,
you don't even, if you walked outside, you would think it's like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's only -7 right now, but as we reported earlier, it was minus.
No, it was minus 20.
20 this morning. I went outside to go get this, and when I came back from the gym, I was like, oh my God, like bring on summer, man. I got to get back. Our baseball is starting up soon.
Pitchers and catchers.
Yep, exactly.
This
so
week.
We're getting ready to get back into it, although we're still a Hundy P hockey family. So, okay, today. A little disappointed in the financials. I mean, would have liked to see more of a bigger rally over there. I'm not sure if Adara, if you read anything about credit cards today or anything, because Visa's down 2%. Okay. Okay. Yeah, all good on that one. If you can't find something great, if not, but they're down 2% right there, and some of the other banks upside was including Morgan, Goldman, American Express is up, so maybe it's just these two. Citigroup, Schwab, BlackRock, BK, Blackstone. As we had some talk there as well. Yes.
Update, nothing.
All right. Update, nothing. I like those updates. I mean, I like all kind of updates right now. All right. So yeah, this is in the financials. So, we're seeing not much going on there. So maybe we should look at the credit cards if there's a no story sort of thing on it. The only disappointing name for me today in this space, because we do have a rally going on Meta right now that's really started to rally from that 660 bottom. So although they gave back everything on earnings, it looks like today is the get right day on Meta. So congratulations if you had bought off the 200 period moving average on Meta. That's about, or is it the 50 or the 200? Doesn't matter. We'll talk about it after 660. But it's Micron today and Apple, really the only ones that you'd have to be worried about if you're in a big tech space. GE, Texas Instruments, they've been awesome. Texas Instruments has been awesome. A name, and that's just finally starting to pull back a little bit. Still near its highs, Texas Instruments, so nothing to worry about that. Apple was on quite the run the last couple weeks, so Apple pulling back slightly is not really a huge deal. The Fed is speaking right now, so I'm hearing some updates in my ear. Yeah, I know. We'll get some in a minute there if Adara obviously hears some. These are Adara's. See, we had the real Super Bowl yesterday, but like Fed talk and Trump speaking is Adara's Super Bowl.
And major earnings, yeah.
And that happens like more often than once a year. But you're probably more of a Grey Cup than a Super Bowl, right, Adara, I guess?
100%. I mean, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, so shout out to Go Blue. And I want to talk here about these Fed comments. There's nothing massive happening here, guys. And also, Fed Myron is not even really a Fed anymore, as we know. His term technically expired on January 31st of 2026. So it is kind of funny here that we have Fed's Myron and then later today also Fed's Bostic, who will also not be a Fed as of end of February 2026. So he won't be at the next meeting, which means he's technically not a Fed. So again, I just want to put that out there because I think it's a really important caveat. Either way, Fed's Myron making some comments, something massive here, saying that monetary policy should be attuned to the business cycle. Again, if I get anything else, I'll keep you posted, but nothing massive on the radar for me from Fed's Myron. Also worth noting here, Punchbowl reporting that Democrats at the House may be forcing a vote on Canada tariffs, rather overturning Canada tariffs on Wednesday. Nothing massive, but just some tariff news. Back to you.
Okay.
Overturning Canada tariffs on Wednesday, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
I
good
mean,
for us, I think, if we don't.
You would think so. I mean, I can't see how it couldn't be. And John Womack.
It's an NVIDIA.
John Womack is challenging me to a bet, which is not fair to him.
Okay.
So, we can't do money bets with viewers, but he wants to bet that the Tampa versus Toronto in the season series this year. The Jays are a way better team than Tampa. So obviously that does favor me. So just name some reasonable stays. I will literally buy Tampa gear to wear if I lose. You just got to think of something cool. Like I can tell you, You could just send me a picture of you in a JSAT, and that'll be happy for me. I can post it up on social or something like that, and we can have some fun with it. I have no issue with that, but we don't make, I'm not gonna sit there and make a monetary bet with a viewer. That's just not how we roll. I'm not even sure we would be allowed to do something like that. But I am always down with a friendly bet, just something for some fun. And Richard Delaney says, IBIT new high of day.
Ooh.
Did we break it?
71, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't realize we were up that high.
No, we're literally we're right at the high, 40.26, and we're at 25 right now. So we haven't really broken through the high, but we are just underneath 71. I have finally, I don't know, when it crashed this morning, I'm gonna get this back up. We're at 70.90, so we're at that top. We're trying to go, but if we don't push through, like I'm playing for this trend break. So I'm just waiting here for us to pull back off the high, break this trend under 40 bucks on IBIT, and then I'm looking short in a VWAP. Just get that one trend break and sort of just allowing the strategy to work for itself. Like I'll try it on like an ONDS to the long side, work through it doesn't. Like it did work in a couple places that end up making the day for me, and whether we'll see, whether IBIT does or not, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But it's worth looking, like you could look at BMNR, you could look at MSTR. So when we're just looking at this not breaking the highs on Bitcoin, well, guess what is breaking the high? Like BMNR is already gone. It's already filling in this gap. So just a little bit of extra strength, like what goes, what falls down like an absolute rock when it gets a relief rally, some can do a little bit better to set upside. The annoying thing on Friday was, follow the note on BMNR on Friday, when it made that $19 break. Look at 19 hold. Absolute champion. Didn't really come back in there today. But Tom Lee, I guess you enjoyed the Super Bowl with Tom Lee there, but
yeah,
he's enjoying the bounce in AMD and BMNR because both his holdings are up nicely today.
He tried to convince me. I was just like, forget about it. You had to get those bottoms, and maybe he did.
Maybe.
Amazon, so...
They did actually, we talked about Sailor, but they did buy more ETH as well.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well,
I don't know whether there's a lot of rules about, they can just report whenever they want that they buy more, but both of them in the pre-market today sort of came out with their...
That's good. I mean, I like the fact that they're believing in that. So, well, you got to put your money where your mouth is at some point, and I guess once it makes a move all the way down, it's time to spend everybody else's money on some Ethereum. Okay, so Amazon right into here. Like looking short was the right look. I mean, you've just been going downside here on Amazon pretty much all afternoon. So, it looks like it wants to continue this sort of move down. I don't know if it's like a push through this level or not. VWAP's at 208.50. So it looks like we're going to have some actionable trading happening right here at 208.50 on your boy AMZN, because it's going to come in right now. So here comes Amazon all the way to the downside. I would love to short it if we ever got another opportunity to do that. I don't think I want to take it right here on the 200, but if we can get something right there, like around on this 50, around 209.25, that's still 50 cents from here. Or you started at 209 and maybe use 209.25 as your out. So that's probably the trade for me then. Started in around 209. We've been sort of bouncing off. I mean, this is now an hour following this straight to the downside. I was trying to pick on, not trying to pick on anybody, but NVIDIA was the one that I was looking short. It's just that was doing the same thing here and just going downside. And then that kind of changed a little bit and started to move back up. So we had broke through the 50, so that's not looking as good as what I think Amazon's looking. This is looking much better for a downside take here on AMZN. So we'll see where this one winds up landing. But I don't mind a 209 against 209.25. So that'd be something that I'm gonna look at here on AMZN heading into, hopefully a little bit of an active close in this market, but you can see the market's going very much sideways right now. We'll have to see if there is sort of a pickup. And I mean, my scanner right here is just showing me SMCI at VWAP, or I don't know. I have to see what these scanners are saying to me right now. Not VWAP, obviously. There goes SMCI to the upside, so I'm not even sure what that's saying right now. Mara, MU, Mara. So, nothing really going on. I don't know why SMCI Oracle's triggered there. Oracle's a big one. Yeah, Oracle's a nice scanner-related one. You know, a name that's really been going off here is Roblox. On earnings, we did earnings, and that's some of the benefit of doing earnings. I said Roblox is a buy. Off that last earnings call, they sort of had 94% increase in paid users, their daily active paid users, I believe it was the metric. So we got back in, and I was like, this is probably a good little level there, 66, 67 bucks. We've broken above it, got to 74. But then it's like, Roblox has their own issues surrounding, concerns about safety and all that. So I'm a little nervous to get into it as an investment. I think with the DOJ and all that kind of stuff, you could get, some more looks at, maybe the security or the way some of the parental setups are on a name like Roblox. So I'm gonna stay away from it, but I do think Roblox does have a nice sort of runway to the top side. And then on gaming, I really like Take-Two. They got hit there on earnings, not great, but they didn't delay Grand Theft Auto, and we know that that's gonna be coming out in November? No.
I believe it's November 18th, 2026, I believe, 18th or 19th.
Wow, all right. 18th or 19th of November, so that's still coming out as well. So now that you're able to get this all the way back to April, tariff levels, unless there's something about Grand Theft Auto that I don't know, Fabian, wherever he is, I think there's a good move upside to be had in Take-Two. So here we go, Take-Two Interactive, a good little look there for possible, not a buyout, nothing like that, just looking for Take-Two, although I know that we've had EA Sports and Activision Blizzard both go private, but this is something here for Take-Two, that nice downside play if you believe in Grand Theft Auto. And I know they've dumped in like not millions, but billions of dollars. I was gonna say similar to countries' GDPs, but they're past that in the billions, into this game. So, and the last GTA was released like 15 years ago. So this one, I believe, maybe longer, I don't know, someone in the chat will know. But this one has staying power, so multi-console, Grand Theft Auto. I think that down here is a good time to maybe potentially buy some TTWO. I saw somebody on Instagram, they were so mad they were getting arrested, and it was like they had like a warrant out for them, and they might serve like a year or something, and he told the cop that he's just nervous that he might miss the Grand Theft Auto release. So in November.
That's the concern.
So that's the concern there. That's just how big.
It's important to have your prior.
Yeah, that's how big this is for those who care.
Or just maybe hoping that the cop is like a gamer that'll be like, oh, that's funny, I'll give you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be more the judge the guy was worried about at this point.
Well, because, I think you should. Maybe, but
I think there was a warrant out for the guy, and it was just like, he was just like, man, like, it's all good. Like, I'll go to jail, but I got to make sure that I'm back before Grand Theft Auto is released. I was like,
everything is just fine.
November 18th, Rob, be more positive.
Everyone's all skeptical.
Rob.
Eventually, one of those dates has to actually end up happening. They're not going to delay it.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's delayed again, as a shareholder, might just give you an opportunity to buy some more shares, but I don't know. As long as the game's happening, I feel like it'll be a success.
Like the boost is coming. It's just a matter of like.
Yeah, I mean, how long do you want to wait for that?
It was just a headline about Coinbase, but it's not seemingly moving. Like some users are getting, they called it degraded performance on the app was the literal term that I heard. Yeah, which doesn't seem to be affecting the stock all that much. For what it's worth, I mean, we did show you Bitcoin at the highs and at least attempting to break out. So for what it's worth, Coinbase is not doing that. So it's like a little bit stronger, but doesn't seem to be moving too much on that headline there. And Curtis in the chat saying Microsoft owns a bunch of games. That is, it's not untrue. Microsoft, obviously with the Activision, it's still going to be, like, it's not, I don't consider Microsoft having, being like a major, it's not a major driver for them, obviously. And I think, like, you're not gonna get this bouncing back to 500 with people buying it up because of gaming on Softy, right? Like, you're buying this up because you feel like it's overdone based on Azure's performance, which I think would be much more fair. But it's not like you don't get the benefit. Microsoft does have a lot of other things going for them. Up 3% today and looking pretty good, although TPS report says Microsoft breaks everything they touch. I'm going to walk that. People complain a lot about Microsoft, but Microsoft is the only it's the only top 10 market cap company which has been top 10 for the last three major market cycles. Like when I started trading over 20 years ago, Microsoft was one of the biggest companies in the world. When the bubble burst, it still ends up in that top. When we had the financial crisis, Microsoft was still one of the top 10 market cap companies in the world. It's still today. That's a lot of staying power. Like no other company can say that. Literally nobody can say that but Microsoft. And if they pull it off again, when everyone's seemingly, I shouldn't say everyone, but you start hearing people complain about them, it's like, well, maybe there's that doubt out there. I'm not so sure that that's true. What that lesson does teach, though, is when you look at like the top 10 market cap companies now, you should ask yourself, which one do you not think will be there in 10 to 15 years? That is a very valid question, because historically, the answer has been most of them. I think we're in a different reality. Just the nature of the moats that these essentially like monopolies, they're not all monopolies, but the power that like Alphabet has right now, the power that Apple has, it's hard to imagine them out of there. But it's not so far-fetched historically to understand that they're not all going to be there. There will be disruption. And some of it isn't because they turn into crap. That's not usually what happens. It's just usually that new names start to come and emerge, like Tesla starts like elbowing people out of the way, or Eli Lilly starts elbowing people out of the way. That's usually how it ends up happening more so than the others. But Microsoft has managed to stay tried and true throughout time, regardless of how much people complain about it. I complain about Windows all the time. Still use it every day.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what it boils down to.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's why they've been there for, like you said, those 3 decades or whatever, because it's still top. For me, the one name that might not be there in 10 years as a top name is Walmart. So I would say Walmart, I think, would be the one. And they're not a top 10, but they just broke the $1 trillion club.
Which makes them 11th or 12th.
Yeah, so I would say, for me, I would say Walmart, but just because I think tech names continue to always get that valuation. And yeah, I would. So for me, it would be Walmart, but Walmart might be the safest, but definitely the one that I think loses market cap to all the rest at some point. So, all right, like, NVIDIA's not doing anything. Amazon does do what we thought it would do, and then it hits VWAP and then bounces right back to the upside. So, you know, the play would have been to short this 25 period moving average all the way down, and now it's broken above, and then now just justified that, hey man, what the hell are you doing? I sit here and I look at VWAP all of the time and literally talk about VWAP all of the time, and we even mentioned this when this was basing right here, that this probably had an upside move. We related it to Google of last week that did the exact same thing, and then all of a sudden it comes down into VWAP, and I'm trying to look short, so boo on that. Like, it came right in here, bounced off 208 and change, now gives you almost $1, not almost, but about 80 cents or so to the upside now on Amazon, basically bouncing off that thing like perfectly and straight up into your 50-period moving average, and that is Amazon. So that was a really nice move back upside, despite what the market's doing. The market's trying to break lower here, and Amazon's doing its damn dance to the upside. So I'm actually going to take the opportunity right now to short a little bit of Amazon. We'll try some 10s here. We'll see if that could work. We're right here, right now on this name. So, and we're out now. So there it goes, man. The best trade for me of the day gets into the gates of hell. Oh, by the way, let's go Amazon. Like, we just did it right here, right now. There goes Amazon, 30 cents right there. We just shorted 10s. We got at 75s right now. Let's put another bid out there. We'll put a bid at 78. See if we can get that. Sorry, we took 20 cents. It did go 30 cents. So there's Amazon on a little bit of a flush right there to the downside. Oops, Brittany, we did it again, but we are now out of SoFi as that breaks lower. So let's see what happens now with Amazon, hopefully a little bit lower, and we'll figure it out. But out of Amazon for now. Might be a stop out if we break kind of like this 50 period, 209. 209.50, something like that on Amazon. Let's give it a couple seconds. All right, over to Neil.
Hopefully, savvy Canadian traders that want to boost their exposure are tapping into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leverage ETFs. They've got built-in FX hedging. U.S. dollar is moving, so the CAD's going to move along with it. This will amplify those short-term moves, allow you to take advantage while minimizing the impact of currency swings. In this case, you can be bullish, you can be bearish. Either way, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the market. Keyword trading, everybody, because remember, there's always going to be decay. So you want to trade them, take advantage, and make sure you read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I want to thank them for sponsoring this hour of the show. Thank you to Global X and their product Beta Pro as well. And we talk about those leveraged ETFs all the time. The other thing that is, well, somewhat like them in some ways, at least in transaction, they're not the same thing. But when we look at crypto, like I'm eyeballing, okay, well, Bitcoin is trying to break the trend as we speak, but that's also happening in BMNR. And then our good friend, well, MSTR is not even at the highs. It's not even trending higher. But BMNR is trying to break trend. And in IBIT, there's that top. So it fails the high right in here. Fails is maybe a strong word. It ticks the high by a couple of cents and then pulls back. Failure would be if it follows through, but it's right on the trend line. So it's teetering on the trend line that has sat here all day. So I'm talking about from 9:12 in the morning, it is held onto this trend line. It's an all-day trend line. Once it breaks, and it's about 5 cents. Well, okay, it was 5 cents away 2 seconds ago. Now it's like 10 cents away. Once we break this, I'm going for the short here. Doesn't seem to want to break this 71,000. Like, we're just chilling out. We were 70.90 before, sorry, 7,900 before. Now we're at the 850 level. So I think a little bit of a pullback after what has been a very good, I mean, it's been a good day. Very good is probably overstating it for crypto and Bitcoin in general. Not as good as Friday was, and it hasn't even broken out that top. But we're getting real close to this finally breaking the trend in here. And I do see some small cappers that are percolating. Starting to move a little bit in the chat. LIMN just did a volume spike, but this one is the big time rule breaker, seemingly headed toward $1. But yeah, it tried to go. But this is a risk of retesting that dollar level, which gets interesting because last week this was the clean breakout off $1, and it held. Like the first day it went, held $1 very, very clean here, maybe a 95-cent low. So if it breaks the bottom, that's where I think you look for a bit of a dead cat bounce on LIMN for those that are watching it. But my eyes are going to be squarely on IBIT for this one chance, just breaking through the trend line as we speak. So probably like 1 bar closing on a 3-minute before we get in.
Look, I don't know if this is going to be a long or a short or a nothing burger, but I'm going to take out now on Amazon, man. I mean, we're able to get that reload there at about 30s, give us an average price here around 25. We just got a bunch out at O's, or I think it was 04 and some 02s there, as I realized that, hey, maybe this is not the short that we were hoping for on Amazon. Bouncing off VWAP is generally a pretty good sign that there's some kind of buyers down near those lows. So we'll wait. I'm now going to bid below 208, 209, sorry. Hopefully we'd get a little bit of a spike down, and we're getting out at 209.50. By the way. So that's why we're starting to take 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 on half, and then we'll see if we can bleed a little lower. Someone said, Sean, you're out of SoFi. What up? Yeah, man, we're out. And it just broke right there. So it's actually the low break. And I'm starting to go short Amazon here. It looked like the market was trying to maybe break down a little bit. So I just decided to put the money in the pocket. I told you we only had 10% left of it anyways, so we get out of the rest there on SoFi, and not even 10% after we took all these out. So as the day was going on, as we were talking, we do get the high of the day, we do get 54s, then we get to 200, then we stop out right there at 41. So what was a long of 05s, 06s out right there on SoFi? We pretty much played the whole range of the day. We have these longs near the lows, and we have all these outs near the highs. So we're going to sort of pat ourselves on the back and say, good job on SoFi. I mean, up 2.5% today. We went long. It was a big trade, and it was my trade of the day for myself. So, up 5 times more on SoFi. Well, I'm not really down on anything, so whatever it is. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Amazon. This could be, I guess, the first kind of hit, but we already got out of about 40% of this at O's, but it does look like Amazon wants to get going off VWAP there. So small out. If this breaks 209.50, we're out of Amazon. Pretty good risk to reward on that one. What's up, Adara?
Ed's Myron still talking here, guys. He's talking about tariffs and interest rates, saying that tariffs allow for lower interest rates over time. Also talking about the U.S. dollar, saying that dollar pass-through to inflation is not a main issue, and that, that they would need a really big move in the dollar, quote unquote, to affect inflation, and that the dollar's moves do not really impact monetary policy in a major way. Even then, he says they've been relatively modest. So Myron commenting on the U.S. dollar moves and saying that tariffs allow for lower interest rates over a period of time. Back to you.
We don't even know when that tariff decision is going to be.
Well, at this point, it's like we said before, I'm not even anticipating anymore.
No,
they already delayed it on us twice, and the Supreme Court does whatever the heck. They don't have timelines that are, it's not the business world, man, where people are like, there's at least pressure on, even when you miss deadlines, there's still going to be someone pressuring somewhere. Ain't nobody pressuring the Supreme Court. You can do, and you can try to, but again, I think
I'm sure Trump will try.
I think he will, but at the end of the day, there's just not much you can do about it. And obviously it matters, and you would like to get a decision, but they understand that when you're setting a precedent and that whatever the ruling ends up being, and it'll probably be a mixed one, so how much clarity are we even going to get anyways? Yeah, it's gonna set a pretty important precedent, so I guess they want to get it right. I saw someone in the chat mention, hey, look over at PanW. And it's not even just Palo Alto. Like I know last week I said I preferred, actually I didn't say I preferred PanW to CrowdStrike. I just said that I like the buy on PanW over CrowdStrike if I'm picking one of the two at the current levels. That was all it was. But either way, you're coming into a pretty important level back at the 165 on PanDub. Whoops, so it's futures, but it is also this gap fill. And a lot of stocks have done this. How many times are we looking at the same rounded bottom pattern into this higher low? Wow, Bitcoin is breaking the highs. Into this higher low, and you just have a gap fill tomorrow that you could challenge at 167, like Palantir. Yeah, Palantir's not making this. Palantir had a similar look, trying to take out this top to fill in the gap. And I kind of thought, like, maybe there was an outside chance Palantir would trend up into this breakout. It's just not doing it. Instead, Palantir is kind of pulling back in, diddling in the middle. But that's the setup that sets you for another breakout tomorrow. Like, so as good as it was today, and the longs have been today, there's still some pretty big gap fills that you could easily have, that I have my eyes on. But man, I bid. It was so close. You were breaking the trend, and then now we just pop right back into the highs. But it's not accelerating. We're going into the top, and we don't seem to want to accelerate off of those highs. But let's go to Adair. Apparently, we've got some news.
QuantumScape popping up a little bit here. There's some speculation on social media that there could be a partnership between QuantumScape and Nissan. Apparently, they're being viewed as a secret OEM partner here for Nissan after Nissan managers were spotted at a QuantumScape event. So again, lots of speculation here, but potential QS and Nissan partnership on watch. QS reports earnings after the bell on Wednesday. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Good look on that. We'll have
They moved.
definitely have a quick look. I'm not sure. QuantumScape was, was it New York or NASDAQ to begin with? I'm not sure. But okay, so thanks to Bina in the chat there. We did mention, possibly breaking these lows for NVIDIA would be a trade. So I'm going to buy it. That's 190.65. So a break of 190.60. We'll get into that. And then we have broken below now. So we're trying to see what's going to happen with NVIDIA, trying to point a little downside right now. That little break we can use, I was going to use 191, whatever this, if and when we get in, well, looks like we will get into this trade. It's 10 cents from now, we'll be into it. But we're going to use this 25 period moving average right here, see if we can help follow this thing down on NVDA. So we'll have a quick little look there and see if that's going to work to the downside. Moments away from getting short into NVIDIA, moments away from also capturing another fill here on Amazon. I'm bidding back in the, am I bidding back in the O's? I am not. Let me put another bid here for 10% of what we have left back in the O's. See if we can get that. We just missed an opportunity. It just bounced clean off your 50 period moving average. So 209.10. Actually, let me put 5% there, and then we'll wait for a little lower. We're at 12s, actually. We'll see if we can get that fill. Just a 13-cent winner. We're going to stop out for a 25-cent loser anyways if it breaks that high. So we're not into that one, and we're waiting for NVIDIA. We're out of SoFi there as well. JP Morgan got all the way back to 325 earlier and then stopped almost on a dime right there. 324. Its high of the day is 326.50. So nice move here even for JP Morgan to fall back in. It's kind of weird. There's not much going on market wide here, but we've just identified two kind of big names that are falling down. JP Morgan's making this move down. So is, of course, the biggest and the baddest, and we talk about that as NVIDIA. And I don't know, Apple's been going down all day.
At the low, it's been going
down. So and then Amazon might not be that one that follows. So we're very cautious of what's happening over here with Amazon. We're going to wait out for NVIDIA, which I think breaks very, very soon as well. But yeah, JP Morgan.
Here's threatening breaking too.
Okay, so maybe the market finally breaks down. I mean, we're underneath the 50 period. I don't know where we are. Yeah, VWAP is so far away right now. That was, man, I was short right here. Should have gone long on that break. All right, well, that's for tomorrow anyways, but here we go, man. Let's see how low we can go. See if we get that bid on Amazon at some point here.
As I say that, Palantir is, it's now
we're gonna get
three
NVIDIA.
times it's tested 143.80, once, twice, now thrice. And if it's not going to go upside and break out the highs today, then there is this VWAP breakdown for sure. Ja, throw up your super. We have a super chat. I don't know if we can throw that up. I'll get to the page. I just wasn't on it. There it is. TLT, hedge and chill. Ooh, no Netflix and chill. You want to hedge and chill, or keep dry powder for DCAing. Like, so what's yeah? It's hard. Again, we're not supposed to be trying to give financial advice. I'm personally not much of. I can't say that I'm a hedge type of person. Like, I'm diversify the portfolio kind of guy. Like, that's usually my go-to. I've sold covered calls if I thought some things are overblown, but I've never really used any kind of a hedge play. So I can't really give advice there. But what I would simply say is, if you have a strategy that typically has worked for you in the past, I wouldn't deviate from it too much. If simply a patient DCA is the way to go, if you think things are getting weak, then yeah, this is the environment that it feels like crypto just made a wipeout bottom. We're getting solid earnings, and some stocks getting sold off on solid earnings. I think that's a good environment as well. If you find some value to be able to pick up, that's usually the motive. I'm just telling you what I do, my preference, because I'm not much of a hedge. Like, again, like, I might have sold covered calls every now and then if I think something I'm in, I wouldn't mind trimming, anyways. And it allows me to sort of make a little bit of cash, and then if it gets called away, it's not the end of the world, because I was going to sell some if it had popped anyway. So yeah, that's more my methodology personally. That's all we can try to give you guys there, Josh. So hopefully that does help. As I said like 2 seconds ago, I'm like, yeah, watch, Palantir is about to break this support 3 times, and it's immediately starting to bounce off. Not far enough away that I'm not going to be. I have my order still in. We're breaking if this breaks for 143.80. Like, I have a stop order that will punch short if it does break, but it's got to actually break the support, or we're just going to be waiting for this opportunity on PLTR. I don't expect there to be much on the early look. I'm going to glance, wondering why AT&T is $7 million to buy already. Can't imagine there's an actual reason for that, so just going to chalk it up to a rando here. Don't expect that is going to be a big deal. AT&T is the kind of stock that'll pair off anyways. Shouldn't be significant.
Okay, NVIDIA's trying to finally go. So let's give this a little bit of a shot here, see if it can wake up. Let's go, NVIDIA. We actually pushed more through 50s to get that short. So now we're into it a little bit more as here goes NVIDIA, just back down just a little bit. I mean, we're still waiting for a little bit more to come through here, obviously on NVDA. And I'm just gonna continue to watch out for this little momentum spot. I have VWAP written here. I do understand that VWAP, you know, even on this chart, there's a 5-minute from E signal, so I'm not sure what exactly the problem is, but here we go. We gave you this trade. I mean, I'm not here because I'm a pretty face, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. But hopefully we're able to show you some decent trades. Here goes NVIDIA, nice move to the downside right now. Yes, buddy, this is definitely printing now as we get a little bit, you know, you're never comfortable until you're uncomfortable. So here comes NVIDIA making that move lower. I'm going to cover a little bit more here at 31s. We just get that. We put our bid and we get that immediately. So now we'll wait to see how low NVIDIA wants to really go here, as we'll just try to watch this now. I mean, I keep getting out a little bit. I'm out of now 35% of this as it continues to go down. Our first short was a break right there of 60s. So we were 60 short. It's now printing 30s. So that's already 1-to-1. Here we go, man. We're doing it again. We're doing it live right here for you. It's NVIDIA trading, and it's a downside play for your boy right now as Neil just sits in a buyout. So nothing going on there. With WBD, he's explained that. And then Amazon, I don't know. We took a little bit of a bid there on Amazon, or sorry, an offer on Amazon up at 50. We'll see if we can get a little bit out. I might just start to ease this one out. If we can get this one out for flat, bid some 30s. This is not working, not like the way NVIDIA is working, man. NVIDIA is really starting to work out for us as there it goes back. Yes. Oh my, Joseph over there. What's going on, Joe? There goes NVIDIA to the downside. And so, you know, we really did break this one down for you and really enjoyed looking at that trade. And I want to thank everybody in the chat for giving me the notice that this was about to happen. I already had the stop in there, but we did it again. We took 2 fills right now on NVIDIA as it breaks lower. Now 40 cents in the money as this name just continues to go for us. So really happy, obviously, with how this is basing out for us here. One more bid. Let's take another bid here at 20 at 19, sorry, if we can get it. Oh, there it goes. We're filled on NASDAQ gateway there, or ARCA. So nice push lower here. Now let's wait. We are now have half of this trade left over. It's a 40-cent winner. The most, if it rips up all of a sudden here, 190.85. So let's just start to change our stops now and make sure that we do take some profit, right? Where profit lies, and that's what we're doing here before this gets, again, a sleepy market, generally speaking. Take profits if you can get it. So we'll do that. We'll bid again at 25 and see if we can capture another move there. But I feel like this might just come right back upside. I'm going to punch out another bid here at 37s and go over to Adair and find out what's going on over there.
Keep an eye here on TGT. Fed's Myron also still talking. We'll get to that in a minute. But Target on watch here after CNBC reports that the company is cutting roughly 500 jobs in distribution centers and roles in regional offices. However, they're going to be stepping up in-store staffing. So it looks like Target pulling back on some of its behind-the-scenes roles, but upping its on-the-ground roles. And again, Fed's Myron is still talking about tariffs, saying that he, quote, still believes the main burden of tariffs will fall on exporters. And once again, saying he doesn't think they're a big driver of inflation. Back to you.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
who knows?
Have they been so far?
I don't mind that Target job. I mean, we never like to celebrate job cuts or anything like that, but it's nice to see.
But if you're a shareholder, let's be real.
Yeah, which we are.
Yeah, it's ultimately just looking for efficiencies, not inefficiency, efficiencies to make you better at the end of the day and make shareholders money, which is what it's all about at the end of the day. Understandably, not something you always want to cheer for. We did have that finally. We broke trend. Palantir is just holding the line, but we did break trend on IBIT here. Breaking underneath the all-day trend line, looking for the pullback into the volume-weighted average price. It ends up being over 40 by the time it breaks the trend, so I actually have 10s in here, and the prior bar will give it to about the quarters to the upside. On IBIT, we are still at 70. For anyone looking at Bitcoin, we are underneath 71,000 and continuing to go lower. So it is effectively a failure of the $71,000 level on IBIT. Palantir, just somebody's holding this thing. It still does not want to break down. The longer it holds this consolidation, if the market rolls over, I think the better chance it can play that catch-up. But it's bounced now a fourth time off that support at 143.8. Kind of a random spot here for PLTR. And I would play this one thinking VWAP as well. But remember, with imbalances coming in 20, 30 minutes, you do want to scalp trade into the imbalances, not necessarily holding through. So Palantir is seconds away from breaking, literally 4 cents away, and bouncing one more time. The buyers are just trying their darndest. That's all right, we can be patient with it. That's my thing, willing to be patient and let the trade set up, win, lose, or draw. So I might have missed a couple of times on the long trend line, but finally we get the short one on IBIT. And this is a bit more to plan. Plan of action this morning was short off the 40 level. Ended up not doing that and shorting VWAP early and then shorting the pre-market high, if anything. So it is what it is. Palantir finally breaking down. So we're into IBIT. We're into this Palantir break. Much like every time I'm in this kind of a trade, flat bottom break, I like to give it to the consolidation high here, which is just over the quarter mark on Palantir.
All right, guys, we are now have a very, very big winner right now on Amazon, as here goes Amazon to the downside. And now 60 cents. We were very, very patient with it. We told you guys sort of where our out was, but we're just trying to scalp out of everything now as we've really hit some nice goals for ourselves today. Almost 3 times sort of what we set ourselves up for. So we've done really well here into the close. And I hope that you guys, we never recommend copycat trade or anything, but hopefully some of the trades made a little bit of sense. And, it was all about the risk to reward on Amazon, and now we're finally starting to pay off a little bit here to the downside. And I don't think, again, this trading that we do on the show is so unique to prop trading that, we're flat. Like Neil said, a lot of you probably don't even worry about 350. But as that's coming through, we'll just start to slowly get some of these names out. And there goes NVIDIA. Our best out was 190.15. We'll see if it can bleed a little lower than that right now and get something out at 190 flat. Amazon continues to make lows as well. We'll see if we can get something out near that bottom break of 208.50. So, pretty down with just kind of holding on right now until something else goes down. So, happy with doing what we're doing, but still definitely understand that there's a little bit more upside here, I think, in holding the short, right? I mean, we've now taken our profit out. Time to have a look and see if there's anything else to do. So let's see if there's a downside push potentially coming for the market. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to break down right now, so we're in it, man. We are now in the shorts. We got a couple money-making ideas for us ourselves here with 55 cents now in the money on Amazon and just 20 cents, depending on when I look at it, on NVIDIA. So that's going to have to be one that we look out for. Let's see what its brother is doing here in Advanced Micro Devices. Oh, wow. Good fill there on Amazon. Good. We just took 60 cents on that one. So again, risk on this trade was about 8 or 9 cents on the short that we have right now on Amazon. So that's a nice one here. AMD trying to get back up to the upside. So watch out now. We are going to put our sort of our watch on now for what potentially may happen here with NVIDIA, because they're trying to bounce backside now. So we got to fix our stops on NVIDIA, right? It was always going to be the 25 period. So now you're at 190, 63s. Let's just go to 61, because by the time it gets up there, hopefully that will have changed. So there we go, man. Have your stops in. That way you can protect your downside and let the upside run. So right here goes NVIDIA. We're now 70 cents in the money on Amazon and 30 cents in the money on NVIDIA. So far so good on the shorts. We've really been pushing the shorts all afternoon, and we're gonna wait to see if it works out now. So short here. Ooh, nice move there. Wow, NVIDIA now getting juicy. All right, look, I got to take the profit. 119.17, we'll take a bid there. And now, maybe we'll wait for a little lower, man. We're still waiting at 190.05, and then we'll see if we can really collapse here on NVIDIA. So far, so good here this afternoon. Take the profit, guys.
Yeah, always try to make sure you bank, especially as you said, like with the end of the day coming in here, only 40 minutes to go, so you want to make sure you capitalize. The market is not moving. Like, we're not moving that much. So to expect us to fall apart and get like 20 points or 200 points down on the NASDAQ, I think is a little bit aggressive. So like with Palantir, like that first 70 penny range, I think getting some out makes a ton of sense. There's not enough time to just get a to get a complete VWAP retracement. And sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. IBIT, which started to go, we already took some out in front of that 40 level. Not going to look for the reload here. I feel like when you get this late in the session, you break the trend. I want it to go and go right away. I'm not going to be scalping in and out and reloading it at all. It's just about catching that one-shot entry and then just holding for it to work. Oh, on the other side of things, by the way, congratulations to silver holders or traders or whatever. 8% for SLV. So I know there's some chatter about this. Filling in the gap this morning. I'm like, yeah, we didn't really fill in the gap yet. Oh, it's filled in the gap now. Fill in the gap to like last week's support levels. As the market pulls back in, it is worth mentioning, is making sure we cover as much as we can for you guys, that we are still breaking out in a few places. I'm going to make the assumption, I haven't looked at gold in a little bit, but I got to make the assumption they're looking strong as well. As Peter Schiff mentioned, he wasn't concerned at all about the fact that a lot of the demand was coming out of China. He still thinks they're going to be big-time buyers. So we're on the 50s here for our first profit target. We want to get to that quarter mark. You go 75 to 50s, 50s the quarters, and then down into the evens for PLTR for myself. And if we get to VWAP, great. But I'm not thinking we have enough time to flush necessarily all the way down there. If it goes $2, I'd be a little bit surprised. But that's where the bid is, at least for now.
There was some doubt about this dollar, but now the dollar's here. Ooh, I like this joint. Money. Yeah, so there it goes, man. Just absolutely falling apart right now is Amazon, right back into VWAP. We are being very cautious of this because last time we were down here, we bounced. So let me put a bid out there. We'll punch some 56s out, get a little bit of a bid there on Amazon. But, again, just watching the trend here, following it all afternoon. It did tick higher. I mean, it breaks that trend for sure, which got us nervous. But at the end of the day, it does print out there. We do favor the short. So that's $1 on Amazon. Add $1 plus 50 cents. That's $1.30 now in these two positions as we continue to watch out and watch this money sort of get pushed through that laundromat. Shout out to AZ, Nas, and Foxy Brown there. But nice move down. There's 190. We just took another fill on this downside play. We keep on adjusting our stop, man. Now it's at 190.50. We'll just keep on watching that as it's bleeding to the downside right now. And we go back-to-back jacks on the shorts. So yes, sir. Really, really now, man, the money is now starting to fly in. We we held a little bit of this, so that's been really good. So here comes NVIDIA, really putting out a good day there as this move continues to happen for us on NVDA. Just one scalp in. Obviously, we got to take something out when it hits this VWAP there. But that's, I mean, we indicated this trade, man, back like at 2 p.m. when this wasn't even here yet. And the idea behind this NVIDIA trade was really just watching it break through here, downside, and the rest is history. Just like Sam Darnold and your Seattle Seahawks made some history yesterday by winning, I think Seattle's third Super Bowl or so. Okay, so 208.79. We'll take another bid there on NVIDIA. That very low there was 189. Oh, sorry, that was Amazon. I just took a bid on right there. We took another bid on Amazon. I'm not sure where this is going to go. Let's set our stop now. It's at the 326 already. So let's just stop out in and around here, man. 209. Let's go to 209 flat. Stop out on Amazon. We have about less than 10% left on this one. So 01s for that stop out. You already know where my NVIDIA stop is. We're just going to let the rest ride right now. So yeah, so far it's going upside. Amazon, NVIDIA downside, market downside, Apple, IBIT. IBIT's, you're in IBIT. No, I was just trying to think about like what names maybe they were weak. So I was trying to think like, you know, which one's going lower.
IBIT was strong. All day long, IBIT's been strong.
Yeah.
It's just, once it breaks the trend line, it kind of is what it is at this point. So we just bounced off to 40 again. I'll take that scalp trade. I don't use the trend line as an out. When it moves from prior bar, like I just usually give it to a prior support line. So this will go to about 40.15 would be the right way to look at it, just above this prior support and this prior high. And we just need to break 40, head down into this support at 39.75, PLTR. Sort of the same thing. It's now gone that quart. I'm sitting right on the bid in front of the 143 third for the next leg out, and it looks like we're starting to push back in. There's some acceleration happening in the Qs, by the way. Oh, I should have just pulled over my fuse chart. It'd be easier. You know, this acceleration, like this push right in here just happened. So we got the biggest volume candle, well, maybe not the biggest volume candle, the biggest wick momentum-wise on the NASDAQ starting to roll over. So you're starting to see it spill. Should be able to get that next bid in front of 143 here on PLTR. And yeah, silver is still looking strong. I think this does make, obviously it's going to make some sense that silver and gold are both breaking into the highs. This is what you want to see. Like I liked it a heck of a lot better when they were going up and the market was going down as opposed to when we had that everything sell-off. The everything sell-offs are the ones that I think we feel differently about. Like when the safe haven assets are going down as well, that can be a little bit of trouble. So you're just going to get on the bid here, catch our next fills, and then just continue to hold. Not taking any more IBIT out until we break that 40 level, but Palantir, I want one more leg out in front of that first half dollar.
All right. So we had sort of tweeted out, you got to go follow me at Trader TV, Sean. We had the sticky note up there. We're putting our trades up there. We put NVIDIA right when we sort of took it. So hopefully if you're able to, follow and see some of these plays, we just tweeted out again right there, right back in. I'm going to start exiting out. So we're literally getting out of everything right now on all of these plays. There, we're finally out of Amazon. So we'll floss that one off right there for Amazon. Could have done better getting them all out there, but we tried to hold, so that was a good little trade there on Amazon. And then we'll just see if NVIDIA wants to bleed the rest of the day. Go make sure you do follow all of us at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Neil, at Trader TV Joe, all of us right now, both on Instagram. If you can't find us, look for us also on Twitter. You can go have a quick little look, man. All right, so that's going to the downside, so we can move on that. Let's check in on SoFi. We did stop out of SoFi right there. Pretty good stop out. Now it's right there back into VWAP, so not a horrible look there for anybody considering some sort of SoFi love. Maybe back into your account. For that, hold on, I got to cancel, replace something here, make sure we're okay, make sure we don't get stopped out of everything. Microns did not have a good day today off of a downgrade, but still holding out okay now. 386, maybe potentially looking for a little bit lower here on Micron. This looks like a good break for me as well. Although we don't have too much time left. Micron, if you're long, watch out. You're about to break 385. I could see something similarly happening to this that happened in my guy Amazon, that happened in my guy NVIDIA. So they're all starting to bleed down lower right now. So watch out for Micron trying to get into that level there. Intel at 50 was a jam as well. Not into that one, but that was a good trade obviously here. If you did have any love for some Intel right now, watch out for 50 bid coming through. 51. Obviously we spent a little bit of time over 51, but that looks like that's, another great short there. But what a move back for Intel. I feel like it is going to take out some of those highs again, Intel, get right back into where we were pre-earnings. I don't know if they like the stock or not, but Intel right now trying to get back upside off of very strong bids coming in off of their lows. So $42, we were able to get some out at 53.50, but looks like it's coming right back upside there, down to 42 and right back up. So if you sold something on like day 3 or 4, that would have been okay, but day 2 was sort of that bottom. So you get the flush down there, day 1, day 2 there, day 3 hover, and then shoot up. So 3-day rule in effect there for Intel as that continues to go.
And the good news for Intel,
upside.
remember they gave really conservative guidance, and it was seen as like, oh man, the guidance is disappointing, and it still makes a bottom and bounces higher. So I think the market still likes them. At least that's what the money's telling you temporarily, because we weren't all that thrilled. I remember when we were doing the aftermarket show. It's not like we were sitting there exuberant. Like people were saying Neil hates Intel was the response, when all we were doing was going over the report and sort of letting you guys know it wasn't a very strong guide by Intel. They did beat on EPS, but remember, they're in that whole getting back into profitability thing. So when that happens, like their metrics and they're out of whack. Like they came into the last earnings with a PE similar to AMD's, but partly because they're just finally going back into profitability. So they're still expensive in a way, but they're just trying to go. So it's now 330.
Ooh.
I know, right? And we're still sliding back in. Nothing going wrong with Palantir. However, Bitcoin, on the other hand, that's right back. It's just right back into this top. So it's just consolidating off this level. I said this is not the time for the reload. It doesn't make sense. If we're going to blow out this high, then so be it. I might even tighten. If we retest the 40 one more time, I'm just going to tighten the stop up right to the bar high. So it'll be effectively a break-even stop if we get back, once we get back into 40. Palantir is still heading to the downside. And Supertainment just said Apple long. Hey, that kind of makes, I haven't looked, but given the fact that Apple was trending down when the market was going up all day, yeah, there's some logic to that. Apple breaking VWAP, Apple trending higher as the market rolls over. I know there's been some rotation obviously into some of the chip names and some of the AI plays, and that has been, at least at the open, they've been selling Apple for somebody out there. But they're now back in catching bids. I like the fact that we're back over the 273. This is a good look for Apple. Whether you say people want to rotate in, from some tech names into Apple and then vice versa, the fact that they're holding this 50 period, if you think the bleeding's not done, this is probably the safer of the Mag 7 names, just because you don't have the same AI bubble risk when it comes to Apple. It's one of those, we own it, don't trade it is such a, some people don't like that saying, but for some stocks, it's a really good one. Because if you really, really like the company and you think that they're going to be good for 10, 15, 20 years, then don't get too cute about it. Now, when you're talking about a Tesla, where, that's a pure growth stock, there's going to be spots where, hey man, Tesla can pull back 50% from these highs, and you got to really pick your spots for it. But with Apple, a little bit safer. Adair?
President Xi and U.S. President Donald Trump, so Xi of China, Trump of the U.S., set to have a summit in the first week of April. So again, Politico reporting that this Xi and Trump meeting will take place the first week of April. I want to talk here about some auto stocks, both of which are reporting tomorrow. And what better way to kind of show these than to do a Ford v. Ferrari moment, because I am not joking, Ferrari reports before the bell tomorrow and Ford after the bell tomorrow. So I had a little bit of fun with this. Of course, shout out to that film and just the race thing in general. Will be able to see here the annual revenue growth on a year-over-year basis for both Ford and Ferrari over the last decade. Now, Ferrari's growth has actually generally been better than that of Ford. There's also a Ferrari infographic that's going to come out minutes before its earnings report tomorrow, which is estimated to be released at 6:20 a.m. I did actual currency conversions and everything for that, so definitely feel free to check that out. It'll be on X at TTV Research again around 6:20 a.m. tomorrow. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Quality of their sci-fi is so
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why. I mean, I love Apple for the content. We're just talking about. Neil's talking about F1 there. Yeah, I mean, it's up for picture of the year, right? I was talking about it before when it was being released. I was very excited for it. So
I haven't seen the movie yet, but man, that trailer, it is just freaking gorgeous. Like,
yeah, man, Brad Pitt is up in there too. It's going to be a great show.
Who's supposed to win the?
DiCaprio's movie.
Yeah, one battle after another. So Sinners has a very outside shot, but ironically, F1 is considered the least likely to win Best Picture because they were also considered the most eyebrow-raising pick in the category.
I've seen Sinners. I haven't watched the One Battle After. Is that what it's called? One Battle.
I don't know.
After
I've never seen that one.
One Battle After Another.
One Battle. Yeah, and it's star-studded. Like apparently, it's like jammed with everybody in there. But
that's how they roll.
DiCaprio, like if you got DiCaprio in a movie, like it's pretty much you're gonna get probably a nomination somewhere on that one. I don't know who won I think that won the Golden Globe. And generally speaking, like whoever takes that down.
Oddly, the SAG is actually more accurate now. The Screen Actors Guild Awards. That's considered a better predictor, though Golden Globe's also very good. So I'm a huge nerd about this stuff.
All right, stupid question, because I don't know. When is the SAG? Has it happened?
Screen Actors Guild Awards. But I think they changed the name of it.
When is it? When?
Oh, it's around. Sorry, it's already happened. It's like around the same time as Golden Globes, within like a week or two.
So who won? Best Picture?
Best Picture? I don't know. I know certain categories. I'll look into it though for SAG.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just want to see because we were thinking that one might wind up winning Best Picture there, the DiCaprio show. So you can also bet, right? We can go on Polymarket. You can bet all those. I mean, most of your sports gambling websites, DraftKings, FanDuel, all that will have live odds. I feel like the Oscars are there in February at some point, I feel like. Mid-March. Okay, so get ready for all of that. We just had the Grammys there, and we had, I say Benny Blanco, but it's Bad Bunny.
Benny Blanco from the Bronx.
Took down,
Benny Blanco
would have had a huge wicked halftime show.
Would have been out of
wicked
control.
Awesome.
Oh, this is a lock. It's not even close, man.
Yeah, I know.
74%.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Sinners is 16. Wow, F1's like not even a point. What is? I don't even know what a Hamnet is. Hamnet? Did anybody even know what that is?
Oh, Hamlet? Yeah, it's a Shakespeare thing.
I thought Marty Supreme was supposed to get more buzz than this. Come on, get Marty Supreme up there.
Well, it's funny because Hamnet actually won in the drama category for Best Picture at Golden Globes because they're weird and they split it, drama and musical. However, One Battle After Another did win the musical category, so it's like that's kind of an interesting split. Again, I don't know a ton about the metrics of how that splits out because it's kind of weird how Golden Globes does it, but food for thought.
Right.
I just feel like that's not exciting for the betting markets, man. You want there to be some kind of an outside chance. They gotta figure that out. Don't they understand that there could be more money to be made? They just don't care. They're not sports. Ultimately, that's what it boils down to. Yeah, we're finding some support at this 43 on Palantir. It just doesn't want to fall apart. So I think the next push down, it's now 340 by the way. The next push down, I'm just gonna jump out. The same thing with IBIT here, because I'm gonna go back to the yearly looks in a second, but the same thing with IBIT, where it just couldn't push through that support line, so I moved my stop into the break even. Just didn't want it this time of day. Like, sure, it broke trend, but I'm not going to turn it into a losing trade if it didn't want to go any further. So here, AT&T, that'll probably pair off, not a big deal. HPE, 1.1 million to sell, that's not a big deal either. SOXS, 900,000 buy, insignificant. Stellantis, that stock is a dumpster fire. Haven't checked, maybe it is bouncing today. Up. It was 800,000 to the buy side. Nothing too crazy in terms of expected moves. Oh, there was one thing that I forgot to mention that I wanted to, because broke a rule last week, and that rule was if there is a significant IPO in terms of size, you take said IPO. There is potentially Clear Street Group this week, CLRS. I see it for Friday, which is an odd day for an IPO. Usually they're Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Oh, yeah, last week the one that worked was Friday, I thought, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. You're right.
The one that you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's 1.2 million. 2 billion is the size here. 224 million shares in Clear Street Group. There's a couple of other ones. AGBK is close to $1 billion as well. So, yeah, the way I see it, I'm just going to stick to it. And if we get something big, just going to take the opening print like we always do. It was silly not to do it for, what the heck was that called? Was it FPS?
Yes.
Yeah, it was FPS, 1.5 billion, came out, was absolutely clean. The way that we normally trade it, you literally couldn't have lost money. And it's like the one time you don't do it. If you have a positive expectancy trade, you don't want to be kicking yourself because you made some weird decision to not take it. And I don't think there was even a good reason not to do it. Like, I'm trying to think of why I didn't like it. It had the size. It is what it is. The liquidity was certainly there. So, yeah, a bit of a fail. But I threw the stop to break even on Palantir just like we did. It just couldn't go past that $0.50. It went the $0.50 on the breakdown, couldn't go any further than that. And with less than 10 minutes to go till the imbalances, not gonna fight this one for sure. So yeah, it's still in this. Why am I even? I guess this didn't break. It did break VWAP. I'm just gonna punch out, man. I know what happened.
All right.
I put 42 instead of 24 on my stop order. Although technically speaking, it didn't break 24, but it's breaking VWAP right now. And so you'll probably see me do this every time there is an uptrend on Warner Brothers. And as long as it's over $27, I'm going to take a trend break every single time it has an uptrend. Unless it's like over the price because Paramount Skydance, somehow their bid has a chance to go through. But as long as this, I think, is a little bit overpriced, every time it trends up, I'm just gonna fade it on like a classic trend break every single day. So 7 minutes to go, and we'll see what happens with these imbalances. Not really anything crazy. There were no big small cappers that were flying around here. If you saw something that was moving, let us know every single time. I have my scanner up, and there were none. I don't know what AQST is, but I'm going to guess it's probably nothing. Look, it's Oracle, Palantir, which we were trading, SNDK, NVIDIA, which Sean was on, IBIT, which we were just in, Tesla there. So what is AQST? Sometimes a small capper will show up on this that isn't really doing anything, and I think that's the case. Yeah, so it was all just big cap names rolling over a little bit here with the market. You just didn't have any runners this afternoon. Weird.
No, we didn't. Yeah, it was nothing going on there. Yeah, just some big cap shorts that I had, and then we got it at SoFi. And, but what's up? Shout out to Pops Mafia here, man. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks for this look there. NVIDIA's climbing. Yeah, so it did climb back upside there. But remember what we were doing. We were always getting out on this 25 period break. So I set it there at 190 flat or whatever it was at the time it breaks through. We get another piece out right there. So we're going to wait to see if it does fall back in. Very, very small amounts on that.
That's the
question. Yeah.
So that's the 25.
Yeah.
And then you've got VWAP. So what's the green line?
200.
Is it 200? Okay.
250 VWAP, 25. So yeah, just because I was using the 50. Yeah, just because I was using the 50. So I was like, let me see if there's something else I could possibly use down there. So
21 just sounds better.
I know, I was using the 21, and then I was like, I don't know. They're both.
I was just thinking because it's a round number, but 21.
It's because it's half the 50. Like I was using the 50 there. Yeah, there's not too many sports.
Neek.
No, 25, though, I'm saying. I can't
25?
really
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, but what about for basketball? You mentioned
basketball? Who was 25 in
I
basketball?
don't know. Anyways, somebody I'm sure would know. I'm trying to think, like, there's not too many. Like, I can't think of anybody that wears 23 either. So, no. So, okay, we'll have to wait to see what's going on with NVIDIA. The stop order now that we're over here, we're very, very light. If we take out this 119, and remember 190 quarters there. Remember, whatever this is, quarters. What am I talking about? 190.13, 190.13s. We're going to stop out of the rest. We have a very, very small piece left, like under 10% left for this specific trade on NVIDIA. So, a little fallback, we'll get some pieces out. And as Neil said, we are now moments away. I got to get the imbalance locator up from this becoming live. And when this hits, right, it changes everything. You could have NVIDIA could come with a big sell, or and next thing you know, it makes that move down, or come with a big buy and you get that move higher. So make sure you have your stop orders in and understand that at 350, the whole world, especially in the tech space, will change, okay? And I don't mean to be too dramatic in that kind of a statement. It's not, the whole world's not gonna change, but what's gonna look like these stocks are. So, out of nowhere, you have someone that says, I wanna buy NVIDIA, or I wanna buy ZSL, and it completely changes what the whole landscape looks like. So let's be patient, wait for NVIDIA to go. There's my eye over here. But that's 190 for NVDA. We didn't get a chance, actually, to look at what's reporting today. So let me go over. So how I find what's reporting, I just do it pretty simple, man. I go into TTV research, and I just open it up, and we get to be able... Oh, that's the Ford one. I clicked on the wrong one there. Should have to Adara. Here it is right here. So tomorrow, watch out for tomorrow, actually. Well, this is not, I want tonight's. Okay, here's all week. So let's have a quick look at what's been gearing up for this.
I just want to say Open Door has been redacted. I already put that through social media, but there was like a confusion as to what day it's reporting. It's reporting on Thursday the 19th. Just want to clarify that before we get into tonight.
Okay.
We'd get excited because that would move around.
Yeah, well reported on that one. So we'll have to check out for Open Door. So if you guys are interested in some Open Door love, get ready for tomorrow, as Adara just mentioned. 19th, sorry, off of there from tomorrow, but there it is right there, Monday night, so not there. Okay, so nothing going on tonight. Tomorrow we've got some good ones, right? I mean, this is going to be, we already talked about that Ford-Ferrari talk. Coca-Cola, we saw a good number from Pepsi coming through. Datadog, that should be an interesting name, Datadog. There's one that could be a problem with AI, but we'll wait on that one. Fiserv, I mean, there's just a bunch of different, that's a fintech name, Oscar Health. We have to check out the health of that stock after some of the movements with Trump and not Obamacare, Trump RX that he's talking about there. I mean, wow, we got Robinhood tomorrow. Like how spicy is Robinhood possibly going to be tomorrow night? We'll wait to see what they're talking about, what sort of new ideas they might have.
We'll be here for that one, everybody.
Yeah, are we? I don't even know what we're doing. Are we staying
Tuesday,
tomorrow?
Thursday, because throw that back up.
Yeah, it's Coinbase.
Yeah, when you got Robinhood and Upstart, Robinhood's going to be the biggest one. But you throw to Thursday, Coinbase.
Yeah, right here.
Rivian,
one. Maybe, I don't know.
Rivian, kind of, but there's enough out there. Airbnb, DraftKings, Twilio, Pinterest. But like, if you get led by a big
Toast.
people are interested. Yeah, Toast. The big one, obviously, Coinbase and Robinhood. We can't miss out on those, despite Coinbase having issues. Whenever people want to be trading on their Coinbase accounts, Coinbase, you just seem to have problems. I'm just saying it anecdotally for myself. There's always something. And then even today, like I usually it's on the weekend when I'm trying to buy, make the dip buys, but people were complaining of issues today on Coinbase, and they've been in trouble for a while, but maybe they can prove that the bottom is going to be.
Well, that's the one thing I want to say. Like, we're trading at Real Trading, so we've been with, our platform for a very long time, and we understand if there are ever issues, where to go for support and things like that. So, yeah, definitely, if you're noticing that Coinbase or wherever you're storing your crypto or whatever exchange you potentially are trading on, make sure that there is. Sometimes you can use the app, and maybe that gets you through as opposed to the desktop version.
Yes.
I think when all hell's breaking loose in crypto, probably not to phone them might not work.
No, that's not going to help.
Out right there. Especially if you're trying to get out of like your 0.1 Bitcoin. There's probably people that are trying to move around a little bit.
They don't care
more
about me, and I'm like, I'm not a priority because like almost all of the vast majority of my crypto is in an ETF anyway.
That's what I was going to say. So.
I'm like the 7% of my Bitcoin is in my Coinbase account is not going to be anybody's. It's actually probably less than that now that I think about it. But but in all seriousness, just remember, it's not just about Coinbase. Like your broker, or whoever you happen to be trading with or investing with, or you swing trading, remember your broker works for you, right? Like you are the customer, you are the client. You are supposed to ask questions if there are issues. You are supposed to poke them, and the relationship is supposed to be that back and forth. You're supposed to be able to ask for features. You're supposed to be able to, if you have a bad fill or something, able to contact somebody. Those types of things are important. And we get spoiled by having Real Trading be so reliable for us. But just remember, you want to make sure you have someone that you can rely on. 30 seconds to go till the imbalances come in. For us, we got them right up here, so we can show them to you and let you know what does pop off. I mean, for what it's worth, AT&T is still $5 million to buy. Usually I would pull something up that had that big of an imbalance in the early look, but it's AT&T, so it's probably not going to do anything. Famous last words, if it goes ham, don't at me. HIM's now 800,000 to the buy side. That's still not that significant. You want to see millions for a stock that's in play, and HIM's was in play on news and has done 132 million today on HIM's. So if it's doing big volume, you don't want to see 800,000. You want to see a big one. And now they're out. Open Door. Wow, okay, well, they might not be reporting tonight, but it's a 4 million sell on Open, that's for sure. HIM's 2 million to the buy side. Rivian 1.3 million to the buy side. TLT's $1 million buy. No big cap tech names. So a bit of a curveball.
NVIDIA moving.
Lyft is there, 1.4 million to sell.
I was gonna say, I saw NVIDIA moving around a little bit there because we were able to get out of our NVIDIA, and that's why we talked about that over and over again of, making sure that you are not caught in anything too crazy. So there goes NVIDIA, bump into the upside. So we got out well before at 119.13, as we told you that was our stop order. We put that out and got executed there. So good fill for me to get out of that trade, and that, of course, the trade being NVIDIA, as that's now popping to the upside. And you just got to be careful with it. You never know where these names want to get to, right, on that imbalance. I think we did a good job of explaining that pre-imbalance. Apple, there you go with a buy. So, you're thinking short on that, and then it goes no. Nice upside there for Apple. Google with a bid as well. So the market trying to go. So it was a good out to get out of everything. JP Morgan, actually, we noticed that was a little bit weak into the afternoon. That's coming as a sell as well. Right back in. 3M, I like this stock, but it's a sell here today. 3M downside. That daily is looking nice, bumping up to its highs as well of 175. 3M. CSX, okay. Just looking higher there. Rivian with a 1.2 million buy. There's Open Door. They are not reporting, but they do have that big bid under them. As we just talked about it, we zoom back up. SoFi, we had emptied our clip on that one as well. But this is just a little bit of a look there. I like Bros into the space for Starbucks, but Bros doing some dancing as well. AbbVie, GDX, so the gold miners ETF, that's been absolutely on fire as well with gold, so that's moving higher there. I guess it's just Rivian and Lyft, maybe names that we're not used to seeing on here.
Yeah, those are the ones that stand out. Well, Open Door, I think, as well, but we've seen it before. Maybe not for 4 million, but it's done 32 million shares. It's not moving that much, but it's moving in the wrong direction. So on a 4 million sell imbalance, it's actually going in the other way, which it kind of puts the kibosh on a 355 trade because you look for the reversion. Like if it was going down and it paired off, I'd want to go long, but it's going up on a sell imbalance. So the only trade would be if at 355 it doesn't pair off and doesn't flip and stays 4 million, then it could be a short to the high on open. So that's what I'll look at with just a couple of minutes to go. No, what's going on here, Wendy's Tendies? Are you being for real? Wendy's Tendies added 500 shares of Wendy's. Don't tell me you're buying Wendy's just because you're Wendy's Tendies. First of all, it's never a bad thing to grab a Frosty. The Baconator is
I like
delicious.
the Baconator would be the thing
Bacon.
for me. I don't even like the Dave's single
cheeseburger. You don't get the Frosty with the
cheeseburger.
combo? I always get the Frosty and another drink. That's how I.
Yeah, I get the Frosties in the summer when they're $1 for the smalls. So we take the kids there. We get it like if we're out, we get the Frosties for $1 for the
what is wrong? Well,
the Dave's double single cheese, actually single cheese. Yeah, I know. Wendy's is a disaster. I don't know why this man's holding it, but who knows?
Hey, Wendy's Tendies, good luck.
Yeah, I remember looking at that during the whole I've got tendies phase there, as people were holding on to all of their crypto and or all of their GameStop and AMC, and then going to Wendy's and buying some tendies and tweeting them out and all that kind of stuff.
I've literally never had I've never.
I don't know. As far as chicken,
I'm gonna have chicken at Wendy's, man.
I don't know, but I don't know if their chicken sandwich might be okay. I don't know. Like McDonald's nuggets are pretty goated as far as like that is concerned. Right there. What are you saying, Joe?
What are
over
you
there,
saying, Joe?
No, but just the. Okay, Joe. Take it easy over there.
Joe has a strong dislike. You're not hearing it. Joe has a strong dislike for McDonald's.
I mean, look, it's hard to look hating on the Big Mac. I mean, you know what you're getting into when you take it.
I love the Big Mac. McDonald's is not about a burger. It's not that I want a burger and fries. It's not that I want a nugget. It's that I want McDonald's.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you know what you're getting into.
They have that.
No one's going to say this is the most healthiest thing in the world over here.
Man. It's not the best burger.
Take it easy over there, Mr. ACL over there. Mr. Worldwide. That's why, because people.
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, people say he looks like not Sean Paul.
Try not to
What's
make
the
a
guy's
Lindsey Vonn
name?
joke.
Pitbull. Over
Yeah.
there.
Actually, I can see that.
I mean, actually,
No, I mean,
looks exactly like.
I thought the Vin Diesel too.
Yeah. Whatever.
Got the Vin Diesel.
Whatever, man. Most handsome man in Hollywood over there to my left. I told you the story. When I first saw this guy, I thought he was in the wrong spot. Okay, so Lyft, did have that imbalance. Now it's gone. I mean, we haven't even looked at Uber.
Open paired off as well.
Yeah, I mean, some of these things here. Uber's had not had a great. Uber's not had a great run either. So that's been really getting crushed to the downside. I think it's already broke through the 200 period moving average. We'll have to watch out for Uber. That's one of Mateo's picks. And actually, we haven't Mateo, man, I should have banned that guy from this thing in the first place. Okay, here we go. Here, the thing is, we should have got Randy. I mean, I don't know why we don't have Randy's picks. We have people that people don't.
Nobody knows who Mateo is.
No one's even heard of Mateo over here.
No, we know him, but you guys.
But here we go. Neil and Brendan holding up the rear here. Not the greatest, down 12%, down 9%. These are 1 month returns about right now, but it's for the whole year. There's my guy Mateo. Well, we could talk about all the picks as well. Obi runs the short, so that's been good. 25% for Obi. Yo, what's up, Fabian? Fabian right here as well. Again, dark mode looks better. Does it look better? So what? I have to have light charts, but I can't do light on here.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not doing dark mode until we can use dark mode on the charts. But anyways, we'll review that tomorrow as they're all dancing around. I just want to show you that we do have that sort of prediction for the year, and then now a quick little spreadsheet that's awesome. So thanks, Fabian,
for the record,
for building that spreadsheet.
For everyone that assumes that like, oh, these guys must like their white charts, it's actually not true. I use dark charts.
Now I don't mind them.
Oh, I know you've made the transition, but literally I always use black charts. I just find this easier on the eyes. I like the contrast better. I think you can read them better. We just show you guys white charts because apparently that's just better on the screen for the viewers. But I just find it's way better for your eyes to use the dark chart. But again, that's just me. Craig says that Randy's picks would just be Rivian. Actually, that's not true because Randy's been saying
he would pick
oil
XOM. And Rivian. He'd be XOM.
Yeah, with 90-something% certainty, we could tell you that Randy's been all over XOM for quite some time. I think CVX is just as good, if not better. But look at the breakout in XOM. First time I looked at it today, up another 1.5, past $150. Only 3 minutes to go. We are going to Adara at the desk one last time.
Take a look here at OMC. This is Omnicom. This one popping higher here into the close as we do get Adweek reporting that Omnicom Media told the publication they're going to be part of ChatGPT ads. Apparently more than 30 of its clients have secured placements in the OpenAI ads pilot. So nice look there for OMC with a ChatGPT ads tie-up. Back to you.
I think they pop better.
I mean, I'm worried about the trade desk with all this ad talk, but, you know.
Is that what that headline was?
357 right now. We'll just Google. I mean, they're trying to figure out this whole ad game with ChatGPT and all that stuff. So, you know, the trade desk has really been hit. These guys selling advertising. Wow, this used to be like a $100 name or something. Even more than that. TTDD. This is a big problem. Continues to get lower here. So the trade desk not having a great sort of response here to news stories about advertising. So yeah, the trade desk getting hit just a little bit. I mean, look how much this has gone just straight. And this is even way higher, like 9. Like this is what I mean. So there's that 100. I mean, I'm not 100. I'm not even right at. That's 140 down to $27. TTD, not a name you really want to be involved with, or AppLovin either. APP, which was once the darling of the S&P 500, or darling of a lot of things over the last 12 months. It's now starting to get back upside, but 750 down to 400. AppLovin. Wow, not loving AI anymore. So this is the thing, like a benefit of AI with everybody on the apps and, you know, all that kind of stuff, selling advertising, but then now downside as people start to wonder about that digital advertising space. So yeah. AppLovin getting hit there. Only 1 minute left.
Well, okay, it's actually over 1 minute. As we mentioned, there wasn't really much of anything that stuck around on the imbalances, but for what it's worth, HIMS is 2.5 million to the buy side still, so there's at least that. Unfortunately, Open Door. Oh, and yeah, Open Door. I thought I just saw it, but I didn't. Open Door did eventually pair off, pulls back. They do not report tonight. Just a correction. If you're tuning in, wondering who's reporting, it's just ON Semi. Open Door has been corrected. February 19th is when we have the earnings.
Okay.
Oh, we have one super chat to get to. Let's see if I can pull that up fast enough before Andre gets to it. It is our good friend Easy Peasy, right at the bell. I like the timing of that, so we can end with the 440.2%. Appreciate the gratitude on 2.2K. Hood up. Prediction market. Oh, okay. So hood up because of the prediction markets. I think that's the point that you're making. Yeah, Robinhood. The diversification is what it's all about, but I think some of the bounce has to do with the bounce in crypto, realistically. A wipeout bottom in Bitcoin probably causing a nice bounce for Robinhood. As we ring the fake bell, one of these days, we're actually going to lower the bell that we put in, and we're going to ring a physical bell again. Just have to remember doing it, and I'm just going to get up myself. And you know what? Let's just.
That would be the thing. Yeah, you gotta get on to that. Okay, we're staying late with you guys tomorrow, but not today.
For Robinhood.
Yeah, for Robinhood and for a bunch of earnings there tomorrow night. ES down or up today 0.4. That's nice. Nasdaq up 0.7. So those names continue to climb up. We get a nice upside day for Bitcoin as well as silver and gold, both creating upside plays here today. So the market up 8 for silver, up I think 4 for gold or so, as they all continue to march a little bit higher on the back as well. Sorry, just 3 on gold on the back of Bitcoin and some of the monetary discussions today. We had 3 or 4 Fed members speaking today. Yeah. So Apple downside. Other than that, Netflix, Intel, just looking to see if anything moved at the end of the day. I'm not sure. It's hit on a scanner at the end of the day. Did it have a big move somewhere? Down today. Yeah, down 1%. So, not the greatest there.
Not cool enough.
All right, it's 4:01. We're out of here. We're staying late tomorrow. Neil, thank you. Thank you to whoever's over there. Fabian, what's up? Andre, Ramin, Brendo.
I don't see
lady behind us. Great job today, obviously, with Peter Schiff. That was a lot of fun. So we want to thank Peter as well for coming through. Thank Michael Noss for coming through earlier on. Obviously, Michael Noss a little bit, bigger.
He's a regular, right?
Yeah, bigger than Peter Schiff, but we'll thank Peter Schiff anyways. So we want to thank him and Mr. Noss. Thank you, Adara. Joe and Sharif.
Yes, even though he doesn't like McDonald's, Joe doing a fantastic job.
He's pounding back a quarter pounder right now. So.
Hater.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like McDonald's?
Joe, apparently.
Apparently, I don't know.
All right, ciao till tomorrow, guys, 8 a.m. We'll see you right here.
Have a big...